Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. I'm going to call this meeting to order. It is June 6, 2023. And let me get my paperwork together here. This afternoon, if you're willing and able, please stand with us. The invocation is going to be, I don't see Pastor here. The invocation is going to be by Doug Wright. And your guy didn't show up, Doug, so. And the Pledge of Allegiance will be done by our female veterans. Thank you. They're going to do it as a group, and I appreciate that. So there are women's veterans of Citrus County. So if you are willing and able, please stand and join us. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Let us pray. Father, in the precious name of Jesus, we come to you as humble service before the Most High God. Thanking you and praising you, Lord God, for this time. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for the privilege to serve the citizens of Citrus County. We know there's an honor and a privilege, Lord God, that each decision that we make may not be favorable for all folks, but Lord God, but we seek your wisdom in all decisions that we make today. We thank you, Lord God, for your son Jesus. We thank you, God, for the county. We thank you, God, for the commissioners, and we thank you, God, for the first responders. We can't thank you enough, Lord God, for the things that you have offered, the things you have blessed us with this day. We ask this in your son Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Ladies. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Assistant Clerk Amy, will you please do roll call for us?
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners, the 6th day of June, 2023. In attendance are Chair Ruthie Schleboff, First Vice Chair Holly Davis, Second Vice Chair Rebecca Bays, Commissioners Jeff Kennard and Diana Finnegan, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Lynn.
Thank you. Board, I'm looking for approval of the agenda. And Mr. Howard, are there additional items or deletions? I would like to pull B2 for discussion.
There are additional items. E number 11, emergency purchase for Superior to provide building department services. After the work session we had earlier today, wanted to expedite E number 12, economic development funds for the Citrus County Airport's financial analysis and business planning study. And L number 3, request to consider naming the Suncoast Parkway from US 98 to State Road 44 for Jim Kimbrough's honor. That's all.
Thank you. And like I said, I would like to pull B2 for discussion. So board.
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull E1C for discussion.
E1C. Okay.
I'm sorry, is that B or E?
E1C.
Or B.
Oh,
We're on the
so
consent,
I'm
which,
sorry.
Yeah, B.
Can we go over the changes again to the agenda?
Aren't we on approval of agenda overall, not consent?
We're on approval of agenda. So these are the additional items. And I want to pull B2 for discussion. And she's saying she wants to pull,
Don't worry about me. That
Okay.
was the wrong one. Sorry.
okay.
Madam Chair, I'd make a move to approve the agenda with the deletion of, oh no, not the deletion, just pulling B2 for a separate discussion.
Yes. And you have an addition of E11, E12, and L3.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard. Looking for a second.
Second.
Commissioner Davis. Is there any further board comment?
could you
Commissioner
just
Finnegan?
give me E11 and E12 again, please?
E11 is, that is for growth, the emergency purchase of a software program, and E12 is, E12 is economic development funds. for the airport. L3 is request to consider naming the Suncoast Parkway Part 98 to State Road 44.
Thank you.
Any further discussions from the board? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 5-0. Consent. Oh, wait. Talk about B.
It's
It's gonna be a long day already. Okay, B2. Before this goes, I just wanted to discuss something. I actually called Mr. Grant about my questions. He is not in the country, and the more I dug into this audit, I have a lot of questions, and I would like to consider, if the board is all right with it, tabling this and getting the author of this audit, the CPA, to come and answer my financial questions. I have quite a few, and I just think that it appears to be, it's a 54-page document. There are some questions, and I see that you have some something on the agenda regarding the Baker Act facility, and it kind of plays into that. So that's what I'm looking for, board, is just to pull this for discussion and have the CPA firm that Powell and Jones to come here and answer my financial questions.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion that we approve the consent agenda, except for B2, which we will pull from the agenda altogether.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Thank you. So a motion by Commissioner Kennard, the consent, and, yes?
Can I just ask, what you were stating sounded like a motion. Were you not making a motion
I wasn't
to
making the
table
motion,
it?
I was asking the board, that's
Okay.
what I would like to do.
Okay.
And Commissioner Kennard made the motion to do what I asked, and Commissioner Bays seconded it. Thank you. Is there any board discussion on this with pulling B2 and approving the consent as is? Denise? And then, is there any board discussion? Okay, is there any public comment on the consent? Seeing none. Board, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Thank you, Commissioner Kennard Bays. Okay. We are at item C. Excuse me. Where are we? Consent. And we did the consent in its entirety by pulling B2. So we are C, proclamations. Board, we have one proclamation. It's for Women's Veterans Day. I need a motion.
Madam Chair, motion to
Yes.
approve C1.
Second.
I got a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Davis. Not needing public.
First by Davis. second.
Sorry, I have it right. I need some caffeine, I think. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Okay, board, if you don't mind joining me up front.
Will those individuals representing Women's Veterans Day please come forward? Whereas the first Women's Veterans Day was held on June 12, 2018, marking the 71st anniversary of the signing into law by President Harry S. Truman, the Women Armed Services Integration Act. And whereas giving women permanent status as members of the United States Armed Forces and to pay respect for women's dutiful service, and to recognize the contributions, highlights, and challenges of women in the United States Armed Forces. Whereas 14 states currently have recognized June 12, 2023 as Women's Veterans Day. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim June 12, 2023 as Women's Veterans Day in Citrus County, Florida, and in honor and tribute to the women veterans, thanking them for their dedication and exceptional service to our nation, the United States of America. Executed the 6th day of June, 2023.
I'd like to thank you all on behalf of the Female Veterans Network for this honor. And we continue to do good work in the county. And I hope you guys can follow us and let us know how you can help. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. While they're saying their hellos, I just want to say I'm thankful that today is D-Day and that 150,000 troops stormed a beach to stop the Nazi occupation in Europe. And I'm so thankful for each and every veteran, but so proud of our female veterans. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you again.
So moving right along, we're at D, open to the public. If anyone would like to come forward and speak, please fill out a green card, hand it to the clerk. You have 3 minutes. Unless you have a letter on file, then you would get 5 minutes. All comments are directed to the chairman, and please state your name and where you live for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sabrina Watson. I'll be speaking for the Exceptional Life Project. I have some documents here for you guys as well. So I'll take 5 minutes, please. Thank you. Good afternoon. Last meeting I spoke about weighted, thank you, Doug. I spoke about weighted hoses pumping chemicals into Lake Rousseau, a non-navigable body of water in direct contradiction to the claim of keeping navigable waterways open. Again, I would like to encourage the public and this board to go watch the documentary regarding the wolf reintroduction to Yellowstone. It shows how the ecosystem righted itself. Currently, we have 400 square miles of cyanobacteria, which covers 50% of Lake Okeechobee as of June 4th. Where do you think those toxins are going? Can anyone say red tide? I would like to address comments by a couple members of this board at the last meeting. Ms. Davis stated she had a deep history with Crystal River, so deep she was unable to speak to the spraying in the river or Kings Bay. She also stated we need to clean up first. So I ask, is placing a Band-Aid on a boil without treating the infection the correct way to handle the boil? She also stated it takes time. Time to do what? I brought this to your attention 8 months ago. As far as I know, the only thing that has been done is a private backdoor meeting with a so-called expert. An expert that apparently is hiding in the closet if such an expert actually exists. Let's talk about the experts. FWC Commission, for example, as Mr. Kennard stated, is working to protect our waterways. We have a real estate investment and development person, a golf course designer, former commissioner's wife with 0 qualifications to be there, CEO of a medical center, executive committee member of the Marine Research Hub and the Humane Society of Broward County, a CEO of Furman Motor Car Company, and CEO of Cigar City Motors, a vice president of community relations for the villages. Looks to me like there is a pattern in these commissioners, all rich and business owners, but nothing to do with keeping fish and wildlife safe. There's no marine scientist, no marine biologist, no conservationist, no ecologist on that board. Mr. Kennard poo-pooed the 24,000 hours since 1965 by Mr. Scott Wilson and Mr. Mike Nepper on the waterways in lieu of an expert no one has seen or heard from, and no qualifications for this expert have been mentioned anywhere. Mr. Nepper and Mr. Wilson, neither of which do I know, have both been on CNN, so they must have some expertise. He also stated, and I quote, "I think we have to be careful about accepting what's said at the podium as gospel." I would like to remind the public of the qualifications and requirements to be a member of this board. There are 0 requirements or qualifications. In fact, you can live on a sailboat outside of your district. You can live in another state. You can be unemployed and just need a job. You can be someone that just wants to be important. The fact is, if elected, you too can be a member of this board, and many times you can do it by default if no one steps up to run against you for the job and drop an extra 60 to 80K in your bank account. I think we have to be careful about accepting what's said from the dais as gospel. I have mentioned many times that the board members are contracted trust indentured servants that work for the people, not the Chamber of Commerce or the conflict of interest lobby man, Mr. McGee. I do want to note that a couple of the members of this board seem to be doing that, yet several are not. We are still waiting for town halls instead of chamber barbecues and luncheons. I have 6 boats personally, and I spend 3 to 5 days a week on the water and have done the research. That makes me more of an expert than anyone who fishes once a month on a waterway. I just gave Doug 2 inches of stacks of notices signed by people demanding that you stop. Stop signing contracts, stop buying chemicals, just stop or tell the people why you can't. I have yet to see the signed letters asking you to create toxic waterways in Citrus County. We can use equipment on canals and let nature have the rest. And I see once again, we've got another cleanup on the agenda today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Good
Hello.
afternoon, Chair.
Please state your name and where you live.
My name is Joshua Hicks. I am a resident and business owner in Homosassa. Please excuse me while I read from my prepared script. We are humbled to live in a community that perseveres through hardships and freely gives comfort to those experiencing turmoil, giving aid to situations that devastates an entire community, state, or nation can be utilized and acted upon in many different ways. The best aid to a situation can be solutions. Much as building code books are revised after significant natural disasters, revision must be taken swiftly to evaluate, plan, and implement a better way forward. A portable, respectively, we give our best wishes to Deputy Lahara, his family, co-workers, and introduce a possibility to shut down traffic before a crossing guard or resource officer puts his or her life on the line to stop traffic. Equipping our community's public schools with 2 portable traffic signals, allowing traffic to stop at an overhead and pedestrian level red light with a click of a button. We request that this unfortunate situation be seen for immediate deployment of additional safety equipment. A portable traffic signal is a tow-behind solar panel battery powered 5x5 single axle trailer equipped with 4 outriggers that extend downward and outward, creating 90-mile-per-hour wind capabilities, allowing easy setup with assistance of the linear actuators that are powered by the same 12-volt powering the LED traffic signals. With the unit in place, the 2-inch ball released from the towing vehicle, the operator gives power to the unit by a turn of a key. The user then holds a locking trigger down and upward boom trigger down simultaneously, allowing the main support to extend 14 feet upward. The user then holds the locking trigger down and the outward boom trigger down simultaneously, allowing the outward support frame with the overhead traffic signal to extend up to 15 feet outward. By remote control, automatic, or manual control on the machine's control board, the user can choose to have the unit operate automatically or manually. This would provide each resource officer with 2 portable traffic signals for each direction of traffic and bypass permits needed for permanent traffic signals. With the possibility of 2 actions, FDOT supplying their inventory being one, and constructing this design locally being the other, we are at your service to provide all with humility, positive possibilities, and community betterment. If constructed locally, allocations of finances for the first constructed model would be donated by Handy Hicks Corp. Upon completion, a price per unit will be generated for public knowledge. Extensive testing to establish the best maintenance program, insurance package will be conducted. A vendor license through the Department of Management Services will be obtained, and once approved, the unit will be given to the Commission for inspection and evaluation. We are not interested.
Go ahead.
We are not interested in a new enterprise to capitalize on tragedy. We are interested in a new change for all to capitalize on life.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Excellent idea. Hope you put a patent in for that. Next speaker, please. Next speaker. Okay. Oh,
Josh is.
next speaker. I'm going to close the public portion.
Madam Chair, Josh Wooten, President CEO of the Chamber. We have a luncheon this Friday, if anybody's interested in attending.
I get it.
With the Assistant Secretary, Department of Transportation, because we want to know what they're going to do for us, but more importantly, what they're going to do to us. So, but the reason for me coming here today is I'm always here asking for something, and for the record, y'all don't always vote for what we ask for, and we remain friends and have mutual respect. But the reason I'm here today is I was not able to make the airport meeting this morning, but I did have it on in the background as I was doing other work. And I want to commend y'all. Great questions. I know some of you are frustrated. The two, Madam
Oldest,
Chair
the two
and
oldest.
Commissioner Bays are really chomping at the bit, but let me give you a little bit of history. I was on the board when we bought the Holden property 20 years ago. So more has happened in the last 2 years on that project than the previous 19 after we purchased the property. So give yourselves a pat on the back and give Frank a pat on the back and Quincy and everybody else involved, and especially our FBO, who's brought a lot of economic development notoriety. But anyway, I just wanted to, for a change, come up and thank y'all. And those are the types of discussions y'all are having on all the major issues. And I think they're going to be very fruitful because you're bringing the community along with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Going once, going twice, closed. Okay. Board, what is your pleasure?
I'll make a comment.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Finnegan.
Where'd Josh go? There he is. Oh, and other Josh, sorry. Josh Hicks. I do want to thank you. It seems like every time you come, whether it's a phone call or you come to this podium, you're throwing out ideas, seeing what sticks, and just trying to do the best for our community. Can you hear me? Okay. I like your idea, and if you want to call me later, I think that we probably need to connect you to the sheriff or a representative from the sheriff's office that directs traffic and see how they can use this best. But I also want to point out, I was barely a commissioner when I got a call from Josh because I'm in his district. I'm his commissioner, and highlighted some things at Bluebird Springs Park. And although the cogs of government work slow, I do want to say that the county's working on those things right now. So just want to thank you for that. We can't be everywhere in our districts at all the time, but when someone approaches you in the best way and just says, "Hey, I care about this district, I care about our community, here's some ideas," we're forever thankful. So thank you for that, and thank you for your presentation today.
Commissioner Davis?
I would add my accolades to Josh. I thought this was a fantastic idea. He told me about it yesterday or day before yesterday, and I think it's a marvelous way to not just donate funds and pray for Lahara, but also actually try to come up with a solution to hopefully stop this from happening again. So kudos to you. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and chime in. Josh, thank you for, like others have said, thank you for bringing forward a positive idea in the midst of a tragedy, for sure. I will express my concern that, let me start by saying I like the idea of introducing or starting the conversation. Having a traffic signal in the midst of high traffic where there wasn't one yesterday could introduce yet another tragedy. If somebody's not expecting a light to be there, they blow through it, and somebody was expecting to have the right of way the opposite direction. We've seen it before when new traffic signals are constructed. And I want to say for a month in advance, they use the big display boards warning people that it's coming. And even a period of time where they're using just caution lights and stuff like that before it goes to a fully functioning traffic signal. In a situation where you have a large crowd and then introducing something like this in a matter of hours where there wasn't one earlier today or yesterday could trigger a terrible accident there. But not to be the what you call it, the wet towel on the conversation, because I like that you're starting it. And obviously, I think we have a community that's more than ready to talk about how do we prevent something so terrible from happening in our community again. And bringing forward positive ideas is the right way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bays? And I have nothing. Thank you. Okay, regular bids. Board, would you like to take this in entirety? I actually want to discuss E1B, so I'm don't want that included in the group if you make
I
that.
would like to discuss E1Cs.
B.
No,
C.
I would like to discuss E1C.
Okay, so we have a discussion on E1B request and E1C. So looks like we just have approval for E1A right
I'll
now.
make a motion to approve E1A.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Finnegan. And then I heard Commissioner Davis first. Is there any public comment on E1A? Seeing none, is there any further board comment?
I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Will there be fees attached to a credit card process?
Mr. Howard?
Aaron's coming forward. Thank you.
So for this one, it's just a name change. Currently, Solid Waste is using them. It's through My Florida. And I believe they charge a fee to the person that's using their card.
What is it, just a minimal processing fee? Because sometimes different governments charge exorbitant fees.
I can find out what the fee is, but we've been using them through My Florida for many years. So I'll find out for you.
I don't mind recovering the cost of it, but sometimes I've seen some of them, they want to charge, $10, $15, $25 on them. And I think that's, if somebody's having to use a credit card to pay it, I don't want to add to their financial woes.
Yep, we can find out for you.
They might be wanting to get points.
Well, they might, but I mean, they may not have the available cash to be paying a bill, and I don't want them to have to pay an excessive charge.
Okay.
We'll find out for you.
Thank you, Aaron. Any further board comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E1B is the amendment, it's number 2, Save Crystal River Kings Bay Restoration Project. Save Crystal River Incorporated. I have a question about this because, I'm not going to say that it's done on purpose, but I feel like it's done on purpose that we're getting things last minute. And it says here that it was previously funded for Save Crystal River, and then it came from stormwater taxes, Mr. Howard. But however, Public Works consulted with outside legal counsel and believes stormwater can no longer fund this. And I don't think that's true, but I'm not an attorney. So I want to hear what our attorney has to say. And I also want to, this is a maintenance fee. So are we also helping supplement, Too Far and Homosassa River Restoration? And I think that is a problem I've had, that I've always had a problem with. And I want to make sure that we are spreading the wealth. And so those are my questions for this board and for the attorney.
One thing, if I could just say, I think one thing we do need is a comprehensive plan for all the lakes. And actually, I'm just new coming on board here. Have a lot of good discussions with Commissioner Bays actually yesterday as well. And I agree with that. We have to do a comprehensive approach to that. We're just not here today. But maybe I'll let our county attorney talk a little bit about that. I just was in receipt of one of the documents at lunchtime that I actually hadn't seen before from the attorney that was hired and back and forth. So, but I'll turn this over to the county attorney.
And we can't process that today.
100%. I just was in receipt of that as well.
I don't know what did you get?
That was just the one, the neighbors, Giblin, that talked about the.
Her email?
Yes. I just wasn't copied on it originally.
So the question, so this contract was funded out of the stormwater tax, and you'll recall we changed the funding mechanism. I can't remember how many years ago, but 2 or 3 years ago, from the stormwater tax, which I think it was 1 mil on the tax bill. The board changed it to a stormwater MSBU. And as you know, MSBU, you have to show a benefit to the properties that are paying the MSBU, the assessment. And so the question was raised whether or not the change from the stormwater tax to the stormwater MSBU, whether the funding could still be taken out of that stormwater pot, if you will, since it changed from a tax to an MSBU. When the question came up, our staff consulted with Neighbors Giblin on the issue, and from their conversation, there were some recommendations that Ms. Encinosa made. And basically, in order for the funding to continue to come out of the now MSBU, there has to be a causal link between the harm that you're trying to remedy and those that are paying the assessment. And so Heather suggested that staff look into whether or not there was a link between the stormwater basically and the people that were paying, because remember, the people in Crystal River don't pay the MSBU. So she made that suggestion, if there was a link, that it could be taken out of the MSBU. She also suggested approaching Crystal River and seeing if Crystal River wanted to join in the MSB, the citizens of Crystal River wanted to join the county in an MSBU for stormwater. So that's how this contract can be funded out of the MSBU, either of those two scenarios.
Thank you. Board?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan,
Is that okay, Chair?
you were first. He's not in charge, so don't worry.
I'm glad I don't have to be the unpopular one out the gate.
I got you.
Yeah, so I did have issue with it, number one, coming out of stormwater. Well, the people didn't love the MSBU, and they'll love it less cleaning up Crystal River. That was my first concern. Second concern is, I believe we just gave them $250,000 for maintenance.
Out of I think the TDC
Out of the
gave
TDC
them
money. And my third concern is what Commissioner Schleba already said was, well, third and fourth. Third concern being this says annually, like we're committing to this annually. And what about Homosassa and Too Far and the lakes in Hernando and the lakes in Inverness? And I love us cleaning up and protecting all of our waterways. And I agree with Mr. Howard, we need to have a plan to do that if that's what we're going to do. But people are screaming about a lot of things that we're behind in right now. And this is going to pile on. I mean, if we decide as a board to do this annually, get ready. We're going to need to, I'm going to be talking about Homosassa. Commissioner Bays is going to start talking about the lakes in Inverness. Commissioner Davis is going to be looking at Lake Hernando. You're not going to be looking at anything. You're just going to sit there.
I have
and
no
watch
water.
us.
No water.
But we'll shop in your district.
Yes.
So I have some concerns about this ongoing, and I thought the TDC money was the right thing to do. And the tourists are out there. The state allows that out of a very strict budget, but when we're stretching it out and looking for other ways to pay, especially when we're talking about general fund, I have an issue. I'd love to hear what you guys think.
Thank you. Commissioner
Sure.
Kennard.
Yeah, this is, as we know, this is a renewal, so this isn't something new. There is a modification and a good reason for the modification. As this project has become so successful in Crystal River, we now have an issue with all of the floating grass that breaks off, the mature grass that breaks off and floats, goes right out of the bay and fills the canals that are all in the unincorporated areas along the Crystal River. The state has given us roughly $40 million to clean up Kings Bay. And I believe that it's incumbent on the county to maintain what the state has allowed us to accomplish. This has happened over a period of years. We're now focusing more and more on Homosassa River. Homosassa, once that river gets to the stage that it's requiring the maintenance for these mature grasses, then it's incumbent on this board to maintain what the state has funded in the Homosassa River as well. Once Too Far gets going and shows that the project that I think they got $7 million from the state for, once they can demonstrate that removing that muck can hold a greater quantity of water in our natural reservoirs, then absolutely we should be focused on finding ways to fund the maintenance. But what we should not engage in is punishing a highly successful project for the sake of spreading maintenance money around the county where it's not yet needed. I will tell you, when I got wind that staff had reached out to an attorney that this board did not discuss, I was not happy about that. This is something that the board has agreed to do for years now. And if the board is going to change directions, then we should have had a conversation about it and directed staff to contact the attorney. There's no doubt in my mind we will be billed for that conversation, and I have very little idea other than secondhand what was involved in that conversation. So my suggestion would be, and I hope the board will agree, that we renew this for 1 year, and then let's have a full-blown conversation about it. Let's do a workshop. Let's invite in folks from each of the 3 major water body projects going on, find out when they anticipate what their maintenance needs are, when they're going to need the maintenance dollars, what they're going to need those, or what level they're going to need those maintenance dollars, and then it's on us to fund it. If you want to stop that flow of state money into our waterways to clean them up, stop maintaining them. When the state puts billions of dollars into it, and then they see that the county says, well, thank you, but we're not going to take care of it now, we've got a real problem, because that money will go elsewhere in the state, people that are looking to do exactly what's been done in Crystal River.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Can you, hold on one second. Commissioner Bays? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Well, I do want to point out that I wasn't saying that we should stop maintaining them. It was just my understanding that we just gave money to maintain them, and I like that funding source better. It seemed like that was going to do the trick. I don't. So did they not need $250,000? Did they need $600,000? That's just what's not clear here. It seems like we gave to the same thing.
And I absolutely agree with her, and that's why, and you also touched on it, this was giving to us without a full picture, and I do not feel comfortable, and if you want to force this today, I'm going to not support it. Because I feel like previous boards, this board did not agree to fund this. Previous boards agreed to fund it, and getting this 5 days before, where we're not knowing what funding source it's going to be, and there was an attorney, I don't know what the attorney said. I don't know why it went to outside legal counsel, but I don't feel comfortable without knowing where this is coming from. I felt the exact same way Commissioner Finnegan felt. I felt that $250,000 was to help this, and if they needed $315,000, maybe they should have asked TDC for $315,000. Otherwise, it looks like they need $565,000. Thank you.
My guess is that, I can go ahead and respond. My guess is they needed the $500,000, and you get little bits from each of the different pots where you can. I can't imagine that they had any idea that Save Crystal River Group had any idea that this board would consider pulling this funding after the job has been wildly successful. And remember, they had, Save Crystal River had their contract to the county, I believe it was the first week of May. So it's not on them that we're just getting this. This has sat in-house wherever in the bowels of government. So yes, I am gonna make a motion to approve it, because if we don't act on this thing today, it's a 1-year renewal, then it expires. We could have had more discussion about it had we gotten this earlier in May, one of the meetings to discuss it. But at this point, if there's no action on it, this expires, which would be a shame.
Well, Save Crystal River has not reached out to me. You haven't reached out to me.
They didn't reach out to me neither.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
That's in the
And I
backup.
didn't hear anybody on this board say that they wanted to pull funding. Said I wanted more information where the funds are coming from and what that money from TDC was for and what they really need. You're saying, you're assuming they needed $265,000, but we don't even know that. And you, in any other situation, you would be saying the same thing. You don't want things last minute where it's not clear. We are responsible for these tax dollars.
This isn't a new funding request.
Okay.
We're asking for this agenda item is asking for renewing a funding that's been in place. If we wanted to have more of a discussion about it, it should have happened earlier in the month, or we renew it for a year and then do a workshop on it and figure out what we're gonna do with all 3 different bodies. I say 3 bodies of water, the two big rivers and our lake system.
Are you done? Anything else?
No, I guess I'll go ahead and make a motion and we can continue our discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Bays, I do look at this as a new funding request though, because it was with stormwater and now it's not, according to this little blurb. So Commissioner Bays?
Thank you. As we all know, we live in a very environmentally sensitive county, and we're blessed to have the lakes on the east side and the rivers on the west side. And one of my concerns, as our mailboxes fill up on a routine basis with what that gal out there, Mouthy, whatever her name is. I think it's beholden on this board and staff, since we are environmentally sensitive, we are blessed with lakes and rivers, that we have got to come up with a funding mechanism that is going to do this county-wide. It cannot just be one particular area. I think as I've read the project scope and the deliverables by Kings Bay and Save Crystal River in the backup here, if we weren't spraying, we would be doing the same thing in the lakes. That is what's happened. We're spraying, the materials are falling to the bottom of the lakes. It prevents good grasses from growing. We need to be sucking that muck up off of the bottom of the lake system so that we have the light filtration. And we need to be finding our spring vents in these lake systems. And I am no expert in this, but I will tell you, if we can start to find those spring vents in these lakes, you will probably see some better return to our aquifer system, which then would increase the spring vent flows in our rivers, because it's all hydraulically connected. And again, we need a full picture of how we're going to address this on a county-wide, because if we're doing this for Save Crystal River, and they've done a fabulous job. I love the passion. I love that a group that is not government has taken this on and has done that. We now have it in Homosassa, but Ozello's next, Chazawiska, the lakes. And I don't think that we can just focus all of our dollars and time on one area. We have to have a full picture of this. I know yesterday in my briefing, and Frank may want to come up and talk, but it was my understanding that if you lived on the east side of 41, you needed one type of septic system. If you lived on the west side, you need a high performance septic system because that has an effect on the nutrient loads. So I think we just need a lot more information. I'm not opposed to funding this, but I think we have to find a way that we can fund this throughout our entire county. We keep hearing we're environmentally sensitive, then we need to be a board that's going to be proactive and find the funding sources that we need. We know through stormwater, the MSBU that we have now, a lot of that is driven by federal government and state, what we need to do. It's not a matter of should we have to. It's just required for us to do it because of our growth rate and what we're doing. But again, I think we have to find partners with our two cities. I mean, part of why we're not funding this is because Crystal River annexed, and that eliminated the ability to use the MSBU to fund. If the city would partner with us and they would join in on the MSBU, then I think maybe we can potentially go back to using the MSBU funds. And that was part of our conversation yesterday. And I just think we need to find a lane to get there.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yes. Commissioner Bays, I agree with almost everything you just said. But Crystal River does contribute. The county puts roughly $300,000 into this. The city contributes $20,000 towards it. So while they may not necessarily be participating in the MSBU, they are participating in this maintenance project. And I am 100% on board with doing a workshop and figuring out a plan, because all of us that live here, virtually everybody in the county lives in the PFA, the primary focus area that was established by, I believe that was SwiftMud. The boundaries for that literally are the boundaries of the county, which means we're all contributing to the nutrient load in the aquifer. When you put fast release or quick release fertilizer on your lawn out in Citrus Hills, it's leaching down to the aquifer. When you install a septic tank, the old style septic tank in Citrus Springs, the nutrients are leaching down into the aquifer. And if those vents are unclogged in the lakes, that's coming up in the lakes. It's coming up out in the rivers, in the three primary springs in the county, for our first magnitude springs. It is every one of our lawns that is contributing to this. When we put fertilizer down and we have a heavy rain like we did the other night, that's storm water. All of those nutrients are going into the soil or running off into the street. So I think ultimately this MSBU is a great way to fund these things. We need to look at that in a more comprehensive manner, as you described, with all of our rivers and lakes. But this is not the way to do it. We should not be punishing, again, a very successful project because we have a desire to get these other projects going. I'm on board with getting them going. I want to see Two Fars project be successful, and I advocated for it at the Water Authority board meeting when SwiftMud was there. These are things that will happen, but we should not turn back on funding for the maintenance of this project. It's been crazy successful, and agreeing to extend this for 1 year gives us time to gather more information and come up with a more county-wide comprehensive plan. So, Madam Chair, with that, I'm going to make a motion that we approve item E1B, and if somebody will second it, then we can continue our conversation.
I'll second it for discussion.
I have a motion what was your motion for 1 year?
Yes, to extend this, to renew this agreement for 1 year, and the modification to amend it to be able to remove the floating grass from up in the county canals.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on E1B? Welcome. Could I have your name and where you live?
Yes, I'm Josh Wooten with the Chamber of Commerce.
Very good.
Ken Frank, current city manager for the city of Crystal River. So before I get started on this item, I just want to welcome everybody here. This Thursday, which I think is the 8th, we're just completing up the refresh of the front of City Hall. I know that the back of it's kind of still a pig, but the front of it's looking pretty good. We're going to have an open house. The Chamber's going to be there, do a ribbon cutting, following up with a reception at St. John's Tavern. So that's 4:30 this Thursday, so please come on down.
Is it free?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
For you, it will be. So just rewind about 10 years ago, and all of our coastal rivers were dying. And, you know, if you went out there, I mean, I wouldn't even go in the rivers anymore just because the lingby would attack you and the mites and everything, and the fish had gone, the crabs had gone. And it took somebody other than government to solve that problem. And these folks in the back of the room, Save Crystal River, stepped forward, convinced Senator Dean to champion a project to work on Crystal River and restore Crystal River through the Save Crystal River project. And that was picked up by Senator Simpson and moved forward. To date, we're up to about $40 million in state investment on Crystal River. And now we're getting close to finishing that project. Now the state's moving to Homosassa, and I think we sent a very good message. My concern is, and we're at a proverbial fork in the road, if we don't do what the state's asked us to and maintain their investment, they're going to pull the plug. We had Senator Simpson here, and Lisa Moore was with him in the boat about 6 months ago. That's when he was still a senator, and there's a bunch of prop scarring that he saw, and he got pretty upset that we weren't taking care of his project. So he sent us a clear message: take care of our investment, and we'll keep funding it. So I just want to send that message to you all. The message to the state could be detrimental to all of what we're trying to do with the water. As far as the $250,000, and Lisa may want to speak to that, there's multiple phases of the Save Crystal River project. That was just one individual phase in the Hunter Springs Basin. That's where Swift Mud came and did their test pilot. So they went around that, and so that was a specific project. This particular contract is for all of the maintenance of all the projects, so it doesn't land on one. So there's a big difference between the two. And just trying to read my notes here. It's my understanding that the renewal of this agreement is on an as-needed basis, and I haven't read it, but I'm just reading through the backup material on the agenda. So I think you can move forward with the agreement and just not fund it until you figure out what funding source you want to do. I know I made a pitch to, we call it our tourism mitigation plan. I mean, Crystal River we have more tourists. We're a ratio of 300 to 1 tourists to residents. So there's about 1 million tourists a year that are going through Crystal River. And when they get here, what we're marketing is beautiful, pristine waters and a great place to swim with the manatee. What they want to see is that very issue. So I made a pitch to the TDC. I don't know if it's something that could work, but keeping our waters, the Homosassa, the Crystal River, all clean, I think is probably something that the TDC could make a finding that would benefit tourism. So that's a suggestion I made, but I would just urge the council, the commission, to move forward with this agreement today, and Steve and I work together. We'll set up a workshop, and we can all sit down and figure out how we're going to fund this. The $20,000 that the city's putting into it, that was something that was agreed on long before I got here, and it's never been questioned since. So we're just, we write a check every year. Steve, I think I sent it to you a couple months ago. And if that formula needs to change or where the money's coming from, let's just have a bigger discussion. But I just urge you not to stop this project now, because the message to the state will be long lasting and not in a good way. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question while he's up here? Or you want me to wait?
Yes.
The 250.
I said I wanted you to wait.
What's that?
I wanted you to wait.
Oh, all right, I'll wait.
Why don't you sit in the front row?
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to hear what the rest of them, I want to hear what the others have to say, because I think you can.
Sabrina Watson, Lecanto, Florida. There's a number of issues here. I'm not anti-cleanup. We need to clean up our waterways for sure. But again, by deflecting to fertilizers without stopping the infection that we have going on, this makes this an ongoing, continuous project. They have mud 10 feet deep in various places in the Chisala-Apopkachena lakes, and that is per too far. Then, of course, so we've got to talk about septic versus chemicals versus nutrients. And as I spoke previously, we have weighted hoses. They are dropping weighted hoses into Lake Rousseau that they are pumping these toxic chemicals out of. That water flows into all of our waterways. Second item, obviously, is the money source. The MSBU was not sold to people for nonprofit distribution. Definitely not for nonprofit distribution in areas that are not paying it. And I was here for that conversation, so I remember it. Again, I believe in the cleanup. I'm not dogging the cleanup. And we've also talked, and I was with the group that came and talked to Steve regarding the fact that commissioners are getting documents only 6 days in advance. Some of these binders are 1,000 pages that these commissioners are expected to read in 6 days. I was told at that time it was either ordinance or statutorily related. I don't remember which. I don't know what it takes, but it needs to be changed so that the members of this board actually are informed about the things that they are voting on. And again, we heard conversation about state investment with regard to maintenance. Which state investment are we talking about? Are we talking about the state investment that includes the cleanup, or are we talking about the $1.1 million that the state in turn spends to pump chemicals out of these weighted hoses and from sprayers? So which state investment? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Moore, for anyone who might not know. I'm the president of Save Crystal River, and I've been involved in this project to restore Kings Bay since the beginning. I was on board with Homosassa when they started their project and tried to help them, gave them everything we had on how we did it and how we can help them. So we work as a group. I also work with Too Far. So I'm not just working with Save Crystal River, I'm working with any entity in the county that needs our help. We didn't find out that this was coming up today as Save Crystal River, the people who are over there volunteering and doing the work, until yesterday at 3:30. Didn't know anything about it. Nobody from staff contacted us, asked us any questions. So we didn't even know this was going to happen. So we kind of scrambled and wanted to come today. But the question about Hunter Springs Basin, that was a swift mud problem that they could not clean up, would not clean up. They decided to give us $250,000. We asked for the match from TDC because it's a very heavily frequented tourist area. And it's right in the middle of everything else we've already cleaned. So we had this big, nasty pile of Lingbia that was infiltrating the cleaned areas. Plus, it's on a sandy area that the kids like to go and boat with their families and everything. So we looked for money to clean that up. We've got some other money coming in from the state. So we're pulling in everything we can to try to clean up Kings Bay. That area right there was what that money was used for. It was not for the maintenance. The maintenance funding came through the county for the areas where we've already finished with our DEP funding. And so we want to keep it clean. The grass floats to the top of the water really bad in the fall where it releases the leaves kind of like an oak tree. You got to rake the leaves up. If they float on top of the water in big mats, it shades the grass on the bottom, which will kill it, or it dies and falls to the bottom, which will also kill it. It also creates a problem for boaters, homeowners, where it just clogs the canals, overheats boat motors and everything else. You've got to get it off the water. You got to clean it off. So we got into last year a machine that will go out there and scoop it up. They use drones and biologists to determine where that floating grass is so they can go and capture it. It's unincorporated, incorporated water, whichever way you want to look at it. It's tidal, it's wind driven. So the grass could be over here, they go over to get it, and the next thing you know, the tide switches and the wind blows, and now all of a sudden, is it incorporated or unincorporated? Who knows? It's still floating, it's still on top of the water. But that's why we use these methodologies to try to gather that up and get it out of the way before it damages the bottom or it causes problems for the homeowners, which were very upset last year for any of you that were here and got the phone calls. We were getting the phone calls, and it was pretty upsetting. So we're trying to avoid that this year. It also creates a problem for manatees. So this is almost a manatee protective thing. These giant mats, you can't see the manatees underneath them. Boaters going through this stuff, they can't see the manatees. It's like a blanket on top of the water. So it's also a manatee protection issue. And so we have to try to take that into consideration. The entire county benefits from everything that happens in Kings Bay. Tourism is huge over there. Tourist tax comes back to the county. The business opportunities have increased dramatically with the clean water, the kayak industry, everything that has come into Crystal River as a result of our water being clean and clear and healthy again. Our fishing is back. If you haven't been fishing in Crystal River, you're missing it, because there are fish everywhere. And I don't care if you're going saltwater fishing, freshwater fishing, whatever it is. We've got bass, redfish, trout, tarpon are even back. So the birds are back. Everything is healthier now. And our county benefits from a healthy river, a healthy ecosystem. And like we tell the kids at the school when we go in every year and we teach them about the river, we're going to do this. We're going to clean this river up, but you've got to stay on watch. We've all got to work together as a community, and we've got to make sure that we keep it this way. And as you grow older, you need to understand, don't take your eye off the ball. Don't blink and look away. That's what we did, and our river died. So I get chills when I say that. So all I'm asking is please continue the funding of this critically important project. We want to help Homosassa. We do help Homosassa. I just spoke to someone the other day, and I called Steve, and I said, I know about this. Will this help you? Too far, same thing. So please continue our funding, and don't let anything happen to our grass in the river. Thank you.
Ms. Moore, do you mind sitting on the front row too?
Sure.
I have a question for you. Next speaker.
Hi, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing? I didn't come here to speak about this, but I'm going to.
Please state your name
Oh.
and where you live.
Donna Rummel, Inverness. I have a lake right behind me. This is off the cuff. I missed the prior presentation. I wish I did. Florida never has any freezes, so nothing's going to die. Use the harvesters. Pull the topical plants off. Sunlight will get through. And our manatees are not play toys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard, you had a question? Or next
Yeah.
speaker? I'm sorry. Then I'll open it
Do
up.
I have to wait on
Madam Chair, Josh Wooten, President and CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. As you know, you sat in a meeting with me and Alonda and Barb Fletcher about 3 years ago with the Secretary of DEP when we were advocating for the Homosassa money. What I don't want this conversation to become is, well, what about Inverness? What about Homosassa? Everybody has a seat at the table now, and y'all are to be commended. When we had legislative days, everybody was literally at the table trying to get resources. And Crystal River's simply at a place and time where the bulk of the project is done and we have to maintain it. So it's a little disappointing to hear that we may not pass this along today. I do agree that a comprehensive plan is warranted that Mr. Howard brought forward, but please find a way to fund this request. I got a text at 5 a.m. this morning from Jack Reynolds, if you're watching. So this did come upon this group pretty quick, but they're doing the job that government would be doing otherwise. So you have a choice: let the river die, or work with a private partnership that's shown massive success. We're a state model. All over the state they talk about this project. And but I like the way you are being fiscally conservative in the point where you're asking the tough questions. But for today, the best investment for the taxpayers is to fund this and then come up with a global solution to all of our lakes. I remember, when I was on the board, again, I'll refer to it, we put like a $500,000 a year aside into a water quality fund. I don't know what the MSBU can fund and can't fund, but I'll bet you if you talk to your aquatics department, they could figure out a way to fund this $250 and then take the $250 out of the MSBU to fund something that is allowable by law. So you have to do like we do it in private business. All of y'all are in private business. You have to think outside the box, but we can't be penny wise and pound foolish when these opportunities come forward. Thank you.
Next speaker. Okay, I'm going to close this public portion of the public comment. Commissioner Kennard, Commissioner Davis, in that order.
All right. I think Lisa may have answered my question, but that the $250 from the TDC was matching funds that Swift Mud gave you to clean up. Now, that was that area where they had, I mean, it looked like cattle grates set up there, or cattle gates, I guess, and they planted grass in the muck and said, see, it didn't work. I thought that was the project. So that was a one-time thing to clean that up, clean up that area that they abandoned.
Yes, that was in the middle of our project. They abandoned it. We've been trying for 6 years to get them to come back and do it. They decided that it would be better to fund us to do it. We had the equipment, we had the contractor, and so it costs a lot of money to do that. So we asked for the matching funds to be able to clean up that area.
Okay.
So that's what that was for.
All right, very good, thank you.
Madam Chair, just while she's that, why did they not fund the whole thing then?
We asked them to.
You asked.
We asked Swiftmud
Who?
to.
Swiftmud? Oh, okay.
Yes. But apparently that wasn't enough. They didn't have the budget for that right now. So.
Don't go anywhere, because
Okay.
that's, my next question is for you. Also, Commissioner Finnegan wants you to know she'd like to go after me, if that's all right. She's down there on the end. So I said for discussion, that's because I would like to bring other people along on the board. To my mind, this is a very easy yes vote. I like Commissioner Kennard's direction of a year, so we can be fiscally proper and make sure that we have, hey, strategic planning again, trying to figure out what we're doing long term with all of the water bodies in Citrus County. So everything that Commissioner Kennard said, I agree with.
Would you say it was brilliant?
Possibly even brilliant.
I will hold you in contempt.
I'm still not sure what you didn't agree with that I said.
However, I would like to bring other commissioners along as well. So my question to you is we're being told this is going to expire. What is the downside if we either don't vote for it today or vote for something I was going to suggest, perhaps if we can't bring everybody along on a year, 6 months, extension, something before, so we can get our ducks in a row with where this is being funded and whatnot?
We will do maintenance that, right now the county is telling us we can only do maintenance using their funds in incorporated areas.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot do it in unincorporated areas. If
You mean
know
vice
it,
versa? County funds unincorporated?
the county funds can be used in unincorporated
Yes.
areas. Yeah, I had
Mhm.
it backwards. So the only areas that we can actually use county funds in Crystal River, none of Kings Bay, nothing up by Hunter Springs, nothing in all the canals where people live over by Three Sisters, nothing in the middle of the bay. There's a little sliver along where Plantation is and a canal up there. There's a little section over here, and there's a little section down the river. Now, like I said, this is,
Tidal.
we're talking about floating grass.
Mhm.
It could be sitting in Plantation one day, and we go out there to clean it up, and it's blown out of their area, and the tide pulls it out, and now it's sitting over here, and we can't touch it using county funds. So what we have decided to do is we will try to use some of the DEP funding, but that takes away from the money that we're going to use to clean the river. We're going to try to keep the maintenance going, but it puts a burden on us, our DEP funding.
Mhm.
It's better if we could just do the whole river, use the money where it's needed, not because of some arbitrary line on a map, because the map doesn't take into account the water column. And all we're trying to do is keep the grass from being shaded, all the river, the whole bay. Once it gets shaded, you start to lose grass. It's the same reason that the Army Corps doesn't want to allow people to put docks and everything, boat lifts, things over their boats, because they don't want the shade over the grass. And so we're trying to keep that shade away from being on the grass. And that's what the money's used for, is to keep that. And then the areas where Lingbia comes back in tidally again, out of our control, and then we go in there and vacuum it up and keep it. The places over by Hunter Springs are going to be critical. That's our incorporated areas now. And so right now, the way it sits, we can't use county funds over there. So we'll have to use DEP funds to try to keep that clean. So when we put that grass in, we don't want it to die.
Well, so to my mind, an equitable way to look at this when it is floating, so it's not attached, so we
Right.
don't know if it's unincorporated or incorporated because it's moving around. If the city of Crystal River, and it's always dangerous to do math in your head while you're trying to track what's going on in the room. I did not pull out my calculator, but I believe that it is somewhat a percentage, it's an equitable portion that Crystal River is putting in on a population basis, more or less.
Yeah, I don't know.
5-ish percent.
I know it's
So-
$20,000.
Yeah, so like I said, it's always dangerous. I'm doing math in my head up
Yeah.
here. But I believe it's roughly an equitable amount. So if it's all in one pot, you just chase the grass.
Yeah.
Wherever it goes.
Yeah.
So to my mind, that seems fair to the unincorporated county residents that are paying taxes. But we'll have to see what the rest of the commission says. But, you know, if we really are, because I hear my colleagues on being very fiscally conservative and being careful that we're being equitable with all of our citizens' tax dollars, right? So you have to know what pots are going where and all that good stuff. And fairness is critically important. And so I hear them on that. And if they truly don't want to move forward today with a year, then I would suggest, you know, doing 6 months or something like that, just so we can get our feet under us on this issue. But that's just my ramblings, and I'm done, Madam Chair.
I have one little point to make about what you just said, is that people all across the county benefit and use Kings Bay. People that have businesses there don't necessarily live in Crystal River. They can live outside of Crystal River. They're still benefiting from the project and everything we're doing on the river.
How are the residents of Beverly Hills benefiting from this?
Do they use the river? Do they go fishing?
I don't.
Well, come on over. I'll take you
No,
fishing.
but that statement is and I'm not against you. I'm not trying to punish you. My whole point about this was that this was given to us at the 11th hour, and you better vote for it. If you don't vote for it, it's going to expire. I don't work that way. So
Well,
it has
I didn't
nothing
have anything to do with that.
I know. It has nothing to do with you all.
Yeah.
So I'm not punishing anyone. If anything, I'm going after staff like, you're not telling me where the funds are coming from. I'm not voting on something where I don't know where the funds are coming from. And that's why I'm getting put like, well, if my colleagues will do this, or don't punish Save Crystal River. But then that comment of everybody benefits, the residents, my little old lady, my little old man in Beverly Hills, those children that maybe have never even seen the river, how are they benefiting?
Okay, I have two ways that they're benefiting. One is property tax revenues, because they've gone up over there. So property tax revenues have increased, so that benefits the county. And the tourist tax. There is a lot of
I don't
people
get
coming
any of
over
that.
there. You don't get any tourist back
I don't get
money?
any tourist tax
In Beverly Hills?
in my district.
Oh, well, I don't know how that works, but
I don't have any tourism. I don't have any water.
Madam Chair,
You said punishing. You started this.
we have heard many times up here how much per household we benefit from tourism as a whole. Just off the top of my head, I think that it's somewhere around $600 per household countywide. So that's how the people in Floral City benefit from tourism in Crystal River. That's how the people in Beverly Hills benefit, is it's reducing their tax burden. Because of the amount of tourists that are coming to the county, that is reducing their tax burden by whatever that number was. I believe it was 600 and change. Maybe the chair of our TDC could tell us, or our former chair of the TDC could tell us.
Anyway, I do want to say, Lisa,
There is a number that benefits every single household in the county.
This has nothing to do, I support everything you've done. I've been there fighting for money so that you get it. But there's some triggers that are said that I just don't think are accurate, and they sound great, but I would just be very careful of that. And Commissioner Finnegan. Thank
Hello.
you. Thank you.
for all of your information. I want to clear up. Seems like you might be a little worried. I want to thank you for all the work that you're doing, not just in Crystal River, but helping other entities. My questions and concerns today do not have anything to do with Crystal River's getting so much and the other ones aren't. That it's more, I'm concerned about tax dollars because we don't have a funding source. So my questions are generated more so, how are we paying for this? That being said, I understand pulling money from state and federal sources. I completely get that. It's like magic. We offer a couple $100,000 and we get millions. So I want your project to succeed, because if your project succeeds, the rest of the county's projects succeed. I understand that. So please, and Ken, I know you alluded to that too. Don't be worried about that. That's not where we're heading with this at all. We want this to happen. We can't take it from stormwater. I'm going to pause and ask Mr. Howard. I don't know if you or Aaron could answer this. If we approve this today to extend it 1 year, and we don't have a funding source today, would they actually draw the money before September 30th, or would it be after October 1 when we'd be in a new budget?
Let me get Aaron to come up here because an F-bomb.
I was going to say, Miss Moore, you could sit down.
Oh,
You don't
you're
have to
done.
stand there. Yeah.
Oh, and I'd
For
just
now.
like to say, we've also asked for an additional, I think it's 80 million from the state.
80 million, 18 million?
I'm sorry, it's 80 acres, 28 million. So we're still
Thank you. Thank you.
looking for more money.
Thank you, Aaron.
So
Lisa, you need to fill out a card.
So in the budget impact, for this year, to your point, till we get into the new fiscal year, the option would either be to pick another funding source. There are some options listed there, or we could say that currently there are no outstanding invoices according to stormwater that they have. And whether there's funding left from the $20,000 that Crystal River contributes that they could use until the new fiscal year. However, at this time, the only place we would have to budget it from come October 1st would be general fund. So unless something were to change between now and then, when the proposed budget comes in July, we would just budget it in general fund. We would probably put it in the CIP and take it from general fund unless we were directed some other way, or like I said, unless something else happens between then and now, where we could locate another funding source. Like Mr. Howard said, looking into those alternative funding sources. And like Commissioner Bays mentioned, we are already looking at alternative funding sources. So if the board wishes, we will add that to the list. To have them look at funding sources for water quality. But at this time, it would be general fund come October 1st.
And Lisa, thank you, Aaron. You said the cleanup would be mostly in the fall. So you're looking at drawing most of the county money, what month are you thinking?
It would probably be around into September, October.
Okay.
That's when the most of the grass is out there. Of course, holiday weekends, we get a lot of boat traffic, a lot of chopped off grass. So we have problems then too, but the biggest push is in the fall.
Commissioner Finnegan. Thank you.
Are you shutting me down?
Well,
I still have the floor.
okay, go ahead. We just don't normally, again, keep bringing people from the audience once we've had public comment. That's why I just don't want to set a precedence for that. We kind of push that envelope pretty hard. So anyway, go ahead and do your finish up.
Wow, you took me off track. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you both for your comments. I think that I could probably get behind this. I think that we can figure it out. And I think TDC would be a nice option. I don't know how you all think about that for sitting with the chair of the TDC. I know we're hitting them hard for the money. I don't like it coming from general funds, but I think we have time, and obviously we want your program to still be successful, so thank you.
And I did not mean any disrespect. It's just that I know next week there'll be citizens that'll come forward and say, you did this, you allowed that, and I just
Well,
want
with
to
all
make
due
sure.
respect, I mean, you brought them up for Commissioner Kennard, and you asked them to sit on the front row for
Yeah, and
commissioners
that's
to
why I
ask
said I'm
questions.
sorry, no disrespect.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner Davis.
I think that TDC is certainly a viable option, but I would also remind the board that we all told TDC, me included, that we wanted to start saving up money to do something big. And so it's a viable option, but we need to keep all those, what did you say, spinning plates in mind?
Yes.
And did the motion have a funding source?
Continuing the same funding source.
Which is,
What was MSBU though?
What's that?
I thought that was the MSBU, but they said we can't do it.
Yeah, the MSBU, we can do it. My understanding, and again, I wasn't involved in that conversation with the attorney, the outside counsel, that cost us money. But my understanding was that she said that it could be used if you can tie the stormwater in the Central Ridge area, attach a benefit to the stormwater fees paid there to what's happening in Crystal River. And where I was going with hopefully my last and final comment on this is that I would implore the board to not start changing the funding source on the fly. This is obviously something that we need to workshop. We need to figure out a plan going forward for our other water bodies. The Homosassa Restoration Project is going to be successful based upon what we've learned in Kings Bay. I do believe that the Lakes Project that Too Far will be starting on will be successful. That's a monstrous project. The amount of area that they're going to be able to cover with $7 million isn't big, but it's a great start. It was a huge win for Too Far and the residents of Citrus County. We have a lot of, as we've heard this morning, we have an awful lot of infrastructure needs. Those are projects that will come out of general funds. I would encourage this board not to start looking to general funds to fund something that can be funded with stormwater. The TDC money, as Commissioner Davis said, we can't spend that money 2 or 3 different times. There are big projects, there are big tourism-related projects that will benefit our residents that money should be saved for to do some very nice capital projects. This program is working. We may not love the funding source, but it's working and it's legal. Right now, this is a 1-year renewal. I would encourage us to renew this for a year and then schedule a workshop at some point down the road to figure out how we're going to handle this thing comprehensively across the county. And then we can look at different funding sources. But again, at that time, I'll argue against using TDC funds and general funds for this.
Commissioner Bays.
What didn't you agree with me about? Teasing. I had to lighten the moment. I am going to support this. However, I am going to ask staff, and I don't want the delay tactic because I feel like this is of importance. The issue about spraying on the lakes, I know that we've been told that you have to spray, otherwise it becomes an emerging marsh. How do we go about it and stop the spraying? How do we divert those monies into a real program along with Too Far? I would like for us to look for a funding source, and I think some people that live on the water, no matter if it's a river or a lake, that there's potentially some kind of a charge to them since they have more direct benefit. I would like staff to work with Save Crystal River to implement programs across our county. And I would also like discussions to happen with the Tourist Development Council that would potentially give each one of our municipalities X number of dollars to each one of the municipalities each year for them to spend. And I would hope that if they want their water bodies cleaned up, that they will take those funds and spend them in a way that gives a return on investment so that they don't have to go back and ask for different things. So I'm putting those suggestions out there. I am going to support this today. I think it's been good work. I think it's important that when the state funds us and gives us amount of monies that they have, and we've had a program that's not government, because we do know that it gets bogged down in additional cost and is not timely. I'm going to go one more step on the record and say, again, this board is responsible for having these agendas, and we are not getting this information, nor are we getting enough backup in a timely manner to be able to make these decisions in an appropriate manner without having to come up here and have these contentious conversations about it. It was my understanding as of yesterday that we couldn't fund this out of stormwater. Now we're saying we can. If we can fund this out of stormwater, great. But I think we've got to continue moving this. We have to find a way that we're going to fund Homosassa, and we're going to have to find a way that we're going to fund the lakes. So, and then I know Chazawiska and Ozella will be right after that, knocking on the back door. So that is our job. People tell us all the time we're blessed to live in an environmentally sensitive county. So now it's time we act like it.
Commissioner Finnegan, anything? Commissioner Davis? Oh.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna, we get down these rabbit holes, but since so many times talking about one thing leads to spraying, we had a meeting with the experts that were available to us about spraying, and we do harvesting and we do spraying, and it's deemed safe. So if we're really looking at that, and I'm fine with us looking at that, we need to bring some real experts to the table, because I get things are poison. If you swim in a chlorinated swimming pool, which I'm sure everybody in this room has done, chlorine is poison. If you brush your teeth with toothpaste or swish with something or drink some city waters, there's fluoride in it. Fluoride is poison. So there's a lot of poisons out there, but if we're going to completely change the way the county is doing things when our experts are telling us that that's the best way to do it, I'm going to need a lot more information, and it needs to come from experts at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
I had 2 points, and I think the second one may have fled the building. But I was going to say that stormwater absolutely seems to be common sense to me, that we should be able to fund it that way. And my second point was more important. Whoops.
If it comes back to you, let me know.
It's already been a long day.
From the start, I've said that I do not agree with this, because the information I've received is that on the agenda packet that Public Works consulted with outside legal counsel and believes stormwater can no longer fund these services. And that is where I have the problem, because your Commissioner Kennard is telling me stormwater can fund it, and he's the only one telling me that. And no disrespect, but you're not an attorney, and I need to find out where it's coming from. So I am not going to support. I don't know what, if you tell me what fund it's going to come from, then that will determine if I'm going to support this or not, because it's all about funding for me. This is a maintenance contract.
I remembered my second point.
You can go ahead
Okay.
to her second point.
Yes, ma'am.
In defense of staff, I will say that there is a huge, we joke about this, not joke, but we compare the roads to a tsunami of roads that are coming, all the different things that are crumbling, residential roads. There is a tsunami of growth upon us as well, and this has been coming for a long time. We knew the Suncoast was coming through. It's why I ran, because I didn't think we were ready. And so I think that we're all private business people up here. We're used to being able to get things done yesterday on a regular basis. And it is a learning curve that all of us have experienced. The eldest at the end has been experiencing the government has been experiencing the longest. And so we have new leadership in the county, and they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. They can push it 2 more meetings, but then we're not getting stuff done rapidly, or they can push stuff on the agenda. And it's tough. It's very hard to be up here and get last minute things. And this one's half baked because of the funding source thing. The very thing that you are concerned with, totally agree. Totally agree. But we all have to work together with some patience and some understanding of where we are in the history of this county right now. We have a lot on our plates, and we are trying our best with good hearts to steward, to shepherd this into a better future. So I would say patience is called for. That's all I got. I just wanted to say, I'm not going to blame staff for that.
Commissioner Kennard.
I'm ready to call the vote. Ready for you to call the vote.
Well, thank you. Can you tell me the motion again?
That's what I was going to ask. You read my mind. What I have is motion to approve item E1B to extend for 1 year and to amend it to be for the removal of floating grass in the canals. Is that correct?
Yes.
But no funding sources
There
stated.
is no funding
The
sources
MSBU,
documented with
the
that.
stormwater MSBU. As
Okay,
it
so are
has
we
been, it's a
amending that?
renewal of the same funding source.
So are you amending that?
Yes, I'll amend it to include that funding source.
And
Okay.
Commissioner Davis, are you?
I'll amend it. I would ask a question. Should we say, should we amend it all to say if MSBU is determined not to be a viable source, that we will find it elsewhere, or hear back from staff, or will it kill it if we don't have MSBU?
Honestly, I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, I don't think it is either, but I wanted to ask while we were here.
This is if we were pulling this out of thin air and saying we want to start repaving roads in Citrus Springs with TDC money or stormwater, that would be pulling stuff out of the air. This has been, this is a renewal of an existing funding source. I don't know where it became a problem at over in Lecanto Government Building, but it obviously became a problem for somebody that they decided to call outside counsel and ask them about it. But outside of that, it hasn't been a problem. So I think we continue the existing funding source. It's a 1-year renewal. We set up the workshop and come up with a comprehensive plan for the entire county.
I'm good.
You're good? You're done?
Yep.
You're good?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at Commissioner.
Oh, yeah. I thought we were calling the vote. Yeah.
Okay, so I am going to say this to staff. I'm not happy. I feel like you've put me in a position where it looks like I can't stand Crystal River. But that's not the case. I want to know where money's coming from. So I am going to put it on staff. And I said it, came out of the gate and said it. So I'm going to call the vote. And I'd like a roll call vote, please.
Okay, that would be Commissioner Kennard,
Aye.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Bays,
Aye.
Commissioner Finnegan,
Aye.
and Commissioner Schleba.
I'm going to hold my nose and say aye. Yeah. I got my eye on you. Thank you. We have a 1:30 time certain, and it is 2:30.
Par for the course today.
Yes. So thank you. Mr. Howard, I hope you heard me.
We're good.
Okay, we have a H1.
I just started reading stuff. I don't.
H1. And again, I want you to hear me. Thank you. It was like the reaction. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
God, who just showed up?
Something new. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I'd like to thank you, Chair Slaybon and Commissioners, for the opportunity to stand before you today.
Can you give us your name and get closer to the mic, please?
Sorry. Dawn Faherty, Executive Director, Core Business Center here in Inverness. And I'd like to update you on the progress of the Core Business Center. Since our last update in June 2022, Core has made contact with just over 500 individuals, and we have a total of 18 businesses currently up and running that have come through Core. We have 3 more that are finalizing their last little bit, their plans, and they're set to open. In the past year, we've had 7 businesses that we have provided websites for, and we've provided another 18 businesses with local digiting consulting. For those 18 plus business owners, Core has assisted in making a difference in their lives and their dreams of becoming a business owner. And if I could, I have 3 individuals, new business owners, that have sent some comments that I'd like to share. Holly Worthington, owner of Eagle Community Transport. She says, we could not have started our business without Dawn. Dawn started us on the correct path and gave us all the steps to get our small business, Eagle Community Transport LLC, started. You gave us all the steps to get licensure. You gave us a helpful list of other community members who offer services we needed, like coastal accounting. Your recommendation of SCORE was invaluable. They paired us with a mentor that gave us wonderful support and guidance. We couldn't have done this without you. Another one, I could not be more grateful for Core services when I started my business in November of 21. Core continues to provide services on a regular basis through the different phases of my business growth. I was a new resident to Citrus County and reached out to Core for help in business planning, coaching, mentoring, to ensure my success in Citrus County, Dawn Faherty went above and beyond to make sure I was connected to the right people. This is a great program, and I will continue to use and promote as much as I can. Angelina Godfrey with Farmers Insurance. And one of my newest, the Closet Diva. It's a small, unique, upscale women's consignment boutique. I contacted Dawn with Core, and so happy I did. Dawn was very understanding of some of my challenges and directed me to the right person, office, and agency. I just recently opened for business, and Dawn personally came to see me and my operations. She made me feel extremely proud of myself. I had more questions, and she was on it immediately. Quick response and service. I truly value Core and Dawn with her professional services. That's Jody Whitworth, the Closet Diva in Crystal River. Core has also been a host to many groups for meeting space, such as the Royal Legacy, Inverness Area Council, Coffee with a Commissioner, SCORE client meetings, as well as SCORE quarterly meetings, the Young Professionals, computer consultation sessions, as well as meetings for Economic Development Director. We also work with other local businesses to assist them with their job openings, and we post them on our website and on our Facebook. I would like to thank you for this time and thank you for your continued support for the Core Business Center. I would now like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Jim Green with SCORE.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jim Green. I live in Hernando, Florida. Madam Chair and members of the Commission, I'm here on behalf of the Business Center for Citrus County, also known as CORE, the Citrus One-Stop Resource Entrepreneurial Business Center, a newly certified 501c3 organization. The county funded the original CORE through a memorandum of agreement with the Chamber of Commerce. That was done because CORE did not have a corporate structure. We want to thank the Chamber for stepping up and helping to get CORE off the ground and on solid footing for the future. We could not have achieved what we've done and the report that Dawn just gave if it hadn't been for the leadership of the Chamber. As you're aware, the funds to support CORE do not come from the general fund, but from a separate sequestered revenue fund set aside for economic development. We've previously submitted a budget for next year, which will keep our cost at the 2022 level, but will increase services to our small business community. Madam Chair, our goal is the same as yours, to have a healthy, vibrant, small business community serving the needs of the people of Citrus County. We thank you for your continued support and respectfully request continued funding from the excess CARES funds that were set aside for that purpose. We look forward to the opportunity to share our success with you as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Green, and thank you for all that you do to assist this project. Board, what is your pleasure?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I just have a question. I have no issue, and I've been supportive of CORE all along. My question is, at some point, those funds are going to run out. Is there a plan for fundraising, or is there, is that something you're thinking about? Because we were asked today for some of those funds for economic development. There are some much larger requests coming for economic development projects. I'm afraid that set aside is getting smaller and smaller. So what's it look like going forward?
Mr. Kennard, thank you for your question. At the 501c3, we will have some opportunities that we did not have before.
Okay.
We received just this year a $25,000 grant from Duke to do a study of what we need to be doing to help further meet the needs of the community. We're now reviewing that study, and we're going to put that into place. We're going to have a lot of new programs. We're going to be going out and finding other sources of funds because it's a 501c3. We can do that.
Great. Thank you. I'm on board.
Commissioner Finnegan.
In our backup information, there's a budget. It has estimated, but it has no actual. I don't know who did that budget, but it looks like you had all this money and there was no expenditures. So I'm sure that's not accurate. I was just wondering why it came to us like that.
All of the expenditures are forwarded to the county, I think, on a quarterly basis, correct? And so we account for every penny that's come through the chamber to CORE. This is based on last year's funding. We will save a little bit because there was some administrative fees that were going to the chamber for administering it. We're not going to have to pay that, but we are going to have some additional expenses for insurance and some other things that we didn't have before. So we can operate using the same dollars that were allocated from the excess CARES funds last year, and we can also increase services.
So my concern is this, and I know I'm going to be the unpopular one. It seems like that's happening today. I think, Dawn, you're great, and I know if anybody comes to you, I'll be your biggest fan. But as Commissioner Kennard kind of pointed out, we have an economic development director now. We didn't have that before, and we needed to do something during COVID. And it was my understanding that this was seed money to spin you off to be self-sufficient, which it doesn't seem like that's happening. I feel like this money needs to go to our economic development because we have so many projects coming up. I'm thankful for the businesses that you were able to help, but it seems like for the money that's expended, I mean, if we paid for that expense per business instead of this, we would have been much better off. I mean, the chamber has space, the chamber has some opportunities to help and guide business, as does SCORE. So I know in that time gap, this was something needed in between. I mean, I don't know how the board feels, and I don't know if they would say another year, but we have got to start taking this money and put it into our county economic development, because that's going to generate more business than I think that's coming out of this program. And Dawn, I feel horrible saying that because it's a person. I know.
I fully understand.
You're doing a great job. It's just, it seems like a good bit of money for a little bit of return. And I know with having Frank on board now, we can take what money we have and have a huge return. So, and I was curious about the budget. I would have liked to see the actual, but thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
I would like some clarification. Obviously I don't have the binder, but I think I'm seeing everything that you guys see. I don't see the actual ask on here. What is the ask? from the county?
$92,109.
It is the total amount?
Same
Okay,
amount, yes.
yeah, it just wasn't clarified on there, so. What is the long-range plan then, now that you have the 501c3 and so forth? Is this going to become more self-sufficient, do you think? Or what is because I was there in the beginning and did you change from recovery to resource?
Yes, because it started
Which is
as
fantastic,
It started
yes.
coming out of COVID, and it was the Citrus One Stop Recovery, and I have to give a lot of credit to Eric Williams. He was the brainchild that came up with this idea, and we also get their facility for a substantial discount, so we thank him for that. But we think we're past recovery, and so we're there now as a resource to entrepreneurs and existing businesses, and we consider ourselves partners with your economic development team. In fact, we want them to be able to use the facility that we have to meet with business people and their staff and site selection people in a professional, quiet, not governmental setting necessarily, that might be helpful for them. I mean, we consider it as a part of the team.
As a branding person, I'll say thank you for changing the name. I think that is much more appropriate going forward. What is the largest size client that has been helped through CORE? The largest business.
I'm not sure I know. We don't have the whole list. Several of them that have multiple employees, but for the most part, they're startups. But we're also helping existing businesses, not just startups. And so we get existing businesses that come in that have been here for a while that need assistance as well. And everything that she gets as a new client comes in, they become a SCORE client, and SCORE actually refers people to her to help them get things going as well. We've got things on the schedule to roll out if you will, a roadmap for how to start a business, how to do the things, where you need to go, what you have to have it with you to shorten the lag time, if you will, in the process. So it makes it easier for people to get their permits and get their licenses and all that kind of stuff. We've got a small business library that's got over 200 books in it. We talked about expanding that. There's some really interesting things we're looking at as a result of the study that we just completed with Vision First that are pretty exciting. Very, very new and different for us in Citrus County. We already have a facility we're looking at for that. So we think that we'll probably in the future be able to tell you about some really innovative things that we have never done before.
And SCORE is largely or all volunteer?
SCORE is all volunteer.
Okay. So to answer I completely appreciate Commissioner Finnegan's concerns on this. Absolutely 100%, because we have a lot of priorities. I would say that as someone that, my whole career has been helping small, medium, occasionally big global companies succeed, where our tagline now is where nature and community thrive. And we have Starbucks coming in, we have Target coming in, we have all these big companies coming in. What will help us remain a vibrant, community-based county is to have the cattle dogs, the little, the local guys. And to my mind, we take this bigger pot of money and we get the big fish that we do need. We need industry to move into the Inverness Air Park. We need all of that. But we also need, it's appropriate in my mind to spend a small pot of money to ensure that we have that thriving local small business community. And some of those are going to become bigger fish.
We hope.
Go back to the cattle dog example. He's expanding. So
he was a SCORE client before he even opened.
Yeah. So to my mind, I think that this is a clear winner to move forward, and I'm not even necessarily sure it ever needs to become fully self-funded, but it would be prudent to start moving in that direction as much as possible, because this board changes. Even if the people don't change, our direction changes sometimes, so.
Thank you.
So I'm ready to make a motion if you like.
Commissioner Finnegan, and then
I would agree for small business it could continue, but SCORE is going to continue. And I'm sure Josh could put somebody on the payroll for the chamber. And if that's a chamber priority, it's not that it would have to go away. I just don't know how long I don't know that it's the county's position to constantly fund it. I'm not against the program being funded. I just think there's somebody else that could fund it.
And I want to say something in Commissioner Finnegan's tag on to what she's saying. You know, I'm a huge supporter of this. We were dealt a terrible blow and we got some federal money, and I had always envisioned that we would use this money to help us get out of this. This is the third year.
Going into our third year.
In my mind, I felt this would probably be a 5-year program to dig out of that and to help to use that money for what it was meant to do, is to help the citizens and the businesses. So I agree I always had that end game in my mind. Commissioner Kennard took my thunder, because in my committee reports I was going to mention that I went to a meeting at CORE and that you were awarded, that you were 501(c) now, and that you were awarded $25,000. So I see that end coming faster, but since it was brought up, I always kind of saw government handling this for about 5 years. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that, but I think you are on the path of being independent. And I'm proud of what you've done, but that's so I agree with what she's saying. You know, this was a fix, this was a Band-Aid, and this was a lemon. We're making lemonade, and let's see where you go from here. I'm very excited for what you've already done, and getting that $25,000 was a big deal. So thank you. Commissioner Davis, you said you wanted to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve H1 in the amount of $92,000 even, or $92,109. $92,109. Josh Wooten would pick up the 109.
Okay, let's not give him any more credit for things. Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Thank you so much, y'all. Great presentation. Oh, see, now he's coming out.
It's like when you say Voldemort, he appears.
Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Beetlejuice.
Josh Wynn, President of the Chamber. So yes, all of you are right. This Commissioner Carnahan originally brought this up as a way to use some of the money like right away. How can we help small businesses? And because there was no entity to give the money to, the Chamber said, well, we'll do that. We'll be the administrative person. And so we are unbolting the training wheel, so to speak. This is part of them starting to fly on their own because they're set up. But I also want you to understand, usually when the private sector is involved in something, it draws a lot more resources than the government can draw. For instance, the city of Inverness, a councilman's here, they give that building at about a quarter of its rate of what it would be in the open market because they believed in this program. The chamber has an employee located there, which we pay the city separately for, and we split the utilities so that more of the core money can be used for programming. So I wanted to point that out. And our employee there assists Dawn because she's at the front desk and catches the phone when she's out, which that will continue as an in-kind service. So I just want y'all to understand this has been a team effort with y'all. And I would just take umbrage to one thing, that for 91,000 versus 18 startups, I think that's a pretty good return on investment. initially. And I hope that y'all will continue to believe in the program. The chamber now will step back. We'll continue our in-kind services by helping administratively over there. And I don't know what we're gonna do. Dawn may remain our employee because it's cheaper for her to be on our plan, all of our plans, than it is, you know, with them striking out on their own, but that we could just lease her back. But we are stepping back from the administrative part, the financial part, and we have been scrutinized very carefully on every expenditure. That's one reason why we're happy to step back, because the clerk, nothing gets by the clerk, and she questions every check, how it was done. So you can rest assured that every check that was written up till this point has been done, you know, with the utmost integrity, and it has been audited. So I see where this vote is going. I appreciate it today, and we want to try to keep this program going. Another thing, real quick, is nobody gets a service unless they can prove that they have an occupational license in Citrus County and pay the fee. So do I get 5 minutes? So.
So sorry.
Oh, I got your key fob, by the way. You left it. So, can you pass this down, please?
Excuse me, can you?
That reminded me.
Why are you abandoning ship?
But anyway, Commissioner, don't go yet. No, I'm just kidding. So, I'm off track on that buzzer, but I know how you feel, Holly. Please keep the program going. Oh, the occupational licensing fees.
Funds economic development.
Funds economic development, and who pays the fees? Businesses. So when y'all talk about your money and you
Time is
need
up.
money, it's our business. We're the ones that pay into that. And I'm sure a lot of y'all understand that.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Andy Chan, Inverness, Florida with Right Rudder Aviation. All of you on the board, thank you for your service. Of course, you guys are all small business owners and understand the importance of small business. According to the Small Business Administration, 64% of new jobs created in the United States are created by small businesses. So simply from an ROI perspective, as Josh alluded to, the 91,000 compared to the 18 businesses that were created, it's an incredible return that's going to come back to the county through taxes and various ways and manners. I myself got my start in business through an incubator and through a business accelerator at the University of Central Florida, and I have so much to thank for that. And to this day, I volunteer my time with another organization to help other small businesses grow and accelerate. So I think the value is there. We've recommended as our organization at least 5 to 10 different businesses that are interested in starting up. Go see Core and Dawn at the Core Center. She's been a tremendous resource, of course, Core along with the chamber, but it takes a village to start a business. There's a lot of different elements to it. A lot of people have great ideas and have the desire to start the business, but as you know, there's a lot of red tape in starting a business. There's a lot of processes to go through, and simply helping someone through that process can really ensure their success. So I'm very much in favor of continuing to see the Core grow, and I'm sure they'll find ways to self-fund in the future. But Core, while not a business, it does take time even to start and maintain a 501c3 organization as well. So very much in favor of supporting Core.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Ms. Wells. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Tabitha Wells, Wells Business Solutions. I feel like my heart is about to pound out of my chest because I don't like speaking at these things. But I wanted to make a couple of notes for you. One, I do truly appreciate all of the perspectives that you guys have offered for and maybe to push us in a better direction as a nonprofit. What I want to also share is that when this was originally founded, I was the chair of the chamber that year. And so by default, I got to be a part of this from inception. And anybody who sat at that table for the whole 2 years knew that my number one goal was to get us to be a 501c3. Unfortunately, it took us a little longer. Blame that on COVID too, if you want. just to kind of get organized and get some momentum and get some things going. As a business owner myself, I do not believe in government handouts. Unfortunately, most government programs that start are supposed to be temporary and they don't stay that way. That is not our goal. We have already secured funds for the 501c3. We will continue to do that. Your support would be exponentially helpful as we get going, because I wanted to also point out that the budget you're looking at is as if we were applying to the Department of Ag, because that's what we do. We have to have a proposed budget, because this part of CORE, the resourceful part of CORE, has not been in existence for 2 years. It's brand new. So that's a proposed budget. That's why there's no actuals for those figures. So what we've been operating on is basically as a committee of the chamber. So that's allowed us to kind of get some things underway and get some things going. But what you're seeing here is the fruits of all of our labor as a partnership with the chamber, a partnership with the city, a partnership with SCORE. Because while SCORE and CORE have similar things that they do, they have been able to work together and become stronger for the people that have accessed their services. I also wanted to correct the fact that when we started, we did have an executive director on the county staff at that time. I think it was David, if I remember correctly. So it's not that we did not have an executive director. Again, we were part of a public-private, multiple source partnership that is taking this county hopefully to another level where we can work together. It's just bringing in some more funds, some more opportunities, and some more services. So I just kind of hope that I clarified a couple of things that I heard. And again, I really do appreciate what you're saying and where you're coming from, because our goal is to get off your payroll. That's my goal anyways. I hope I didn't say anything wrong, but.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers? Seeing none, we have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board comments?
Yeah.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Tabitha, Ms. Wells, you did a fantastic job. Don't shake. I understand that. And Dawn, I would not want to cut your legs out from under you. It sounds like Tabitha had really explained that, how you are working. So I am going to ask you to work on that so hard in the next year and however many months before the budget comes again. And I will support that in hopes, I know you're on it, to get solvent. So we're not continuing this. I do want you to do successful things. My problem is just government constantly funding it. I'm behind you all the way, and I'll support you today. But next year's a different story. So, so work hard, and I'm sure if any of us can help you as a board or individually to get you propped up on your feet any better, we'd all be happy to help. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Bays.
I just feel propelled to say this because we're seeing this tremendous amount of growth in our county, and so much of it is going to be the big corporate box store. And many times they come in to a county and it's by name only, and they take, you know, whatever its contribution is through its sales and sales tax and revenue and things that get generated back to the county, but they're not really a partner. And it's these small businesses. It's Airfix, you know, air conditioning, and it's the Schleyball, and it's, you know, Kennard Chiropractic.
I was gonna let her struggle. I was gonna let him struggle.
Yeah. And Horsefly. But I mean, that is the backbone of America. I mean, those are the people that are invested into your community. They're passionate. They care. They have skin in the game. And that, I mean, and we need to embrace these people. We need to put our arms around them. And every time you have an opportunity, do business local. It does matter. So I hope that we all take that away today, as much as everybody wants someplace, a box store to shop at. If you can find that little boutique, or you can get your back cracked at a local guy, or you can get, you know, get cameras or a doorbell or whatever it is that you do.
I secure the county is what I do.
And get some air conditioning for God's sakes.
The
And
most-
if you need branded, I don't know. I don't know if I would use her or not, but I'm just saying that because she's in the bathroom. Anyway,
Don't
but
forget-
I am
Don't-
passionate about these small businesses.
Don't forget the ice cream. I've contributed the last 3 days to Geyer's Ice Cream and had what they call a chubby mermaid. So I'm contributing locally and I've gained a lot of calories.
Okay, I'm going to put this train back on its track. We have a motion and a second to approve this budget request. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We have a 4-0 right now, Amy. Thank you. Okay, we are just so productive today. We're going to go back to E1C.
Motion to approve E1C.
Okay, Commissioner Bays, we have a motion from Commissioner, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say your name, Commissioner Kennard.
I'll second, and then so she can have.
Thank you.
Discussion.
Commissioner Finnegan. Does anybody, before we open up to the board, have any public comment on E1C? E1C? Seeing none. Is there any further board discussion? Commissioner Bays?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not really sure about this contract. Again, this is one that comes on at a very late date. It says that it actually expired May 7th. And the backup here. And if you look at it, it really doesn't give us a price. I don't know what we're doing, if we're just approving $87 per ton for approximately 2,000 tons. I'm not sure what we're approving here, number one. And number two, there's only one contract in here, and that is for Superior, and it lists two, and we don't have the backup material for Central. So I'm not sure if the ranking order is in here, but I will tell you in the backup on page 145, on item number 3, it says the decision as to which contractor the county will purchase the asphalt concrete mix will be predicated upon the total cost of the product and the ability of contractor to provide the product when required and the quality of contractor's product. Here's my angst with this. Superior is almost 80 miles away. And we have to, this contract is for asphalt patchwork in the county, and you have to, the county road maintenance has to go pick this up. It's a small truck. It holds about 4 to 6 tons at a time. And I want some certainty as to what we're doing here. And I feel like this is very open-ended.
Thank you. Mr. Howard?
Yes, Carl, please come forward. We actually had a discussion after our discussion we had yesterday.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. I'm Carlton Hall, Assistant Public Works Director. So this was a bid that went out for the purchase of asphalt. We had 2 bidders return pricing. One is Superior Asphalt. The second would be Central Materials Company, which is a local company. So as of yesterday, Central finally turned in their paperwork so we could, at a future date, award them the second portion of this agreement. Of course, since they're local, we would go to Central Materials first, but we like to have 2 companies in case Central may be out of product. We have an option to go for product in another contractor.
Is there an amount that we're awarding, or is it just per ton?
It's per ton as needed, so up to 2,000 tons.
Okay. So we would use the local source first?
Absolutely.
Provided, okay.
I believe there was only a $9 difference in tonnage between the 2.
I'm just gonna say this again. These have got to start getting to us. I mean, this says, I'm just going by what it says. It ended on May 7th.
This is a brand new bid.
I understand, but it says this one expired May 7th. So if we don't want to run out of a contract, I mean, I think we, timing of what we're doing is very important.
Understand.
Thank you. Any other questions for Carl? Okay, thank you. I do want to say something, and it's not necessarily to this item, but I understand that Commissioner Finnegan has taken the initiative to meet with local asphalt companies and with staff to get some answers. Am I correct on that? You've taken that on, you put that on your schedule?
Yes, I was approached by someone that works in the asphalt industry that does not make money in
Yes.
Citrus County.
Yeah.
And wanted to meet with staff, so I set that up at first with Steve. And I don't know if Mary was at that one, Steve, but then there's a second meeting with more staff, and that same person asked me if I would be present, and I agreed to be present. Yes.
And I really appreciate that, and thank you for doing that. I was also, I'm sure we all were approached by the same business person who wants the betterment of our county, and so what the reason why I'm saying this is thank you, and thank you for taking the time and doing this, and is it because of the situation we all can't be in there. So I was hoping that someone on staff or Commissioner Finnegan could take copious notes and report back to us, because there are so many questions that I have about do we have to use this high product, and
That's
when
exactly
we mill.
the questions that are being asked.
Thank you for doing that. And I wish I could be in that meeting, that darn sunshine, but I think it wouldn't be a good use of employees' time to have you have the meeting and then me go in and have another meeting and then Commissioner Davis and Bays and if
I believe it's at the end of the month.
I think so. We'll take really good notes and
And then
prepare
the
a
meeting-
document and make sure everybody gets.
and please ask the hard questions. And
Well, I
and
think that's how it started, because I was asking those questions on my own. I'm not an asphalt expert.
me
so,
either. Yes.
Yeah, and I think there was another local company that when I brought it up to Mary, said, "Oh, this local company's asking the same questions." So it wasn't one asphalt expert asking. It was more than once, which tells me that, hey, we've got something to look at. So I'm just interested to get some better answers.
And thank you. And my question that I asked at my briefing last week was, okay, if we're milling, do we have to put the Mercedes product on that milled road, or can we mill and use the Volkswagen product? And is there any testing that shows that the Mercedes lasts much longer than the Volkswagen? Exactly. It's the only way I can describe the products, because polymers. But that is a question. I was told by staff that it's actually the same. It works out to be the same price, which I find really, really hard to believe. So that
Hence the second meeting. Because,
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
hence the second meeting. And, there's a difference if you're driving high traffic on a county road and it's 55 miles per hour, or if it's very low traffic and it's 20 miles per hour. So those are some things I think that staff's looking at. And then there's millings, you give some back and it saves money. You save some and the county could use those. So these are just some topics that have come up that we'll do the deep dive, because that's how it started for me. How do we get more bang for our buck? We need a lot more money for roads. Obviously, if we save some, that's not going to take care of everything, but everywhere we can save and get more bang for our buck is important. I think staff's on board with that. I know Mr. Howard is, but we're in the same boat, asking all these questions and just looking for answers.
Yeah, and I love that this team is we're all eventually going to get the same information, and that's just going to make us a stronger board, and I appreciate it. I love that you just brought up the fact that it's a 25-mile-an-hour residential road, and what is the biggest wear on our roads but these big giant trucks. Trucks take away so much more than a car could go over it and over and over it, and so why do we have to use the same product on that residential road? So thank you for doing that. I just wanted to put that out there because I can't talk to you any other time except for now, so I appreciate that, and I appreciate Commissioner Bays' questions, because this is just going to make us better and a better use of money. Government better stewards of our money, because government prices just drive me crazy. So thank you. So that being said, we have Kennard made a motion, Commissioner Finnegan second. We did public comment in, is there any other board discussion on roads? None, seeing that. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Commissioner Davis, H1, what was your vote?
Aye, with a note to Commissioner Bays that I heard everything. And I'm going to put the check mark in the bad column for that.
Already forgot. Okay, so now, regular business. E2, ladies and gentlemen.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
Commissioner
we're just trying to
Kennard.
get going.
Commissioner Kennard, I heard Commissioner Finnegan first. Any public comment on E2 budget transfers? Any further board comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 5-0. E3, budget resolution.
Motion to approve E3.
Second.
Commissioner Finnegan with the motion, Commissioner Davis with the second. Is there any public comment on E3? Any further board comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 5-0. E4.
Motion to approve E4, A, and B.
Second.
Is there a C on the next page?
No.
No.
Have a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E5.
Motion to approve E5.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Is there any board comment?
Yeah, I'll make a comment.
Are you going to beat me to my comment?
Go ahead. Well, I'm just a little concerned. I mean, I get it, but I mean, does this set a precedence? I don't know where our attorney went, but I mean.
Because of the early cancellation, you mean?
But that's right. I mean, if you have a 90-day and we're just letting them out, I mean, I don't know. Would we do that with everybody that came before us?
I have the same concerns. I feel like, I understand, but we can't pick and choose who we let out of contracts. It's clearly stated it's 90 days, and you're giving us 30-day notice. So I just don't think that's, I don't think that's right. I might be on the Louisiana this, but I think, I just don't think that should be, I don't understand. But again, we get things last minute also. So would anybody else like to say anything?
I would say that I had a problem with that during the briefing, and my apologies. I should have said for discussion only because it's late and we've got to get ready for our 501. So as far as I'm concerned, 90 days is 90 days. Now, they gave us notice at the end of April, right? For May 1st. So that would mean May, June, July. That would mean end of July is what they owe. This is the problem with having my briefing on Thursday. It's been a very long time since my briefing.
Carl's on his way up, but I think they owe 2 months.
I share the same concern, like a contract's a contract, so.
Well, my concern is just if you do it, I mean, the next person that comes
Arbitrary
to
and
us, I mean,
capricious.
you did it for one, do you do it for all?
So we received a letter April 26th asking them to stop the lease May 1st. Now, they did pay for the month of May. So when it comes to that 90-day period, there would be a 60-day period that they're asking not to have to pay. It's about $4,951.43 a month.
Thank you. Board, I'm nothing personal. This is business. This is a contract. I think that I understand they want out of the lease, but there's a 90-day written notice, and I'm going to stick to that.
I'll either vote nay or rescind my motion just because I was moving too fast, one or the other, whatever your preference is, because I'm not going to vote for it.
Well, we have a motion on the floor. Okay, so Commissioner Kennard, do you have anything to say? Commissioner Finnegan?
Were you just shocked by
Mhm.
Okay, me too. You know, for me, I know that it was 60 days early, but I looked at them as a partner, that we wanted them to vacate that building. We wanted them into the Lecanto. That was brought up before about getting them moved as quickly as possible. So they did that. I just felt like we were somewhat responsible for that. That's the reason why I would vote yes for this. Just because we're trying to maintain that partnership moving forward.
Can you remind me of that?
I believe they're getting out of Metacrest to go into where they're supposed to be in Lecanto. Isn't that correct?
Because that didn't come up in my briefing, and I don't
Didn't
have
come up in
memory of
mine
that.
either,
Where did Mr. Howard go?
because that may change my mind back.
Denise, do you?
I don't know that we wanted them to vacate Meadowcrest, but we all knew that they had bought the center's property and that they were eventually going to move into the center's property.
In the letter, the live stream letter 1, 2, 3, the third paragraph. That's where I read that. They needed to complete their renovations, and now the renovations are substantially complete, and they've been approved by their licensure. So they're moving where I know this board had asked them to. So
I don't read it that way. I'm sorry.
You don't-
You're saying that their renovations were complete, so they wanted to get out of this lease. But the county didn't ask them to leave.
I think they were in Meadowcrest because they weren't yet in, how I understand it, they were in Meadowcrest waiting to get into the Lecanto campus.
Okay, but the county didn't ask them to get out.
I thought at one meeting you were, when Mr. Cherry was up here, you were saying, what about, you were supposed to start open in Lecanto? And he had said something like, we're almost there, and he kind of gave a timeline at that point. I don't remember the exact conversation, but that was the gist.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm still gonna hold to the contract. It's 90 days. I appreciate that, but I am a contract person, and I just don't feel like we can pick and choose who we let out early for the contract. And if do you have any memory that we asked them to leave early, or?
Yeah,
Because that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember that, but it could have been in a workshop setting or something like that. But this just looked like to me it was a lease that came forward that they wanted to break because they are moving on to something else. I know Livestream's actually in the audience. If some reason you had a question, they were here. Maybe they could
open it up.
At your pleasure.
Okay. Well, we have a motion. We have a second. We have board. Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I wasn't going to comment on it, but I will. I'm going to support this. We've got a great relationship with Livestream. They have done literally everything we've asked them to do since they took over the mental health care contract for the county. They've been scrambling for space because the need for their services was much greater than what they anticipated on. They had originally, I don't know if that's when they took this space at Meadowcrest, but they had identified a location out in Hernando that would have served our community very well, and I believe had the square footage to handle everything they needed to. There was significant pushback by the local community, so they backed off of that and went back to the drawing board. They've been very flexible with trying to appease the community, trying to appease county government, and quite frankly, this space in Meadowcrest, I have no doubt will likely be in high demand fairly quickly. Am I big on letting people out of their contracts? No, but I don't see, quite frankly, I don't see the harm.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to the public. See, Mr. Hinckley. It's like sleigh ball.
Schleibach, Schlack.
Schlackenbach. Thank you. Did you hear my question?
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
good afternoon. And just to give a
And your
little bit
name,
of,
go ahead.
Rick Hankey with Lifestream Behavioral Center.
Thank
And just give a little bit of history. The Meadow Crest facility was the first facility that we moved into, knowing that we were going to consolidate all of our services. Near the end, when we bought the property in Lecanto, we had to do renovations. We had to go through licensure. We talked to the county, so it was not a surprise we're moving out in 2 days. So I'm not real sure what you have in front of you or whatnot, but there were some issues with some repairs in the facility and some other types of things. But we have moved those services to our Lecanto campus. So when the letter was sent, we had discussions. It was our understanding that that was going to be fine, that we were moving into the new facility and there wasn't going to be an issue. If there's going to be an issue, we can pay those 2 months. We want to be a partner, and I hope we get the opportunity when we talk about maybe the Baker accuracy. We've had a change in our organization with leadership. Mr. Cherry has retired, and the board has appointed me as the CEO, president and CEO. So, as I told Mr. Howard in my discussion with him, it's my vision that we are your subject matter expert and your partner with regard to behavioral health. We want to do what's in the best interest of the county and the citizens that need behavioral health services. So hopefully the little bit of information that I gave you, we did move out, we did submit, we had discussions. It wasn't the middle of the night, we went, surprise, we're moving out. So that's kind of give you a little bit of background.
Thank you. It kind of looks like that, and you did not sign this letter, but it's dated April 26th and saying that we are going to be out May 1st.
Mm-hmm. And we've had
that's 4 or
discussions
5
beforehand.
days, yeah.
Yeah. we had
So,
discussions.
and it's, this is business, and I'm, like I said, if we hold the, small business person to 90 days, then we should hold everybody to 90 days. But it is very short notice of that this board is hearing.
Understood.
You might have had discussions with staff, but they didn't tell me that in my briefing. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
And we want to be good partners too, so. Is there any further public comment?
Donna Rummel. Inverness, you're setting a precedent. I don't know if people are banging down the door to get into Livestream, and I think they can afford it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further board comment? Any further board comment? See none. Board?
I would say that, thank you very much, Mr. Hankey. I agree with the good partners aspect, but the whole arbitrary and capricious, Madam Attorney. Come on, do I not get a laugh?
She's not listening.
Anyway, it's just a bad precedent is the problem. So I want to vote for it, but I'm inclined not to.
Good.
I mean, we have a motion and a second, correct? So
You don't have any further board comment?
I'm going to support it. I
Okay.
think that we asked for it and they delivered and they're our partner and
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
Nay.
That fails 2-3. Okay. You can move, but you owe me 2 more months of rent, so sorry. Thank you. Okay, E6. Old Homosassa West Septic Sewer Project Grant.
make a motion to approve E6.
Second.
Third.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan. I heard Commissioner Kennard first. Is there any public comment on this? E6. Let's See none. Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 5-0. E7.
I'll make a motion to approve E7, A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan. A second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, any further board comment? Got this money 3 years ago. That's my comment. Glad to see it moving forward. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 5-0. Okay, E8.
Motion to approve E8.
Motion
Second.
by Commissioner Davis. Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E8? See none. Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E9.
Motion to approve E9,
A and B.
A and B.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on the Citrus County Forfeiture Funds Report and Request? Seeing none, any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E10.
Motion to approve E10.
This is a discussion on the burn ban.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Bays. Any further public comment? Any board comment?
I'll say something.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Finnegan.
Just a reminder, Citrus County, you're not allowed to burn garbage. I'm sure the fire chief can tell you a whole litany of things you're not allowed to burn. But if you're burning, please look up the regulations and don't burn your garbage. That's all I want to say.
Very good public announcement. Thank you. I would think we wouldn't have to make those anymore, but thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 5-0. E11.
Motion to approve E11. I was going to say A and B, but there's only an A.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Davis. Looking for a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E11? Any board comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E12.
Motion to approve E12, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard, third by Commissioner Slabaugh. Any public comment on E12, Economic Development Funds for the Citrus County Airport's Financial Analysis and Business Planning Study? Well, hello, welcome.
Hello again, Andy Chan, Inverness, Florida. I want to thank you guys for really expediting this and really taking it seriously. And Frank's going to put this funds to good use for the study, and I think it'll be really excellent for the community. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, any board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Very good. There you go, Frank. Okay, F, Mr. Howard.
Really just two items to bring to your attention. Number 8, we did get a win last week, put some signs up in Homosassa, so I think that was an amazing accomplishment going through, every federal agency I think you could have to touch, we had to touch, but team effort, so congratulations to everybody there. Betts Farm, number 10, actually talk about late notice. I just got a couple emails shortly after 1 o'clock from our third party that handles our real estate needs, asking for an extension. I don't have all the details because I was in this meeting, but there are some things that they've outlined. I tried to send you an email a little while ago. There's one more, I think, follow-up to that, but that's the latest at this point. Obviously, he's not going to be able to close tomorrow. So that's the latest information I have on the Betts Farm.
Any board comment on F?
Are you looking for us to give you
I'm not, this
direction?
is just really, like, if I could have a consensus, that'd be great. I have not read this email. It just came in a little after 1 o'clock. But it did indicate that he would not be able to make close. They're asking for an extension, which we don't have an extension today to give you at this point to bring forward. We can come back at a later date.
I mean, if you
with
need
those details.
consensus, I'm a no.
Madam Chair, I'm a solid no. I think we've gone the distance. I mean, it's not an agenda item for us to vote on today, correct?
Correct.
But I think it's time to put that deal to rest. That's not going anywhere, obviously.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Bays? They're looking for consensus?
He promised a lot of documentation that he was not in possession of, so I would like to see us get those studies and tests and documentation. I think that should be part of our consensus. That was promised, and I think that we need the sale of this property for this animal shelter, and then I would like to see it back on the market.
Commissioner Bays?
I don't even know where to begin with this. I kind of follow this through Swift Mud. Here's my concern. We made an agreement to forego $30,000 for an extension in lieu of a $40,000 environmental study that he was doing with Swift Mud. At this point, he's made application, a preliminary application. It has not paid the fees for that. Therefore, we will not only receive our $30,000, but I doubt seriously that we're going to get our $40,000 study that he promised. So, if he doesn't produce that, I have no idea if, in lieu of that, legally, if we can go back and ask for our $30,000 in extension. I highly doubt it, but at this point, to me, it's business, and I'm ready to move on.
Thank you. You have anything?
Agree.
I fought very hard for this. I wanted to encourage this. And I said no more extensions, and I have to be true to my word. I mean, I just did that with the contract. This is a contract, so I'm a no also.
Good.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. You have number 1 on here and number 8. Did you want to? Oh, you did. You talked about 8. Okay. And Bet's wrong. Okay.
Number 1?
You didn't mention 1 at all.
We're it's a continuation,
Okay.
staff, and we're not where we need to be on that yet, but we continue to have discussion.
Very good. Okay. Okay. Mr. Howard, G1.
Yes, I'm gonna have Frank come forward on this one, but obviously we talk about today momentum with the airport, that economic engine, the importance of it. My administration that I brought on board to date is taking this extremely serious. I think we often forget we're only about 4 months into this, actually. You didn't adopt your strategic plan until January the 25th. I want to go as fast as I can go the year, make it happen, and Frank's doing an amazing job. So I wanted to compliment Frank from earlier today, and he's done exactly what I've directed him to do, but we're actually, hope is no longer a plan here. I think that's what you've been doing historically in the past, and we're not doing that anymore. So we're getting things done. So with that, I'm going to ask Frank to actually talk about these 2 resolutions.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks again. So 2 resolutions before the board today. The first one is allowing the county administrator to sign and submit a Florida DEO Job Growth Grant Fund for infrastructure application in the amount of $4.5 million. That would be to build a 24,000-foot commercial aviation hangar at Inverness Airport. So Job Growth Grant Fund is one of those funding streams at the state level where we can get infrastructure built for economic development. A very successful program statewide. I think Citrus County is long overdue for a grant in this regard. It was applied for last year. I think we've got a substantial grant application, including construction drawings, estimates, and yeah, I'm feeling positive about this. Second resolution is where I ask for some economic development funds. I'm asking for $300,000 to be committed towards the design and permitting of that hangar. That would be upon award of the $4.5 million by the state. We've already committed that $300,000 to design and permit. It's a formula I've used in the past to show the state that we are serious about projects, that it is going to be a shovel-ready project. We've already got the land. Now we're committing $300,000 to design that and to permit it. I think that's a bold step towards the grant application. And I think that, again, this is a great opportunity to get some more commercial aviation space at the airport.
Thank you. So, anything else, Mr. Howard?
That's it.
Okay, board, what is your pleasure?
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve.
Oh, got a
Second.
motion by Commissioner Bays, and I heard Commissioner Finnegan trying to make a motion, so I'll give her the second. Is there any public comment? Thank you, Frank. Is there any public comment? Welcome.
Last time, I think. Andy Chan, Inverness, Florida, with Bright Rudder Aviation. A little bit more about the history of this grant. Several years ago, we started the process of looking into what it would take to start an FAA aircraft mechanics school here in Citrus County. The main reason being is, as I mentioned earlier, we'd like to bring aircraft manufacturing to the Inverness Airport Business Park. Going through the process of doing that, one of our biggest challenges is workforce, of course. And so starting an FAA mechanics school in conjunction with WTC would solve that problem. Initially, at the point in time we started this, we did not have an economic development director at the county level, unfortunately. And of course, we had a different administrator at the county level. At that time, the administrator at that time said, the county can go for it as long as Bright Rudder writes the grant. No county resources were used at that time. So I originally wrote the grant that was approved by the board and by Randy Oliver last a year or two ago. We have since made about 8 trips to Tallahassee to lobby DEO and the governor's office on many different occasions and had very positive feedback on these grants. Initially, it was one grant for $10 million in conjunction with WTC and the county. At the direction of DEO, we separated that into 2 separate grants, both less than $5 million, so that the chances of approval at the DEO level were significantly higher. Unfortunately, the hurricane last year down in Southwest Florida impacted DEO's ability to fund this project. But the most recent trip to Tallahassee, we met with Acting Secretary Meredith, forget her name, Ivy, and she is very much seemed in support of the project and very much was encouraging us to reapply, and she made it a feature of her presentation during legislative days. So very much in support of this. You guys may or may not know, but WTC is super excited about this. They have a new director as well. But the program, if it does go forward, within 2 to 3 years of a student going through the program and they would graduate the program, they would have access to 6-figure jobs, not only here in the county, but nationwide. So it's an opportunity for the youth or even people looking to change career paths. And for those of you who do not know, there's a huge shortage of aviation mechanics out there throughout the country, significant shortage, to the point where in preparation for this grant, WTC toured Punta Gorda a year or two ago, and Bright Rudder, we toured in Tallahassee, one of the schools there. But graduates of those schools are being recruited 6 to 10 months prior to their graduation and getting signed contracts for those 6-figure jobs. So that will be a tremendous opportunity for the youth here. Very much in favor of the approval of the grant for the hangar. The initial discussion we had with Randy Oliver and the board at the time was half the space was to be used by WTC and half the space was to be used by Bright Rudder. Hopefully that still continues with the new grant. And the other thing that Meredith said was if the county is able to bring some funds to the table in some sort of match, then it will be taken way more seriously by the governor's office. And so that's why Frank is requesting the additional $300,000 because that puts something in. On Bright Rudder's behalf, We are donating on the WTC side because WTC doesn't have a lot of funds to contribute, but I think we donated around $100,000 in the grant if it does get approved in-kind equipment and things like that. So we are in on this, and it's not a for-profit venture. It is a venture that truly will help the youth of the community and provide the business park with a future workforce. So thank you for your support of these two proposals.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, board members, Josh Wood with the Chamber. We enthusiastically support G1, Resolution 1 and Resolution 2. This is good stuff. The private sector is working with government to make things happen. I got to give a shout out to Mr. Howard for listening to y'all and following through, and to our new Economic Development Director, Frank. This is something many of us have been working on, and we're making the right contacts and in Tallahassee, and teamwork makes the dream work. So let's keep it going.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Board comment? Very excited. I know a couple years ago, Andy, I think I yelled at you and said, go get this money. So thank you. Thank you, Frank. I'm excited about this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Advisory board announcements. Beverly Hills Advisory Council, it's with deep sorrow that we have to accept the resignation of Mr. Jim Barrows from Beverly Hills Advisory Council, effective April 23rd, 2023. Mr. Barrows has served 12 years, and I'm sorry to see him go. But we do need to announce that the membership vacancy and announce the accepting of applications from one regular member position on the Beverly Hills Advisory Council. The current membership term expires January 31st, 2025. This is just an announcement. There is no vote necessary. Committee reports. Start with Commissioner Kennard.
Nothing.
Commissioner Bays.
Nothing.
Commissioner Davis.
Nothing.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Nothing.
I had an announcement of $25,000, but Commissioner Kennard took that away from me, so I don't have to say that anymore. So Commissioner Diana Finnegan, District 2.
Nothing today.
Jeff Kennard, you have two or three things on the agenda. So,
Yeah,
sir, you have the floor.
Yeah, we'll start with item L1. Two of these things are just wanting updates on where we're going, trying to make sure that we're moving forward here. It's my understanding that the monies that we had allocated from the TDC funds or from tourist tax had to go back to the TDC to get their blessing to move that money back to a connector piece to get Three Sister Springs Trail connected to LaGrone Park. I don't know if that has happened yet or what's going on with it.
It'll be June the 14th.
June the 14th,
June the
it goes
14th.
to the TDC.
Yes.
And that's for, I think it was for $400,000.
That is correct.
Okay. And then once TDC hears it, hopefully gives their blessing, it'll come back to us. And then we will have a conversation about that connection piece from Three Sister Springs to LaGrone Park. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
You still have the floor.
All right. Item L2. I asked for an update on the Baker Act facility, the mental health care campus. We seem to be often stumbling right out of the gate with this one. The initial price tag that we were dealing with was $12 million. We have commitments right now, tentatively, for $10 million. So we're $2 million short out of the gate, and it looks like the cost of building such a facility is going to be significantly higher than the $12 million. And so I want to start the discussion of, if we are going down this road, who's going to manage the construction? What's our timeline? We've been talking about this now. I think it's been 6 years, and I believe it was two months ago, or pretty close to that, this board voted 3-2 to give the $2 million to Lifestream to have them build it, which I still think is the best option. Then the hospital board was bringing a lot of money to the table, and that, I'm not sure, those conversations are still going on, but I'm not sure that's materialized. So I want to find out where we're at in the conversation. In fact, the last direction that this board gave the attorney was to work out an MOU with the hospital trustees for $6 million, and I don't think that's happening. So I'd like to have an update on what's going on.
Do you want your update before my comment, or can I comment?
You can chime in.
Okay, well, here's my concern. We got derailed. I was one of those that voted yes to give Lifestream the $2 million. Fernando was going to commit. The hospital board may or may have not have committed, but Lifestream's going to build this facility. At that point, we could hold them, say, where's our facility? You have our money, build it, build it, build it. Hospital board comes in and says, hey, we have this arbitrary number, which I wanted to nail down, which did not happen. But it was the pleasure of this board to have them step in and be the big funder. I read in the newspaper, which I don't love that, instead of finding out through this board or another way, hospital board is donating $4 million and stuck on that number. And then I read in the newspaper that Mr. Grant, representing the hospital board, said the county could just bum the rest of the money. We would figure it out. I'm not okay with that because we had a good plan. We had a good plan to put in $2 million to invest in Lifestream to get what we all needed and wanted. I would like to go back to that plan. I thought if the hospital board wanted to step up and have the facility with the money that they have, okay, I'm sure Lifestream would be okay with that too. They make their contribution and the hospital board is the big funder, but it doesn't look like that's happening. So I wasn't part of that 6 years ago. It's got to be frustrating. We get almost to a finish line, we change course, and I feel like we just have taken 3 steps back.
Madam Chair?
Can I say something first?
Sure.
Okay. This is exactly why I pulled B2. I spent many hours on that audit. And the more I looked at it, and the more I ran the numbers and did it, and I'm trying to be a good politician here, but I'm not good at this, so I'm just going to say it. It appears to me from that audit, which is taxpayer money from the CCHB, that there is enough money to fully fund this project. And we heard the number $6 million, and I was so, not to be proud of you, but proud to serve next to you when you kept going and trying to nail it down. You wanted an amount. And I remember saying to you, you have the floor. And in my head, I was like, go, go. $6 million was not an unreasonable ask. And we were derailed because I wasn't there, I was there, I wasn't there, and then it got taken away. I don't like that. And I think that that's why I've asked that CPA, the author of that audit, come before us, because I believe there is plenty of money sitting at that hospital board that I'm sorry, I don't know why it's still going on. That's taxpayer money Let's fully fund this project and move on. And I'm going to stick to that because why are we begging for taxpayer money to fund a Baker Act facility? That's all I got to say, which is a lot. Oh, and we asked for direction with the attorneys from MOU. I don't want to see this building named after somebody if this comes from taxpayer money, except that this is a taxpayer's building. I don't want to see Jeff Kennard's name on this building. I don't want to see it.
Why not?
I do not want to see it. I do not want to see it. And I don't want any strings attached to this money. This is taxpayer money. Let's get this money, fully fund this project, and move on. Now, you can tell
Madam
me how
Chair.
wrong I am.
You're not wrong, but we can't demand the money. We don't get the money unless trustees say we get the money. And what they're telling us is, you're not getting the money. You're getting $4 million. So we can sit up here and pound our fists all we want about how much we want it. The other option is to give Livestream the $2 million. Hernando County's given them $2 million. They've already said they're in. The state's already said they're giving them $2 million, and let them build the building. If the building costs $12 million, fine, they put in $6 million. But if the building, which I suspect, ends up at $14 million, $15 million, we're already talking about the county borrowing money. We shouldn't be going down this road. We've got a million other infrastructure projects to focus on. For $2 million, this is behind us. Livestream is going to build the facility that they want, that they need on their property that suits their needs. Remember, Livestream didn't ask for this Baker Act facility. They've got their own system of care and it's working beautifully. The county asked Livestream when they took over the contract here in the county asked them to build a Baker Act facility. And we begged the state to get rid of the centers because the centers wouldn't build a Baker Act facility. We've got an opportunity to do it for $2 million and zero risk. That is a great deal that this board should be jumping on and going, okay, Livestream, Baker Act facility, mental health care campus, that's behind us. And what's more, let's say even if the hospital board shows up at the next meeting and they said, we're going to give you a check for $8 million so you can build it, but you have to own it. Now the county owns one more $14 million building that we have to maintain in perpetuity, which we've already talked about. I wasn't here, but I heard the conversation about maintaining all of these county-owned buildings. That's another one. So if we went down that road and built this building, owned the building outright, and we say, okay, Livestream, you're going to rent it. And they say, okay, we'll give you a lease for 5 years or 10 years. At the end of their lease, they go, we're not interested. It's not working out. Now the county's got a building we have absolutely no use for. And we have spent millions and millions of taxpayer dollars on it. I'm telling you right now, the $2 million is a deal. I don't have an agenda item on here today to make that change. But if the consensus of the board is to have that conversation, then I will put it on the next agenda that we go back to that plan of giving Livestream the $2 million and say, thank you for building us a Baker Act facility, specific timeline. We work together and say, how soon do you think you can have this constructed? Here's the window. If you don't have it constructed in this time period, all the $2 million comes back to the county, and we're done with it. Then we focus on animal shelter. Then we focus on road resurfacing. Then we focus on airports. Then we focus on Ozello Trail. All of these projects that are tens of millions of dollars, we're getting involved in something we don't need to be getting involved with. That already this early on we're talking about borrowing money. Now we are. But everybody involved in it knows it's going to involve borrowing money, and we shouldn't be doing that. So
this taxpayer dollars that have been sitting there from these leases is just going to keep being sitting there until When?
No, at some point, they will, my guess is, and we don't know, but they're in full control over that money. We have no say in where that money goes. My guess is the hospital trustees, much of these millions have been recouped from different third-party payers, stuff like. Now, I'm not knocking what they've done to get it, because there have been extensive legal battles that they've won. Now, they've lost one or two of them here and there, but they have done the legal work to accumulate this money. They're ready to sunset at some time in the relatively near future. So my guess would be that they'll put additional monies into programs like they did out at the college, the $6 million, or they may just say, you know what, it's going to take $5 or $6 million to continue to administer the lease. Whoever takes over the lease, here's your $5 or $6 million, and the remainder of the money goes to the CCCCF.
4CF.
Yeah, 4CF, there we go. That the rest of the money would go there. And then that organization would use, what is the 80% of the interest they can spend towards healthcare for the indigent in the community and different new healthcare programs, things like that. My guess is that's how that scenario would play out. Maybe if we go down this road of giving Lifestream the $2 million, along with Hernando and the state, and saying, build this facility, maybe the hospital says, you know what? We didn't want to go this route, but, we'll throw $1 million at it, or we'll throw $2 million at it to try and help this thing come to fruition. Or we would like to see, in addition to what you're doing, we would like to see this on your campus, and we're willing to put our $4 million towards it. Not the direction we want it to go, but if they're willing to help, great. I'm sure Lifestream would take their help. But the bottom line is Lifestream doesn't need their help to build the facility. What they need is this board to go, here's a $2 million check, put it with Hernando's in the States, and build us a great facility. I'm done.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
So the whole reason I jumped into this a few months ago was because I kind of figured you were sort of spearheading this, and then I jumped in because Attorney Lynn made my head hurt one morning. She does that whenever we talk, but in this particular morning, she really, really, really made my head explode with the difficulties in trying to write a contract for a $2 million contribution for a building that we would not own. And my head finally exploded, and I said, it's that Bill Grant had already come before us saying that the hospital board was willing to put up the rest of the money to own it. And I said, well, why aren't we bringing this to fruition? So I got on the agenda and I went there, and you're absolutely right, Commissioner Kennard, they control the money. We cannot pound our fist and say, doggone it, you need to give us the money. I went in there, hat in hand, very humble, and I said, I'd really like to bring this in for a landing and do right for a behavioral health facility, not just a Baker Act facility, because we desperately need a mental health facility in this county. If I recall correctly, about half the board was very much on board with $6 million. One member was only on board with $4 million, and one was a little bit non-committal one way or the other. And then all of a sudden it became, through the grapevine and the Chronicle, $4 million. Okay? So we are at a crossroads now. So where we had left it then was that we would just have to downsize the facility a little bit. But as you said, it could be that the costs are more than $12 million for the full-size facility, and then downsizing doesn't get us where we need to be with at least a minimal size facility. What I do want to push back on are a couple things where I didn't think that maybe you were so brilliant as you have been earlier today. Sorry, it's been a long day, guys. Is that mental health is not going to suddenly evaporate. So number one, the rent would cover the maintenance. Number two, if Lifestream goes away, we still need a mental health facility. And someone is going to go in there to run a mental health facility. Because as much as I'd like to say we're all going to be sunshine and light in this county and absolutely no one's going to have any mental health issues, that's not going to happen. So we build a nice mental health facility, and it's going to be needed in perpetuity. So I have no problem with taking that on as an asset for the county. And I just don't understand what your concerns are there, but that's all I got.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan, and then
All right.
Commissioner Kennard.
The problem with taking the asset, and I agree, maybe the maintenance costs would be paid for rent down the road. My problem is it's 4 million, not 6 million, but even if it was $6 million, I don't think that's going to get us there. And I agree with Commissioner Schleba, the hospital board has more resources, but as Commissioner Kennard said, we can't force them to use it. If they came in here and said, look, we want to make this happen, we're going to partner with LifeStream, we're going to take on the rest of the costs, the overage, with an agreement, we're going to make it happen and find property. Remember, we don't have property to put this on. So now we have to buy property, which adds to the cost. If they were doing all of that, maybe, but that's not going to happen. $2 million, we're risk-free at that point. I fear $4 million or even $6 million, the onus comes back to the county. It's not enough. They're going to tell us to bond the money, and I don't want to do that. We have other projects that this board wants to work on, that the community wants us to work on. And as Commissioner Kennard said, we could put this to bed fairly quickly. And we could be the driver. We could work out a date with them. And no harm to us. If they come back and say, hey, we can't do that, we get all of our money back. And we can get a contract in. What are we getting? We're getting services here. And we can make that whatever this board chooses. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. I mean, we can talk about that. We can secure the taxpayer money that we put into that. For me, it's a no-brainer.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah. Commissioner Davis is accurate that the need for mental health care facility isn't going away. But we can't force them to rent our building. If we set the rent at, the rent's $35,000 a month is what it will cost you. And whether it's LifeStream or another mental health care provider, they said, we can afford to pay you $5 million. No, you can't have the building. Then what do? You're sitting there with a building going, well, we got nobody to use it, and we've got a $14, $15, $16 million building that now we're maintaining. We already know that we don't have staff to manage a project of this magnitude. I don't know what the cost of the county building out in Lecanto was to build, but this will likely be, this and the animal shelter will likely be two of the biggest construction projects dollar-wise that the county's handled. Are we prepared to hire another $1 million consultant to design this building and manage the construction project? There's no need, I'm telling you, time-wise, staff-wise, dollar-wise, risk-wise, the more that we have gone down this alternate trail, it doesn't make sense. I hope that we don't do this to the taxpayers. Again, we're not voting on it today either way. I wanted to have this conversation. If the consensus, like I said, if the consensus of the board is willing to at least consider it, then I'll put it on the agenda. If we're determined to go down this road, it's already been a couple months since we heard how easy this was going to be.
Yeah.
It's not getting easier. It's getting more and more to look like we can't do this. I said this last meeting or a couple meetings ago. The rehab hospital that's being built out on 486 is roughly the same size square footage wise, same number of beds. They're at almost $30 million to build that facility. That's a long ways from 12.
Madam Chair.
Actually, we're at 10 right now. That's a long ways from 10. They can do it, private enterprise can do it a whole lot faster and a whole lot less expensive than government can. All right.
Commissioner Bays, then Commissioner Davis.
Well, I think we all recognize now more than ever that we need to join forces to facilitate shared knowledge, strengthen our partnerships, and engage in a dialogue about an approach that's effective in meeting our mental and behavioral health care needs. And, since this has kind of risen to the top, I have voiced my concern. I'm somewhat perplexed in some of the attitudes and what has been said about a Baker Act facility. It's not a treatment. It's pretty much a 72-hour hold. As you all know, I've said it, I have a symposium on mental health. We have a facilitator that's coming in, that's next Friday. And it's been publicly published, so commissioners can attend. And I think out of that, we're inviting all of the county stakeholders to come and talk about this, and live stream will be there as well. And I think if we can just take a breath, attend this symposium, get all of our stakeholders in one room, because I think right now what is happened over the years, it's very fragmented. Nobody knows who's talking to who. One of the issues that I've heard over and over is Florida Blue is not accepting new providers into the system. Well, I've made contact. We're finally getting that straightened out. We're getting that ability to talk to providers that are now in the county that want to get on to Florida Blue, that can have mental health care covered by their program, their insurance program. Some of the providers with Florida Blue, our market is saturated with who's on there currently. Get them off. If they're not here, get them off. Get the people that do deliver those services here. So there's a lot of challenges out there. We're a week and a half out. Let's come to the table. Let's hear what everybody's got to say. Let's find out what the problems are. I think then we have a roadmap. Then we can kind of come back to the table and we can talk about where we're going from there. You may be right. I'm not going to sit there. I also think that we have a community foundation trust that has a lot of money in it. It's for the health care of this county. It was the public hospitals' money. And to say that we're only going to take interest from that if we're not, and whatever that amount is.
We have 35,000 to give away this year.
That's ridiculous. I don't know what's going on, but I mean, we need to figure out the most pragmatic way how we're going to deliver this. And when I say this, I mean, there's a lot of research out there. And if you are in a state of crisis, you don't have the ability to rationalize and reason. We have to figure out how we're going to give warm handoffs. I'm not, in every level. If somebody is getting their life back in order and they want to go to the Central Florida College, we need to have a contact person with a name that we're going to send them there. They can't just walk through the door and try to figure it out. The same way with any of the mental and substance abuse programs. We've got to develop our partners and say, go see Cindy back there, over at NAMI, so she can help facilitate and walk them through. We do have a crisis, but just building a building is not going to fix the crisis. We have to find out how we're going to actually partner with the stakeholders and deliver the services in a cohesive manner. So I would say, let's be in a position to put it back on your agenda for the next county, the next BOCC meeting. But please come next Friday.
Can you, I'm sorry, Sheriff, may I ask her a question?
Yes.
Because I saw that advertised and I kind of questioned and I was thinking we weren't allowed to go. So could you just give that information? You said, is it Friday the 16th?
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be at the Central Florida College.
Okay.
From 9 to 3.
It's a long day.
And I understand that we can sit in the back. We just have to be quiet.
Yes, ma'am.
It's impossible.
No
Impossible.
faces either.
It's impossible.
Oh, that's, forget it. Okay.
I think
I don't know who's first.
I was next. It was very short.
Okay.
I was just going to say that I have never been absolutely committed to having to own the facility. I have gone a little bit in the 2.5 years I've been on the board. So you make a very good point, 2 million and we're done. You both made that point, and that's fine with me as long as we can figure out a way to make it actually legal. And then we're back to when my head exploded that morning a few months ago. So.
Commissioner Kennard.
I have all the confidence in the world in our attorney to make that right. She can get us there. I'm not going to say with all due respect, that's overused. I will say we're talking about apples and oranges. The apples part of this is bricks and mortar. Whether they've got books in there, showing movies in there, counseling in there, Baker Act, medications, whatever they're doing in there is the oranges part. The system of care is the oranges part. As a board, our concern is getting the bricks and mortar part of it set. The additional part of it, the mission creep, if you will, is government getting too involved in mental health care issues. I'm not opposed at all to putting all these people together. And I understand exactly what you're saying, that there should be this system set up that when somebody needs this, they can be plugged into this organization or plugged into this organization, that type of thing. All of that's good stuff. What I'm interested in is getting the bricks and mortar facility built. It's not that I have no interest in that stuff, because I do. That stuff is required once a facility is built. And for me, what I see, and for this board and the county taxpayers, the least expensive, least amount of risk is letting private industry build that place. If the only other partner in this thing who could potentially contribute money that I know of out there are the trustees. If they decide to contribute money to the project that Lifestream is building, great. Let them go to them, not somehow come through the county and, add different strings to it and so forth like that. Let them deal with Lifestream and say, you know what, we would like to have this with the facility also, and we'll pay for it. Then all of these different connections with different groups, different treatment methods, all this type of stuff, then that can happen. But we shouldn't mix the two, the construction of a brick and mortar facility with the whole treatment plan. Lifestream are experts. We've got other experts in our community. We are not. What we should be looking out for is a public checkbook. And the best way to do that is to let them take that part of it.
Commissioner Bays?
I understand what you're saying, but I will take objection with, there is a difference. If building a building is not going to fix somebody, and I have talked with multiple people that have been Baker acted. In fact, I went to NAMI, there was a 14-year-old boy there that got Baker acted, and he said it was the worst thing that ever happened to him in his life. I had a phone call with a lady 2 days ago that got Baker acted, who served 20 years in the military, and she said she forgot about what her pain was at the moment because she was sad and got Baker acted, and it was the worst experience of anything she's ever had in her life. She wouldn't wish it on anybody. I've had multiple stories, one after the other. I am not opposed to a Baker Act. But the fact of the matter is that we have to make sure that even if they are Baker acted, that if we do business with them, we need to know what we're asking for as a continuum of care through the process. That's all I'm saying. And when we go through this process in the symposium, what are the steps to getting people mentally healthy, whether it's their mental or whether it is through substance abuse? And what is it that we're asking our partner to do? So it's, to me, just building a building isn't going to fix the situation and making sure that they have a place to be Baker acted. It is about the entire services being delivered. And if we're going to partner with them, then that's what I want to discover out of this symposium, and know that if going down that path, if we give them the money, that we have some expectation on deliverables on how we're going to service the people in need of our county. Because yes, you're right, we are stewards of the county, but we're also stewards of their mental and behavioral health and substance abuse issues as much as we are of money.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I didn't hear crystal clearly. I had to take a bathroom break. But I do want to remind Commissioner Bays that Livestream has nothing to do with the Baker Act. So I know you talked to several people and they feel like they've been Baker acted unjustly. That's going to be law enforcement's call, or that's going to be their mental health provider maybe that they see on their own that makes that call and puts them to that facility. That's not a Baker, that honestly has nothing to do with a Baker Act facility. That has to do with the people that have the permission to order that Baker Act. Even shelters and things, they can't, if they have somebody acting in such a way, being a harm to themselves and others, they can't make that call. They can only call law enforcement to come, and they're trained to make that call. I just want to throw that out there, that we don't have anything to do with that, and neither does Livestream, who's our provider.
I'm not going to sit here and keep debating it. The fact of the matter is that the people that get in and they get Baker acted, it's about the aftercare services. It's about how they're treated while they're there, and what is the continuum of services when they leave.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I don't disagree with anything that you just said. But whether or not we have a facility in the county is not going to make one bit of difference in how many people are Baker acted, or whether or not somebody's Baker acted. What it will make a difference is whether or not they get to stay here in their home county for the 72 hours, or possibly longer for inpatient treatment, or whether or not they end up over in Sumter County or Lake County. The whole reason Hernando's throwing $2 million at it, at a facility that's not even in their county, is because their minors are going to Volusia County. That when those kids are getting Baker acted, they're sending them across the state. And so now the kids over there, the parents are over here with little to no means of transportation. Whether we build a facility or not has zero relevance on whether or not somebody gets Baker acted. But it does make a difference in whether or not they get Baker acted and they get treatment closer to home, which is something we should be concerned about. Doesn't mean that we don't encourage these other conversations and this whole continuum of care. I'm not disagreeing with that whatsoever. I'm concerned about the bricks and mortar facility so that these people that are getting care can get care closer to home.
Can someone explain to me why we were at the meeting of a decision, and it probably would have been at the time a 3-2 vote to give $2 million away, and at that meeting, Bill Grant came forward and said the hospital board has $6 million and possibly more, and then we read in the paper that it's a different amount, and then we have to bond. What was that all about then?
I have no idea. I mean, we were going in the right, and while it was a split vote, we were going in the right direction to match what the state is giving and Hernando County is giving and move on. We give it to them, go design your building, build it. How fast is it gonna be done? Great, get it done. On your property. We're keeping all our property.
Well, if that's the way you move forward, I kind of feel bad about making you pay those 2 months' rent, so, just because of that.
You know,
My bad, sorry.
There was, you know, there was some talk, not to broaden the discussion too much, but we're gonna be here all night anyway.
That is the darn truth.
There was some talk about maybe the resource center.
Yes.
Once the VA moves out of there, of relocating county offices someplace else and using that for a bake rack facility. My thought is
Mental health facility.
a mental health facility. My thought is that's another facility that we could get rid of. Let's sell that building. If we can get rid of it, if we don't need it, we don't have to maintain it, let's sell it. Be done with that. But we don't need to be in the business of building this new multi-million-dollar facility when we can put it behind us for $2 million. That's a no-brainer. For me, it is anyway. I don't mean that to be condescending or
That we're no-brainers.
no. That was
Sorry, I already
that was,
said no brainer.
no.
Started that conversation.
For me, it is. If I can pay it and go do this, we're going to get a great facility. Then we've got all of this renewed interest in mental health care and the continuum of care and all of that stuff. It's and we're not putting the taxpayers at risk for. Sorry, we went over $4 million.
Okay. Have we chewed on this bone long enough?
Ready to move on to my next one?
If I might,
Oh,
Here we go.
here we go.
the one who's having these discussions, I'm supposed to have a discussion tomorrow with Hernando County. So am I now on hold until the next agenda? Because I mean, I'm working on this agreement, which sounds like maybe might be a waste of pen and ink.
Well, if the
So-
agreement, may I?
Sure.
If the agreement is that you're gonna get $6 million with no strings attached from the Citrus County Hospital Board, then move on forward. But if not, I think we have to really look at some things.
That's one of you.
I think that drags it out, honestly. And again, all we've got to do is look at that facility. I owe nothing to Lifestream, nothing. But when I heard that facility on 486, they started in the neighborhood of estimating about $14 to $15 million. They're just shy of 30 million.
But it's a different facility. That is apples and oranges.
Not really.
Yeah.
There's same square footage, same number of beds that we were talking about. 40 beds, not the 60-bed facility. So maybe it doesn't get to 30 million. Maybe it gets to 20 million. We're still on the hook for $8 million bonding it. And we've got a whole lot of other projects that we're talking about bonding money for. Too great a risk. So I think I will put it on the agenda properly for the county to give $2 million to Lifestream. We'll match what Hernando's giving, we'll match what the state is giving, and let them build their facility on their property.
Can you
We're
put it
getting-
on in July?
What's that?
Can you put it on in July?
Why? No. No.
I'll just fill you in later. Okay.
That the $2 million for services.
That's a wrong word.
Yes, that's a very, very positive direction for this thing.
Wrong word.
So it could be
Very-
On another word.
$2
very
million
good
for
direction.
brick and mortar, and they'll agree to provide us services for X amount of time.
She's kicking your butt today.
Yeah.
Some other word than services, please.
That's, doesn't matter, as long as we get there.
So if we're gonna go back to the other way, I won't make Commissioner Davis's head explode again, but I need to know, are we going back to services? Because that's in addition to the services we already get.
No, has to be another word.
Madam Chair, may I? Madam Attorney? Could we not do that? Give them the money to build it for brick and mortar, and for doing that, they provide their services for X amount of time.
Unfortunately, we don't have control of them providing services to us in Citrus County. They are contracted to provide the services in Citrus County through Lutheran Services, because DCF gets the money, they contract with Lutheran Services. Lutheran Services chooses who our provider is. So I think he would, I mean, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he would say they can't guarantee that they will provide services to us.
Understood.
Because if they don't have the contract, that's not what he would say?
Well, I don't know if I can talk or not, but.
No.
It would be nice. I mean, he could.
I'm gonna open it to the public in a moment.
So
Gotta
I don't
follow
think
the
that they
rules.
can,
Go on.
I apologize, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think they can promise to provide you the services. Remember, statutorily, we are required to pay a percentage of money. I think it's 25% in a match. So we have to pay for the services they provide under the statute. It's not voluntary. We have to pay that.
Sure.
So the contract that I was working on before, when they were going to build the building on their property, was that for enhanced services or something I was trying to craft to say that they were going to provide something in addition to what they were already required to provide, because we already paid them almost $1 million to provide the services. So this was going to be $2 million in advance for some services, and that's where the difficulty in drafting was coming.
I'm wondering if Mr. Hinkie says maybe he wouldn't say that, because although he couldn't guarantee who Lutheran Services would provide, but if we said 20 years and then it was their building and they couldn't provide for whatever reason, it seems that a portion of our money could be returned.
Madam Chair?
I think Commissioner Davis is in front of you.
For the record, no more phone calls on my first cup of coffee to discuss legal stuff. However, I believe you have spent months trying to craft an agreement that passed legal muster, and you had been unable to do so at that point based when we spoke several months ago. So
And can I add to you,
Mhm.
take away your, Hernando County had trouble.
That's the key.
so it's Hernando County's
Well, both.
side, or?
Both.
So both counties had an issue with it. So what makes
Trying to craft the language. Yes,
so
we
what
were.
makes us think we're going to be successful this time? I mean, my whole reason for jumping in was exactly to try to accelerate this and get it done. Enough talking. And so if this can be successful, that's fine. But I don't want another boondoggle.
Thank you. Exactly. Commissioner Kennard.
Rather than trying to make the sausage up here,
Thank you.
what, I think that, I believe that Miss Lynn knows the direction that we want to go. Why don't we let her put together an agenda item for me for the next meeting? And
In July.
we will bring it up for a vote on June 20th.
I like it.
In between now and then, I do nothing.
But what
Well,
is
you-
that
But
direction?
draft the agenda memo.
That's
I'm
right.
just, and I only say that because, Mr. Grant has been out of town. We were trying to get a meeting scheduled with him, and Hernando County just sent over some new documents. So I'm happy to put this on hold until we meet again.
I think that we need one more bite of that apple, and you can simultaneously do your agenda item too.
This contract or this agreement will be between us and live stream.
Okay.
You let Hernando deal with live stream, the state deal with live stream, and if the hospital trustees want to contribute to the project, they can deal with live stream.
I got it.
Ours needs to be Citrus County's given $2 million to live stream, and this is what's expected. I would have that, any conversations I would have with live stream and say, what enhanced services are going to be there? What's the timeline?
Madam Chair,
Are you?
I'm done
Thank you, sir.
for now.
can you get that over the finish line?
Yes.
All right.
Nice.
Where were you a year ago?
What's that?
Where was that a year ago? Okay, thank you. I want to stop talking about this. L3.
L3,
Oh.
this,
No, it was just a discussion. A long, laborious discussion. But I think we got somewhere, so thank you.
L3, this one hopefully will be much easier.
You'd think.
You know, it occurred to me, well, I'm going to go back a little bit. When I was first running for office, I don't recall how I ended up in contact with Jim Kimbrough, but we sat down, had a cup of coffee, and he said, "Where are you at on Suncoast Parkway coming up through here?" And I said, "Well, you know, I hate to give you a political answer, but I'm kind of on the fence on it. I can see the benefits to it. But there's an awful lot of exits along I-75 that are ghost towns. So I'm not 100% sold on the economic benefit of doing this." And he went through the line that I'm sure he has given people for the last 2 decades, that as long as it continues to snow up north and the sun shine in the south, people are moving to Florida. He said, "You need to get on board with this road. The economic benefits to the county will be enormous. Economic development will follow this road." And then subsequently, it seemed like any time there was a gathering of people, a handful of people or a meeting, Jim Kimbrough was there saying, "We need to get this road built." Now, I fully understand and appreciate, and I've given our colleague credit for this numerous times, that our own Commissioner Bays was also out there beating the pavement going, "We need to get this road built." But as I was quoted in the newspaper, I think that but for Jim Kimbrough putting in all of those years selflessly, he doesn't have a business that's going to generate or that's going to benefit from this. All of that time and effort put into pushing this road up through Hernando County, through Citrus County, and ultimately out to 19. And there's no doubt in my mind that if anybody calls him about it, he's going to push them to keep moving this thing north to I-10. I thought it was only appropriate that that we asked the state to rename that section between Highway 98 and Highway 44 in his honor. And I was asked when this first surfaced, you know, most of these things happen after somebody's dead. You know, after somebody's passes, you know, you wait 4 years, 5 years, whatever, you name it in their honor. And what I have said to that comment is, we're seeing it in real time right now. I mean, we are seeing the road being constructed. We're seeing DOT accelerate the funding for the road. I mean, this thing is fully funded now, going all the way to red level. It's not just planning as it had been for a number of years. It's going to get built. We're seeing the economic development. We're seeing the benefits of it to our county. I think now's the appropriate time to ask the state to do that.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would be happy to make a motion. I think there's no person more deserving of being honored. That man has traveled every corner of this state, championing not only for Hernando County, but Citrus County as well. And I think it would be a great thing. As we know, he's getting up there in age, and I think it would be something that would, as my mother always told me, I would rather give you things while you're alive so I can see you enjoy them, and I would love to see him honored.
That's very nice. I was gonna,
Second.
thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis. I was gonna say from 44 to red level, we're gonna do Rebecca's Highway. Is there any public comment on L3? And we're not naming it after you.
No, I don't want it named after me. Josh Wooten with the Chamber. Great idea. I hope they can do it. I asked about it one time and they said that you had to be deceased to get one of those interchanges. But I saw where Ralph said that he would champion it on the House side. Jim has been a mentor to me as well. You know, when I first ran, he educated me about transportation, took me under his wing, took me to Tallahassee. Every other person knew who he was in the halls of the Capitol. And I think this is a great honor for him. It would not have happened. And I'm glad you acknowledge Commissioner Bays because she somehow got this back to the top of the list for the Tampa Bay Partnership. Got it as our #1 priority again. We couldn't believe it. And now we'll see. Now we see the way the state's growing, what wisdom that was. And I'm sure there's a retention pond or something you can name after her down the road to honor her as well.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this? Board, any other further? Yes, sir?
You know, as I was thinking about this, I thought, well, what would we want to name this? You know, what would we want to call it? And I thought, well, the Jim Kimbrough Expressway to Economic Prosperity, you know. And I thought, no, Siri would never get that right. But anyway, you know, Jim Kimbrough Parkway, something like that to honor what this man has put into the hours he's put into making this road happen.
Very good. Thank you. Lord. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 5-0. Very good. Congratulations. Okay. Commissioner Bays.
I have nothing.
Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Landon?
Yes.
Update? I don't give the update.
We have 14 cases going to Special Master June 21, 11 of which are for clearing lots without a permit, and the remaining 4 are for junk debris. So those 4 may get remediated before Special Master, but the others are individual property owners that have had their lots cleared without a permit. So I'm anticipating.
And without their knowledge?
In some cases, yes. So those will be scheduled for June 21 at our building.
Excellent. And anything else to update? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We did Jeff. Did Commissioner Davis. Okay. Okay, I wasn't gonna do this today. I was gonna do it my last. No, it's me first. I just want to rip this Band-Aid off. I'm going to be out of pocket for a little bit. I was diagnosed with stage 2B. Find out Thursday if it's stage 3 cancer. I'm going to be dealing with some chemo and surgeries, and luckily, I have a strong network, my family, my friends. I hope that my colleagues can help support me in this and that I can try to arrange surgeries around meetings, but
Wednesday.
not immediately. She wants me to schedule it on Wednesday and be back on Tuesday, but it's gonna be quite a long ordeal. I am been going back and forth to Moffett for this. I might look a little barren for a little bit, but we'll just keep pushing through it. I'll have to get over that. But I just want to say that what I have been diagnosed with is totally survivable. The treatment is brutal, but it is survivable, and I am like I've said 100 times, I'm a strong, mean Irish woman, so this is very beatable for me, but I just need a little bit of grace. That I don't want anybody to think I'm on vacation sitting on a beach. I won't be. I will be in a hospital, and that's all I got to say. Thank you and good night. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Not
Not
yet.
yet.
So thank you. So I'll know more. Like I said, they found a little bit more than they thought I had originally. So I find out more on Thursday, but I was kind of hoping he would schedule it for July because I know I won't be here. But so I think the next meeting will probably be my last meeting for a while. So thank you, and thank you for your support. I'll figure out what to say to the papers so that they can let everybody know that I'm not sitting on a beach. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, you have our thoughts, our prayers going forward, and we will be, you will be at the top of our minds while you're going through it.
Thank you. Look, I almost had a tear. I almost
is it a little
did.
moisture we see?
I haven't had any tears, so that I almost had one. Thank you. Okay. That being said,
We have technology. We'll zoom you in.
yeah, please don't. Denise.
Yes, ma'am. I have 2 items on the agenda. The first one is you all had requested that we retain special counsel for Inverness Village's 4 issue. We did that, and I signed the retainer agreement. I'm asking for you to motion and vote to ratify my signature on that retainer agreement.
Motion to approve P1.
Thank
Second.
you. I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on P1? Is there any board comment on P1? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. It passes 5-0. P2.
Yes, thank you. The second one is I'm asking you to sign on to the mediated settlement agreement. We have a pending case with Nancy Taylor and James Rawl. It relates to some property out in Ozello and some unpermitted structures, and a visit to the Planning Development Commission where a request was denied, and they filed this 70.51 proceeding. We did attend mediation with Marisol Rodriguez, and we were able to resolve the matter partially. And we're hopeful that with a new submittal that it's something that staff can support this second time around. And depending on the outcome of that staff report, we will either be back to mediation or back before you. But this is step 1 or part 1 of this mediated settlement agreement. We're asking for your approval.
Motion to approve P2.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on P2? Any board comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
It was Marisol's first mediation for the county, and she did an amazing job.
The consummate professional.
That's all I have, ma'am.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open it up to public for the second time, and I ask that you address the chair if you have any comments. They're directed to me. Please state your name and your address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you. Welcome.
Donna Rummel, Inverness. I'm exhausted. First thing, I'm going to take you to church every Sunday with me. So we got you. Second
What
of
am I
all,
going to do at my church?
well, I'm just taking you anyhow.
Okay, okay.
We're double dipping.
Okay.
Second of all, I don't want to sound mean, but I think the Livestream Baker Act is a Band-Aid. I support you. And the real reason I'm here today, is because I am echoing and giving you a nudging reminder that the many animal advocates here in Citrus are avidly awaiting our animal shelter. Nature's Coast is jamming people like guppies in a fancy fish tank, and they may be animal friendly and they may not be. So Citrus should get ahead of it all. And to some, it may seem mundane, but those who deny safety for animals or mistreat animals are aberrant and just plainly mean. Commissioner Bays, this may dovetail into your mental health forum, and I thank you for doing this for the people. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Donna.
Have a good night.
Next speaker?
Josh Wooten, Chairman of or CEO of the Chamber. I get mileage for coming over here, so I want to use it, get all my wisdom in while I can, but.
I want to know who said Beetlejuice 3 times.
So,
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
First of all, I want to say Mayor Sells the best county administrator we ever had.
Assistant.
No, she was the administrator for a while, a week or so. And I went to go to the office yesterday morning, and they were resurfacing my road. And I've got blocked in, so I got a half a day off and a newly resurfaced road because I requested it during her week. So that's number one. Number two is I'd like to see the proof of your illness to make sure that it's not just a ploy for your reelection to garner sympathy.
Okay, that's your awful go away.
These are the kinds of conversations we've had. We're keeping her light and breezy. But lastly, and more serious, I've actually had my discussions on the hospital board. Most of y'all know that I'm not a fan. Yes, they've clawed back some money, yes, but that's our money. It's all the taxpayers' money. And when they leased that hospital to HCA, there was a certain amount of money transferred, and the legislation required them to do the 4 Cs F, and very little of the money has been given to them. There's been some legacy project done, and I'm not going to argue with the Charlie Dean campus, wonderful public servant in our community. The nursing program, that's, a stretch. But, so I don't know how much money's left, but you might if you saw the audit. So y'all say there's nothing you can do, but there is something you can do. You can ask Ralph Masulo to file a local bill to disband that board and put all the proceeds that belong to the taxpayers of this county to the Board of County Commissioners, and that y'all will oversee the lease. Why can't you do a local bill that would do that? And you can use that as a leverage point that we're going to do a local bill. Not saying that that's separate from how y'all fund the Baker Act facility. The discussion I'm seeing on the bookends here is having me rethink my position too about not putting that much liability on the citizens. But as long as we do what Commissioner Bays is saying is say, let's have the total conversation before, during, and after. And then you've got to have the building. So, but that's what I think you should do. It's not easy to take on politically. I did it, and I'm still standing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public?
Rick Hankey with Livestream. I just want to say thank you, Commissioner Kennard, for bringing up the topic today for discussion. And what I would ask is that we stop referring to it as a Baker Act receiving or Baker Act facility, but more as a mental health facility or behavioral health facility. My vision is on our property if we go that route. We already have, there are 2 buildings that currently exist on that property. One is an outpatient. and it's a very comprehensive outpatient. So we're looking forward to sharing this with you, Commissioner Bays, next Friday when we talk about the continuum of care. Because for us, the Baker Act receiving facility is not what we do. That is part of treatment for behavioral health, but that's not the only treatment. So we have a whole continuum, and we're excited to work with the other partners here in Citrus County so that we have that comprehensive system of care. One thing that we will be bringing to the table is what we call our care coordination. We just received a SAMHSA grant for $4 million over the next 4 years, $1 million a year, to hire care coordinators that will be actually working with people who are discharged from the Baker Act, or they can also come to the facility under a voluntary as well. And I think we need to address that, and we need to make sure that we all are aware that it's not just involuntary, but voluntary as well. One thing that I want to leave you with is that the Baker Act is not a good thing. It's not, people do not come out and say that was the best experience ever. Unlike a regular hospital, when you take your grandmother in, your grandmother is admitted to the hospital, you get to go visit her, you get to bring her flowers, you get to bring her a little stuffed bear, you get to spend time with her, and if you bring her a little bit of Wendy's because that's her favorite meal, you get to spend that time. Unfortunately, due to the regulations of the Baker Act, when they come to us, remember, they arrive to us in handcuffs, that we don't get to offer those types of things. And family members and individuals that are going through it are often resentful because we are actually telling them when they can go to bed, when they can eat, when they can do whatever the case may be. Many of them are in denial because they come to us in such a delusional state that we are trying to get them on the medications. So when I hear it was a horrible experience, my next question is, well, what was your follow-up and what services are you continuously going to get? Because that's the most important. That's the acute care, that's the deep end service. We want to keep people out of the Baker Act receiving facility. So I know that there's been a lot of discussion about Baker Act receiving facility, and I would just ask that we change the discussion to more of behavioral health and holistic care. What can we do in order to keep people out of the deep end services, and how do we as a community make sure that we have that continuum of services, not the deep end, to keep people out of the deep end. So thank you, and I look forward to further discussions on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Very good. Okay, we have upcoming meetings, June 20th, 2023, right here at 1, July 11th, 1 p.m., July 25th, 1 p.m., right here. We have upcoming workshops, impact fee ordinance, June 20th, preliminary board hearing, Wednesday, July 26th, Citrus Courthouse, governing body of the Special Library District, and at 8:30, fire protection at 8:45, the BOCC at 9 a.m., strategic planning updates, August 15th, tentative budget hearings, September 7th, final budget hearing, September 26th, and the Citrus Elected Leadership Summit, Tuesday, October 3rd, 9 a.m. We're going to take a recess. We have a 5:01, and it's 4:57, and
What time do you want us back?
yeah, my head hurts. Can we be back at 4:20?
How about 5:20?
I mean 5:20. Boy, soon I won't have to be doing this, right? That's the plus side. So we're going to take a recess till 5:20. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm going to start without Commissioner Bays. If you all don't mind, oh, look at her. If you all don't mind, do you mind if I bump T2 first so we can let the engineers get out of the room? Is that all right, board? You all right with that? Thank you. Guys are quiet, so I don't know what you're thinking. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that's PUD-23-02, and at the conclusion of the public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Development Code Atlas and an existing master plan for non-residential uses. That would have been PUD 22-01, by allowing mini warehouse use and combining two out parcels, providing for applicability, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for codification and scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And with regard to this PUD 23-02, do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Finnegan.
No, ma'am.
No.
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 Okay, Madam Chair, I believe that the applicant is here and ready for their presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, McGregor Love, 215 North Eola Drive. I hate when you notice a typo on the first page of the PowerPoint. It should say June 6th. That was the date of our planning and development meeting. Subject property is located at the northwest corner of Norville Bryant Highway and Lecanto Highway. It's just shy of 30 acres. The zoning and future land use, GNC, general commercial, and medium density residential. That strip that you see at the northern end in beige or khaki is the MDR. This is the approved PD master plan. It's currently in effect, and that was approved by the Board of County Commissioners just almost a year ago. There are 10 retail commercial lots, 135,080 square feet anchor retail building on lot 10. That is the target parcel, and a max impervious surface ratio of 80%. These out parcels you see here highlighted, those are either there has been a permit issued or a permit application made. So the permit applications are for lots 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. And the request is for self-storage on lot 9. And you see that lot highlighted there. And I think that it's kind of helpful to look at the position of this parcel. I kind of refer to it as an in parcel. It's somewhat unconventional in a development of this type to have one tucked in and set back from the road. But I think that's, as we'll discuss, what makes this use on this particular lot appropriate and compatible. That's just a closer look at lot 9. This is an overlay of the current concept plan, the current site plan on lot 9. And I'll go back just here for a moment. So you see lot 9 there to the west, which is the subject parcel. To the east in this same image, you see lots 7 and 8. Those are being combined, and there will be a restaurant going there. It's a Texas Roadhouse will be on that property. So the site plan is a 3-story climate-controlled self-storage building. It's 83,604 square feet, a 27,868 square foot footprint, 25 parking spaces, and 5 loading zones. The loading zone addition was a change that was made in between our last hearing and this hearing. We had made the change internally prior to the last hearing at the Planning and Development Committee, but not in time for the cutoff date for the PowerPoint, so we weren't able to present that officially. But there are 5 loading zones here, and that's one thing that staff noted about our site plan. With the requested reduction in parking spaces, we need to have loading zones, and we do. We have 5 of them on site. And I'll say as well, I'm moving through this fairly quickly. If you would like to know about kind of the day in, day out operations of how this facility works, how the loading zones work, any of the other more technical details, we have folks here from the development team who can answer those questions. So please do ask if you would like to know. Those are the 5 loading zones there, highlighted in red. This is an east-north elevation. The top of the building is just under 39 feet at the top of the facade. You see the facade is EFIS, E-F-I-S, or Tough Coat. Originally, it's a fairly standard practice for this end user to have a metal facade for these buildings that is not consistent with code, and staff wanted to see a non-metal material, a non-finished metal material, and so we have this sort of tough coat material that will be on the property. And just to give you an idea of what orientation this is, that is the north, and that is the east. So the east will be facing the roadway, and the north will be facing the very northern boundary of the PD. So along the north and west boundary, to ensure compatibility with the incoming single-family residential, which I believe is intended for townhomes, we have agreed to put in an enhanced landscape buffer. Right now, there's a 5-foot setback with no landscape buffer at the north, and on the west, we have a 15-foot Type D landscape buffer. What we're proposing is 15 feet Type D landscape buffer with a fence on both the north and west boundary. So we would ask for approval of the PD, the substantial amendment request. We do agree, just so that you know, as you're looking through your staff report and see those conditions of approval staff has recommended, the applicant has no issue agreeing to any of those conditions. We're here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Board? Questions? Not at this time. Thank you. Joe, welcome.
Good afternoon. Joe Hockadell, Principal Planner with Land Development. I'm substituting for Joanna tonight, so. This application is being requested to modify the master plan for the Beverly Hills Crossing retail, general commercial development. So here you can see aerial view of the subject property. And this was the approved plan unit development that came in front of the board last year. And they do have a master signage plan, which comes into play a little bit with this request. Specifically, what they're requesting with this is to combine the out parcels 7 and 8 and make them one out parcel. And they're also requesting to add the mini storage use to lot 9. Originally, when this came in front of us, or in front of you through us, the specific uses for this weren't necessarily detailed. It was basically just general commercial kind of development, so retail, restaurant, office, that kind of stuff. And in general commercial, many warehouses is not an allowed use by right. They have to have approval through either the conditional use or the plan unit development. And so since it wasn't specified in the previous PUD, they had to come back in front of you to get that approval for mini warehouse. So the first part of this, to combine lots 7 and 8, really isn't going to have any impact to development and how this is going to develop. So there's really no issue with doing that. One of the things that was discussed was signage, because there were 2 out parcels there, so each one had its own tenant sign. Since they're combining them, the applicant has indicated they're going to remove one of those, so they're one sign less than previously. And so the second part of this is the mini storage. Staff did have some concern with this based on the type of development that we're seeing in this area and the recently approved residential behind it. However, the applicant has taken steps to address those concerns. So you can see they, based on their PowerPoint, they did add some loading zones to it, which was one of the comments. Previously, they had shown 25 parking spaces, with only 5 being for the mini warehouse use and the other 20 being for the use across the access aisle, which is Texas Roadhouse. But they have addressed that concern with adding some loading zones, and they also addressed some of the facade concerns. So this did go in front of the Planning and Development Commission. They had some concerns regarding visibility of this project, but they did recommend approval of this with a 4-3 vote. And the conditions in front of you are the ones that are revised based on the PDC hearing.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any public comment on this application PUD-23-02. Please step forward, give us your name and your address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Oh,
Thank you.
Sherry Lewis, 2675 North Carnoustie Loop. Thank you for letting me speak today. I oppose this modification. This was supposed to be the shops at Black Diamond, and including a mini 84,000-foot storage facility does not fit into that plan. I was led to believe that this complex would, and I quote from one of your guys' meetings, attract many people to this area for their shopping, food, and other consumer needs. I envision grocery like Aldi, retail like Target, boutique restaurants and shops. A 3-story silver green, wasabi green edifice is not what I was led to believe was going to be in this nice upscale shopping complex. You know, there's all kinds of other things that could go in there. I also cannot believe you would allow a 3-story building. Look around Citrus County. The hospital might be 3 stories. I bet you could count on 2 hands how many 3-story buildings are in Citrus County. Plus, the elevation that's going to be sitting at is going to be a beacon in the whole corner. Also, a self-storage will not hire many people. It's self-storage. What do they have? One person, a phone call? You board continually talk about needing better and more jobs. Guess what? No jobs. Get a business in there that'll hire people and you'll get jobs. Self-storage has no jobs. You also said we wanted people to be able to walk, ride their bikes, or a golf cart to these upscale shops. What am I going to do? Ride my golf cart with my couch and put it in my storage shed? I don't think so. Plus, 24/7, lights will be on all the time. You're allowed to go in there 24/7. There'll be lights on, a 3-story edifice, a beacon in the night in a nice area. I hope that you oppose this 3-story eyesore. Shops and commercial businesses the community needs and wants would be more in line with the vision you originally had for this shopping center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Shanine Moss. I live at 2893 North Osprey Cove Point in Lecanto, Florida. I'm here to ask you to please not approve this plan modification. I personally do not think it is in keeping with the upscale shops and restaurants I believed the developer described when the PUD was originally marketed to the community. Storage buildings are open 24/7, and this one will neighbor a residential community with very little buffers hiding a 3-story building. The kind of vehicles that will be used for this business will be moving semis, box trucks, and cargo trailers. The traffic situation from Wawa to Holder is horrible, especially if you are turning left onto this highway. These vehicles make the situation even more dangerous for residents who use that road on a daily basis. I'm one of those. Even though the storage buildings are considered lower use business, they are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and many people use them for business purposes daily. We keep our boat in a climate-controlled storage facility. And I also recently moved my little sister out of her dorm in Nashville, Tennessee, to a 4-story climate-controlled building facility. So I have firsthand experience with what goes on at a storage facility. This isn't Tampa, and it's not Nashville. A building of this size is not in keeping with the aesthetic of this area. The buffer isn't going to hide this 3-story building, especially one built on the highest point of the intersection, and will really look more like a 5-story building. As it appears now, from Wawa, that whole land and property is already built up very high. Recently shared drone footage on Facebook shows this area. It's almost finished and ready. At this point, I am becoming increasingly concerned the approved buffer will be sufficient to maintain a natural appearance for this commercial property. Again, this is not Tampa. This will be the highest building at the intersection, and in my opinion, it will be an eyesore. I certainly won't be shopping at this upscale business. I am still not clear if the entire facade would be of some sort of decorative FS panels or just the front. It needs to be 360 if you do approve this. People moving into new home developments may use one of several other storage facilities or downsize. With so much development happening in Citrus County, I ask the Commission to set a standard and not approve modifications of any PUDs unless there is an infrastructure or construction issue that addresses that need. The Planning Development Board had 3 no votes. I'm asking for this board the same, 3 no votes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm going to close the public portion of this application. The applicant can step forward and answer some of these concerns.
Again, for the record, McGregor Love. I'm going to, oh, sorry, this is your presentation. Do you mind if I go back to mine? Thank you. So I'll just pull this up for reference. So, I think that, the concerns that were expressed, relate to sort of the nature of growth in this county and the nature of, this overall project. And just as a matter of background, there really was, this parcel was designed for self-storage by the master developer. They had that in mind since the beginning. It's the reason it's sort of set back in the location that it is. There was a miscommunication and misunderstanding on the applicant's part about what approvals they would need in order to permit self-storage on this, but this sort of in-parcel, Lot 9, was intended for mini storage, and I think that what the applicant realized and the end user realized is that growth is coming to Citrus County. The units that are intended for just to the north of this property, I believe, are townhome units. And folks that live in a single-family building may not have a need for self-storage, but folks who live in a smaller unit do. Folks who rent do have a need for mini storage, and that's what is driving the need for developments of this type. Now, the shops and businesses in the rest of the planned development, they will still be there. As we said, lots 7 and 8. What we intend will happen there is a Texas Roadhouse restaurant will be there. And then the rest of the out parcels are the sort of commercial retail businesses that you would associate with the development of this type. And of course, Target is still the anchor tenant for this. So being designed in this manner, we believe, really does not fundamentally change the intent or character of this planned development. The traffic situation that was mentioned, as I'm sure that this commission knows, that mini storage is the lowest traffic generating non-residential use, or at least the lowest commercial use. So it would not contribute to any traffic situation here. It would allow a successful business on a fairly large parcel that doesn't generate a terribly great deal of traffic and wouldn't impact the design. And just to address the question about the EFIS, it is going to be wrapped around the entire building. Just wanted to clarify that as well. But again, we are here to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you.
Board? I have a question, and I'm going to ask, as my neighbors have, the elevation is very high there, and it will look like a very big building. What are you going to do if this was approved? What would you do to mask that or help?
And I know that we have a member of the team here who can talk about the topography of the area as well. One item to note is, as a practical matter here, I think this is probably the image that is most helpful, or maybe even this image back here. So as you're driving south on Lecanto Highway, the first part of the development you'll see on the right-hand side will be the Texas Roadhouse. We haven't done sort of a site triangle analysis as part of this, but as you're on the road passing that Texas Roadhouse, the Texas Roadhouse is, I think at its top elevation, or top parapet, is 27 feet, and the normal roof line is around 20 feet. Because you're at road level as you're passing the Texas Roadhouse, and again, we have not done a site triangle analysis. I don't want to represent that we have, but the building behind it will be massed, notwithstanding the fact that it is a taller building. It will be masked in large part by the restaurant out there on the front of the right on the right of way. But I can have one member of our team come up because I know that they've done a lot of work grading the property, and they have a much better grasp of the topography than I do.
Good evening. Kyle Morrell, Bowler Engineering, 600 Northwest Shore. So what I've got here is I've got contours overlaid the PUD plan. And what we've got here along along 491, the existing grade along the roadway is approximately 110 to 115. And as our team noted, on a level surface, the self-storage would obviously be higher than the Texas Roadhouse. But from your line of sight looking up at the site, the building's going to appear larger. The Texas Roadhouse would appear larger than it actually is. So it will cover a large majority of the facade for the self-storage facility. But as noted, we have not done a line of sight survey to understand exactly what percentage of the building, but a large majority, over 50%, will be masked simply just by the row of out parcels that we have along the eastern part of our site.
Thank you. I am actually more concerned about Shadow Creek Loop on the backside. You know, I'm a big fan of y'all. I've supported all these things. Not crazy about this. I'm also not crazy because of Shadow Creek Loop being there and what they're going to experience. And I'd like to hear how you're going to sell that to me. Hello, Will.
Good evening. Will Anderson with Ferber Development Company, the master developer. So sorry this wasn't facing towards the people as well, but a really important thing to know from the residents in the rear of the property as this relates to the self-storage building. We have had, as you've seen on the corner of this intersection, is a massive dirt operation. Over 550,000 cubic yards of dirt have been moved on this project. We've come out with all sorts of funny stats about that. You can go with wheelbarrows. You can take dirt to New York City and back. That's how much dirt we have. So long story short, large amount of dirt. This specific site, lot 9, is 35 feet of cut from the existing elevation, which is on the north side of this property. So what's important to remember is this top elevation, there's 30 feet of cut to this bottom elevation here. So with a 38-foot building, really the people behind it is just going to have an 8-foot, possible 8-foot. With our expanded buffer that we've worked with staff so hard on, we have an expanded buffer area with buffer trees and a fence. So we believe actually the residents behind us will not be able to see the building or barely be able to see the top of the building. It is not going to be this shining monument that people are going to have a blocked view of because we have 30 feet of cut from an existing elevation there. I hope that explains it better.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I guess I'll get right to the point here. I'm not going to support this application. This is one of the premier corners for commercial development in the county. I've got high hopes for this development there. I want to see restaurants, other commercial enterprises there that have a synergistic effect on each other. And I just don't think that the self-storage unit on that spot, I don't think it raises the bar for that development. So when it's time, if somebody's making a motion to support it, I won't be there.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Amen, Brother Kennard. Great development you guys have going there. We need something that's a lot more compatible. It's just not, it's not highest and best use. And I think I actually like modern architecture. I think the architecture is fine. Maybe not right there, fine. But my bigger issue is having mini stores there at all. Really hoping we get a movie theater at some point, some sort of entertainment, more restaurants, stuff like that. It was a head scratcher when I first read it.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan?
Well, this isn't going to go well for you today. I'm sorry. Yeah, for all the concerns the ladies from Lecanto brought up, you were hitting pretty much all of the things that were going on in my head about the height, the trucks and trailers in that development, what we really wanted in that development. That's not what we all envisioned. I think you've done a great job with what we're envisioning on the outside. I think keep that extra sign when you combine those two properties and put a sign to tell us what's maybe behind there, and it'll be something great, I'm sure. Thank you.
So it doesn't sound good for you all, and I'm sorry, but tell me what happens now. Say this wasn't approved. What are you going to do? How are you going to zig or zag?
Yeah, just before a vote is taken, this is a rear parcel of this development. And let's just consider what a rear parcel means for a development like this is that it is not a retail parcel or a restaurant parcel, especially in this market. It is either an office or self-storage or a lesser, because it does not have any road frontage. So the visibility everyone's talking about does not have it. Therefore, talking to the hundreds of tenants we've talked to putting this project together since the beginning, it is not an in-demand parcel because it is behind everything else. It's hidden in the back. So, bringing Target to the market and having the out parcels and everything, this rear parcel really, having this with this type of use is really important to us as the master developer. And hey, I'm not looking to change anybody's minds today, but it's a rear parcel. So the type of use that would go into this rear parcel is not a restaurant. It is not retail. It is either an office, a self-storage, or a lower density, lower traffic use. And so that's really what the future means for that parcel. Is it may end up being vacant, possible. Rather than, we believe with the self-storage use that it is a need in the community, especially with, as McGregor mentioned, the townhome development behind us. There's a need for this, and the apartments coming too. I know there's apartments coming as well. So those residents need this as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Board, any other comments? Commissioner Bays?
Since you're obviously involved with the steakhouse. Oh, my apologies. Everybody talks about walkability and this new planning design. Are you planning on pulling that to the sidewalk and then the parking would be behind it?
Oh, going the wrong direction here. Sorry.
That's all right.
Let's go to the site plan. Well, this would be pretty good. So, I don't think this has a pointer on it, does it?
No, I asked for one though.
Okay.
See?
Does it have a pointer on it?
It does? All this time?
Look at that.
Are
Just
you
have to
kidding
figure it
me?
out. Look at that. Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
People have.
This is what we
I've
asked
watched
for.
2
See, this
years
is what you
people
asked for.
struggle.
We figured it out tonight.
Thank you.
We've made
So-
fire.
I mean, I've watched these poor people struggle.
So this here is a main full access point here into the project, which this will connect eventually to, they'll likely make this connection with the residential, et cetera. Perhaps they won't, I'm not sure their plans, but this is the access road here. You have a sidewalk on both sides of this access road. The Texas Roadhouse sits on the southeast side here. And currently we have some overvote parking, employee parking for the Texas Roadhouse on this side. But I'm sorry, was that your question?
What I'm asking
Commissioner
is,
Bass?
I'm curious, when you do the Texas Roadhouse, you are doing that as well, correct?
Yes.
Will you pull that towards the sidewalk? Where you would have like sod and then the building, so it's next to the sidewalk, and then have the parking around the backside so that the parking kind of adjoins on the interior as opposed to having parking on the exterior.
Gotcha.
I mean, all this new development,
Yeah.
when you look at everything that's, since you're doing a mixed unit development here,
Yes.
most of it is showing the more modern way of developing is to pull everything to the sidewalk. So if you want to walk to it, you can. The
Right.
parking then becomes to the back end. You're not as you drive into that
Yeah.
intersection, you're not looking at massive parking and
Right.
concrete and getting everything the face, so exteriorly it looks pleasing.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, we've done a lot of work with the staff to really create a nice pedestrian walkway here. Sidewalks will be provided all along the back and the rear road, and along with the front of the parcel as well. Although there's quite some elevation changes, we do need to provide a pedestrian connection here so people can walk around. The design of the interior of the parcel, it is a nice design. It is not a building and then a sea of parking. I think that's what you're getting to. You
Right.
know?
Most of them have like a
Yeah.
little swath of
So the building is
sod and then
right.
the building. So that's very close to the sidewalk.
Yeah, so the building is actually, there will be a row of parking, just one row though, between the building and the rear, but it's designed as such to just be a little more of a pleasing to the eye, for sure.
So still, I'm asking, are you like, if I was on 491,
Yes,
is the Texas Roadhouse and all of this commercial development, is the front facing, is it going to be close in proximity to the highways, the sidewalks that go around it?
yeah,
I'm just going to tell you, I am a person that I like seeing the full scale of everything. So I have this
Understood.
map.
understood. I see you have the large overall map with the
Yes.
development next to us as well.
So if all of that is lined up around and what you're seeing is a facade of a building and the parking's to the rear, if you're traversing on the highways,
Yes,
then you've got Target with a large parking lot.
yes.
Then you have this storage unit tucked in there. And then behind that, is that going to be the townhomes or the?
So first of all, I think everyone can agree, the storage building is not, the storage building is pushed back as far as it can be.
Right, but behind
back.
that. Right,
Right.
but behind that, the units that you will be building
Yes.
behind that.
Yes.
And that's, I don't know what the numbers are. Is it the 250 or the 155 townhomes?
Yes, so that's another developer. We're not the townhome developer.
I know, but for a conversation.
yes, for our conversation, so I see you have the overall large plan there. So let me go back to this plan here and use my pointer. So, okay, here we go. So for the townhomes, the main massing of the townhomes, the site plan that I've seen that I believe has been approved from a conceptual level, is the mass of the townhomes is kind of in a circle here, right around this area in a circle, right?
Right.
And then you have appropriate buffers, some stormwater pond, et cetera, as the elevation goes down. The townhomes are not right up against our development, and our building is not right up against those townhomes. There's a lot of buffer area, a lot. I believe actually there's even a ring road and parking around the townhomes. So this section right here will not have townhomes right up against our development. They'll be back. There's definitely a parking and a road here separating the two from the plans that I have seen.
And then you have another road that goes a little bit to the east, and then it goes back
Right.
to the
And then-
north with another section along 491.
Yes, so-
or
so-
somebody does.
Yes, so then from the plans I've seen, have it going to here to the west, and then this is the single family development is this area, and then the apartments they're showing is over here, over kind of off of our map here.
Mhm.
But there are apartments proposed on that side, which I believe has come before the commission.
So the development that's going to sit just to the north above this storage
Yes.
unit.
Yes,
What
the
is that?
townhomes.
What is that elevation?
The townhomes. Those elevations, so this elevation at the corner of our property right here is 160. And then that is the high point of this intersection. Those townhomes are within 5 feet of that 160. So they're not higher than that 160. And then, let me just go back to the pointer here. 160 at the very corner of our property here. Then we cut into the hill 30 feet to where we get our pad here. There's a 30-foot distance lower. So we're actually set into a low area, our project, because we had to, it's all about stormwater. We have to tie into the county stormwater road system here and our stormwater pond here, which outfalls over here. So this road elevation dictates the commercial elevations of our project, right? So we actually, the target itself has 35 feet of cut and we have 30 feet of cut over here. And what I mean by cut is that from its existing elevation, cutting it down 30 feet. And so what we have is a large area which will never be developed. And you see this in white and in orange here.
Mm-hmm.
This white area here is actually what is a grade back easement. So it's about a 45 foot, or actually in some areas 70 feet of a graded slope down into our project. Am I getting to the point?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
getting there.
Okay, great. So that area which we've worked with the sellers on is that this is a large graded area that ties into our commercial project. And we did that for aesthetic purposes because we could have had possibly 40-foot tall retaining walls here. So really, from looking at it from the intersection, you could have just seen a wall back there. We thought that was not going to be a good design for the community.
So is it going to be landscaped?
Yes, landscaped, sod, grassed, landscaped. We have a large landscape buffer with a lot of landscaping. It's going to be very nice.
With canopy?
Yeah, canopy trees, yes. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, the townhomes will have its own buffer to our development. So we're required a 15-foot buffer with a fence. Have to ask Joe what the residential to commercial buffer is, but it's around 20 feet, I believe. I'm not speaking out of turn.
So to address the issue about the type of storage, I mean, would you anticipate that there would be like large semi-moving trucks coming in there?
No, that very minimal of that. Honestly, it is majority of trips are people's personal cars, and people do not move into a storage unit. You know, they'll have extra items from their house they need storage for. You know, they don't take a large moving truck and move everything into a storage unit. Majority of cases. Now, I'm not saying that it'll never happen, but majority of cases are your personal car where you're taking small items to the storage unit. Majority of units are 10 by 10 foot spaces. They're small. So they're overflow areas. It's like a closet or a garage you don't have at your house. That's what the whole thing is about.
So are you all stuck? I mean, is there something that keeps you stuck in that facade, that gray, green, modern
Right.
facade? Does that keep you, are you stuck?
I think that with some feedback, we could definitely go to the drawing board and come up with some creative solutions. Absolutely.
Listen, I don't like it either.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I'm gonna play the devil's advocate here. I don't like some of our highest and best use of corridors that we put a lot of money and development into utilities and infrastructure, and then somebody wants to come in and dump in one of these outdoor storage units that's small. With all this development going on, and I say this because you have, I think, some that may not have garages in here. We are the nature coast. If somehow we can get to, and my other angst would be, I would want as much, the maximum buffer. You know, canopies, because I think the more that we can put grass and canopies and put some landscape back in there that where it's being ripped out. I hate saying it, but I mean, I would support it, but I would want something that makes it feel like the nature coast. I like when you go to Cashiers, North Carolina, and you don't see things. I mean, I would prefer to see like all of your development around that corner where it has a little sod, you strip of grass, but the buildings are pulled to the front and the parking's in the rear. So as you're driving through that intersection, you're not seeing a bunch of parking lot.
Right.
You know, do as much as you can in the target to canopy and, you know, bring the heat down and block out some of that sound, because the way this thing's going to get stair-stepped in there, we're the nature coast. I like greenery. I like seeing things that make it feel more natural. And we're already putting 10 pounds of, you know what, in a 2-pound bag.
Yeah, we'll be willing to work with staff and anybody to enhance the building facade, enhance landscaping. If we see fit, we could do a landscape drawing to show you what's required and what we're doing there, and we could expand upon that with some additional canopy trees.
Well, I know you know, our LDC standard is a 25-foot type D with a wall. You know, that's our LDC standard, but I mean,
right.
If you can make the thing go away,
right,
visually,
yeah.
I mean, I know that development's going to go in on the backside. I can see on here there's I think it's going to be left natural just above that on 491, above Texas Roadhouse. I don't think that's going to be developed, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Well, are you talking about
right here? I'll help you. Yeah, that piece.
Yeah, that piece of that. There's no plans currently. We're not aware of anything, but I mean, it could be. I mean, here's the thing too, is that with all of the growth in this county, these type of uses are coming, because in our, you know, just an hour south of here, these large storage users are everywhere because of the growth and because of the residents moving into that area. And how we designed this project was not to have this use up front against the road. We designed this use on a back parcel behind everything else. So someone could come in tomorrow and, because of the growth in this county, and want to do a self-storage building right along the road on this parcel right here. You know, so there, I understand about the hesitance, you know, with this type of use. I really do. But there's going to be a time where many more of these are coming down the pike.
Well, I think we're seeing them, and they're less attractive than this. And as much as I don't like this, I think it's a better quality than some that I've seen.
Yes.
So
and this is a national user. I mean, it's So again, it's a parcel behind the front, and we feel like we've done what we can. So.
Okay. Commissioner Davis, then Commissioner Finnegan.
Your 70-foot slope,
Yes, ma'am.
so with the buffer, the townhomes up there are not going to be looking at the flat roof of Target?
No, ma'am.
They
Oh, well,
won't-
the
They won't be
Target?
able to see because that's not a pretty view, looking down onto the top of.
Understood. Yes. So actually behind the Target will be single family homes and they will be closer to our border right there. And yeah, they're going to see the Target.
The top of it?
Yes. Yes.
Because the buffers should.
And that's, yeah. And this is, this is the corner of Main and Main in Lecanto. You know, this is where Target was going to go. You know, they were looking at a bunch of other sites, you know, and this is the corner of Main and Main.
That's up to that developer to do a little, what do you call that?
Yeah, and that'll be up to those people moving into those homes whether they want to, you know, see that.
I look at a tower on our property and I planted a tree to hide that tower. Commissioner Finnegan.
I know you said, like, this is it, and this is going to be a vacant property. But I want to remind everybody that there's an outback in Inverness, and behind it is the in-back. And it has a successful little place in the back with no road frontage, but it works. And I would hope something could work here, whether it's a nail salon or a regular salon or an AT&T store, or a dentist or something. I just feel like that's more the feel of what we're trying to go for, and not a 3-story storage building. You're the developer, and I would hope that, you know, we could see a little bit of a broader vision than all or nothing on a storage unit. I really think we could do a little better.
Yeah, I do. I definitely understand your point. This was a difficult project just because of that cut we mentioned and all the dirt. I think at the end of the day, it's going to be questions of whether we should have taken this one on, because it's a very difficult project, you know. And sometimes as a developer, you have to go with what people are clamoring in the market for and where people want to build at that time. Because a lot of the time we don't have the wherewithal to sit there for years to wait for some smaller tenants to come in. For us to build those type of tenants, so we would build a spec building, and with building costs, we just can't do that, you know.
But I know about restaurants, you know, and I don't know, but I know that some place like a Chick-fil-A is not going to come in where they don't get road frontage. But I know Citrus County people, and if there was one way in the back or down a dirt road through the trees, like, they would drive there. I mean, I think about Pecs. Some people drive an hour out to that because if there's food that they want there, they're going to drive. So if they know behind the Texas Roadhouse is a place they want to go, they're going to go.
I totally agree with you. Build it, they will come. But a lot of these users are the first time coming into this market. Because Inverness is a completely different market than this one is. This one is coming together. And in a couple of years, it's going to look much different than it is now. I think we're going to see much more like a downtown type environment. However, right now, that's not what it is. You know, so
and I like you. I'm just not going to change my mind.
I totally get it. Absolutely, I understand that, and yes, I get it. That's why we put it in again the rear parcel. You know, because we felt with all the feedback in the community, it's a rear parcel use. It's not a front parcel use. You know, and that's I keep on drilling that down, but it is because it is a rear parcel. You know, so.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Finnegan is not wrong. And we are a different market, and you've gotten a taste of it, but you have no idea. We will drive down the hill, around the corner to go to grandma's house. She is absolutely right. Yeah. My problem is, I've got two problems. What is the elevation right on the back corner, right there by Shadow Creek Loop?
That's this one right here?
No, back.
Back.
Go
Up
back,
here?
left. No,
Left,
not,
other
don't
left.
listen to her, listen to me. Yes, right there. That's Shadow Creek Loop. What's going there? The single family homes?
This is part of the Black Diamond
No, but
community
in
up
front of
there.
that.
In front of that, these are the single-family
Okay.
homes, and they'll have a spine road that connects to the townhomes.
Okay.
Et cetera, et cetera. Yes.
What's the
Yeah.
elevation there?
Well, elevation over here, I believe, is right around that. Well, it's actually a little bit lower. I believe that's more closer to 145.
Okay. The frontage, where is vacant right now, nobody owns it on Lecanto Highway. Other way, that's
The little piece we talked about
Lecanto
earlier.
Highway.
Oh yeah, yeah, right here.
Okay. What concerns me is that 3-story storage unit going there. And it's all, it's almost the devil, it's better that, what is that saying? Better to know the devil. What is that saying?
Better the devil you know than the devil you don't.
That's it. Thank you.
Yes.
It's been a long day.
Yes.
I am terrified of that because this is my neighborhood.
Right.
So I don't like it either one of them, but the 3-story is a concern. That is a very big concern for me. I don't think Black Diamond's going to see this as much as we think we're going to see it once the homes start and the townhomes start. But I also don't think it's, yes, they want to come here because they know they can sell, but it doesn't bring jobs. And so I don't know where I'm at.
Commissioner Schleybaugh, if I could,
Yes.
just for clarification, the parcel that is under question that's to the north of this is professional service and office,
Okay.
which does not allow for many warehouse uses.
Shoo. Thank you.
So-
Thank you.
And if it did allow for many warehouse, it would require some sort of board approval either through the planning commission or through you guys.
Okay.
So-
Okay. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a motion. I don't normally make motions, but I'm going to make a motion to approve this application with the most stringent buffers. And do I need to spell that out? It's buffer D right now. Don't do that look. No, don't do a look. Buffer D right now is what it is.
So they're proposing a 15-foot type D with a fence, and the land development code requires minimum 20-foot, preferred 25-foot wide with a wall.
And that's E, buffer E.
It's D.
It's still D.
Yeah, it's still buffer D, but what they're proposing is less than what the land development code requires.
Okay, so say what I want. I want
feet.
25 feet.
In width with a wall.
Thank you. Yeah. And you agree with the conditions that, how many conditions are there? Joe, help me out, how many conditions?
16.
16 conditions based on competent
And substantial
and
evidence.
substantial evidence. I'm gonna make that motion. I don't know if you're gonna get anywhere with my motion, but
I would second the motion, if you will make the facade look like the entrance into Black Diamond, which is the dark rock, or that rock that they've got. Make it look stone, make it go away. Make it fit in with what I will second that. If you will make that and do your best on all of this other to
Yes.
make it look and make them look cohesive so that we have things that don't look all different. I mean, whatever you can do in any of this development to tie it in and make it look like Cashiers, North Carolina, and make it go away, you will make me a very happy woman.
Okay.
okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second.
Commissioner Schleybaugh, if I could, for clarification, is the type D where they're proposing it right now, which would be the north and west property lines?
No, it's type D, our LDC type D on the whole, everywhere.
All the way around? Okay.
Absolutely. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
Madam Chair. Sorry, I don't know how to attach any type of anything to accomplish what Commissioner Bays is asking.
Well, she went off on cashiers. I want to say the type D, 25 foot, is it with a wall or a fence?
A wall.
With a wall, and around it to make that disappear, that, so it would be, this is why they don't like attorneys. I'll tell you, this is right now.
I'm sorry, I just want to make something.
So it would be two sides, or, yeah, it would just be two sides. Right?
For
The 25-foot buffer and wall. Wouldn't it be on the northwest side and the west?
Northeast, northwest, both property
That little-
buffers. Yes.
okay, so on the northeast and northwest side.
That, yeah. Yeah. There and
This
there.
Property line,
Yep.
property line abutting, yep.
There and there. Yep.
Chairman,
Yes.
I wasn't talking about that part. I was talking about the facade requirements. I don't know how to write that in the conditions or in the ordinance. I mean, you're passing an ordinance, so it's law. I just need to figure out how to write that. Make it.
Applicant, you have any help?
Facade enhancements,
To be,
determined with staff review.
to be,
Staff needs some objective criteria to,
Right.
because what's in the eye of the beholder might.
Local design, I'm sorry.
facade enhancement to be complementary of the
Entrance of Black Diamond?
the design aesthetics of Black Diamond. Continue that brick and, you know, I don't know, I'm tired.
Are the other buildings in this shopping center gonna have that same look? Or is it
She's
just gonna be the
try.
store?
I just asked for all that.
Man, with all due respect, only for the storage facility. The
No,
rest
I
of
No,
it.
but she slipped it in.
I slipped it in. I asked for as much as they can get as whatever they're designing there. I mean, whatever, Target, whatever
Is
you
the
got.
main issue is maybe the bright color? So maybe we can say without the bright color.
It's too modern for what,
Yeah.
if you really are trying to do, and you keep saying Beverly Hills, but you know, at one point you had said the Black Diamond, whatever. If you really are, there is a, you know, architectural design
Yes.
that we have that would be nice to carry it over.
Yes.
And then you know the developer that's gonna do the townhouses and that they're gonna carry that same feel also. So
Understood.
I think that's what Commissioner Bays is getting at.
I totally get it. It's just how
How to write it.
how to write it, right?
Well, you know,
Yeah.
and you got a motion and a second, but we have to take a vote, so
Yes.
I don't know how that's gonna go for you. But, so at this, is that all you need? Do you need more?
Well, Amy's got to write what the motion is. So is the motion to,
The motion is to accept this application, PUD 2302, with the 15 conditions?
16.
16 conditions, additional buffer D, 25 foot with wall on the two sides, and to get rid of the wasabi green and bring in the architectural design of the Black Diamond gate area, entrance.
Natural materials.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I don't know if it's appropriate, but before we spend an hour on working out their conditions, should we take the temperature of the board? Because I don't know if anyone's ready to change their minds. And I will remind everyone that if someone does change their mind, that's in the future, no restaurant there, no stores there, no jobs there.
Well, if something does happen with the vote and somebody did switch over, we have to have it exactly right.
Right, that's why I said maybe take the temperature at this point, because it seems like this is gonna take a long time to work out something for these gentlemen.
Madam Chair, I for one still do not see mini storage being the highest and best use there. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm trying to move this on. That's,
I'm out.
I think the language is fine.
thank you.
And
Okay.
all appreciation for the great work you guys do, seriously, seriously.
I mean, read a room. So at this time, I'd like to open it up to the public. We have a motion on the floor.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, you already had open.
We already, okay, thank
Well,
God.
you had a public hearing, so you don't need to open it up. I'm sorry.
Would you like me to state what I have here?
No.
Okay.
Can I get a vote on my motion? Is that where I'm at? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Sorry, it failed. I tried.
Madam Chair, we would ask for a continuance to see if there's an opportunity to work on perhaps a more detailed buffering and separation design for this project. It may be that we withdraw the application, but we'd like an opportunity to take the commission's feedback and see if we can incorporate that into a project that is more compatible based on your comments, if that's.
I think
I'm
that,
sorry, the
vote was-
ship has
yeah.
left the station. They've already voted, so.
I believe wasn't that a motion to approve, though?
yes, it was, and it failed.
I believe that you have, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that you have to have a motion to deny.
The board has to make a motion to continue or make a motion to deny.
So he's right.
Yes.
Very good. Okay. So board, would you be willing to let them continue to come back with maybe some different ideas?
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes,
Alicia?
ma'am.
Do you want to come back with your storage unit idea, or do you want to come back and have something different on that piece of land?
Right now, the idea would be to see if we could design it in a way that it would be a storage unit use, but it may be a storage unit that's not as tall as the current one. It may have any number of changes to it. We don't know. This is all happening in real time. And it may be that we withdraw the application. But rather than have a denial on the record, we'd like the opportunity to go back to the drawing board and see if we can incorporate something.
And
I
Commissioner,
can appreciate that. You've put a lot of work into this, and I don't think there's any harm in letting them have a continuance so that they could come back with maybe some different ideas. Are you all right with that, board?
I am.
Commissioner Finnegan, if I could, for some clarification, the existing PUD allows for general commercial uses for this development. So they can do other types of uses that are allowed in general commercial as part of the approved PUD. So this PUD is specifically for a use that's not allowed by right in general commercial. So
Thank you, Joe.
So it's already zoned commercial, and I don't mean to be ornery. This is probably the second time in maybe 6 years that I have not gone along with something like this, but I just can't do it. I just don't think that is, as Commissioner Davis said, the highest and best use for that piece of property. That is, I mean, you guys love it or hate it, you guys have got one of the premier corners in the county. And I think that corner deserves more than a self-storage. It's getting more. Target was the right direction. Roadhouse Grill's the right direction. There's a lot of positive going on there. The county's excited about it. You know, outside of self-storage, the worst thing you can put there is a car wash.
Oh, God.
I mean, that's the only thing that would garner less excitement than self-storage. It's zoned commercial. That we need something there that generates, like I said, synergy for people to get down there, to walk around, to go have a coffee, to go have a beer, go shopping, that kind of thing. I don't care how much lipstick you put on it, I'm not voting for self-storage down there.
I'm going to say, this is my neighborhood. This is my district. He's not wrong. I'm going to tell you, once this starts going, you're going to have people banging on your door. It's just they have to see it. They don't understand Citrus County. And right now it's just dirt, and we're like, oh, who can we get? And I'm going to throw this out there. Blaze Pizza doesn't mind not having frontage. I've gone to plenty Blaze Pizzas that I have to go around the frontage to get to the back. So I'm just throwing that out there. You know, I will do a continuances so that you don't have a denial. And I'd be happy to do that because I have faith in you. But I'm telling you, you guys are going to, this door shutting, the windows are going to open up like mad once this thing starts. He's absolutely right. We're a native Floridian. I'm a native Floridian. Citrus County is a strange beast. You'd be surprised once we get it going, you're going to have people knocking on your door. So I will do a motion what is the proper language?
Two choices, motion to continue or motion to deny.
I would like to do a motion to continue.
Wait,
What?
but can you clarify if it's already zoned commercial?
Yes.
So a motion to continue would only be for a storage unit.
Well, they want to come back. They don't want a denial on any storage unit.
And just to clarify, Commissioner, it would be a motion to continue this particular application, which includes the combination of lots 7 and 8 and the specific mini storage on that lot. So that's what we're looking to continue. And again, I would say that it may be that we don't come back before you with this. We just like an opportunity to chat about it as a team before we make that decision.
I'll second it.
Thank you. They want to save face. Let them.
Can you approve the other things?
What do you mean?
The other portions of the application?
If-
Or
yeah,
just let them come back?
If we could bifurcate the motion to continue and separate out the issue of combining lots 7 and 8 from the self-storage and have a vote on that tonight, that would certainly be our preference.
Eric shaking his head yes. Eric shaking his head yes.
I'm just trying to catch up. This is broken into two pieces. The first, am I looking at the right application?
Denise, so would we vote to approve their plans for 7 and 8, but not,
But deny the application as to the self-storage facility.
and that was lot 10?
Continue.
Or lot 9?
If-
Oh, sorry, they're asking that you
It's-
continue as to the storage facility and approve as to 7 and 8. And I guess then maybe Joe could parse out the different conditions that go to the different pieces maybe, or?
7-8 is Roadhouse and.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then it's here on the image that I've pulled up. It's up to the east of the subject parcel there, those two lots.
So, Madam Chair, I would be willing, yes, to vote on Texas Roadhouse, put those two lots together. I think that you would get a yes on that, but I would be ready to deny the storage unit. It's not gonna change for me.
So
All right, I'll make that motion. I'm gonna make a motion that we approve joining lots 7, 8, but we deny the change to the commercial zoning on lot 9.
Second.
I know, I'm not gonna.
I don't think it's the commercial zoning. I would say the storage facility use on lot 10.
So I would modify
Lot
my
9.
motion to that.
It's lot 9.
Not lot 9, I apologize.
Yeah, lot 9.
But we already have a motion on the floor that's
Oh.
still alive.
Oh, okay, all right, I forgot.
Was it a motion?
I put a motion on
Motion
the
and
floor.
a second to continue the whole thing.
So I'd like to amend
Rescind
my
it or
motion.
amend it.
I would like to approve the combinations, the I can't find it on here. Please help me.
7 and 8.
7 and 8. You guys couldn't make it any easier for me here on this thing. And do a continuance on lot with the conditions. You have to break up the 7 and 8 conditions from PUD, right?
Well, the application is basically for the whole thing. And so by approving this, lot 7 and 8 would be combined into one parcel. And then a lot of these conditions are for the development as a whole. And with the one being condition 5 talks about the reduced signage by combining lot 7 and 8. But the condition 1 really is the only one that says in the staff report where it's underlined and it has the additional of the mini warehouse use. So you could probably strike that plus the new conditions and it would just be for lots 7 and 8 as proposed.
Joe, can you tell me what page you're on, please?
It's 2.
772,
I'm looking at the staff report on page 831.
831.
Chairman, this is getting really muddy.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
I know. And you haven't helped me one bit.
No, I promise I'm trying.
So let me hear you help me.
I think you either need to continue the whole thing or deny the whole thing. It's just too, staff, it's just gonna be, the record is just gonna be too muddy. I'm sorry.
We're fine to continue the whole application.
Because I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I do believe that we need to continue this. So I make a motion, I'm going to amend my motion to continue this application
In its entirety.
in its entirety. I need a second.
I second.
You're amending to follow me, right? Davis, okay. Is there any further board
I have a
comment?
question for
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Attorney. If we deny that instead, like if this doesn't move and it's denied, how do they get their lots combined at that point?
Can I clarify? I believe that if this vote fails, there's still an opportunity you'd have to introduce another motion to deny, and I think you could separate it out at that point if you wanted to.
What he said.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so all in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
Nay.
So you got a continuance with a 3-2.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time.
And I thought that was gonna be the quick one.
Really? Really? We're gonna talk later.
Haven't we talked enough today?
Oh, me and her are gonna talk. You will see.
What are you doing, Madam Chair?
Oh, excuse me, thank you. I just want to take a sip of water. We are at T1. Thank you,
Yes,
Eric.
and,
Please, we're CPA-22-10 SR 44 Interchange Management Area, IMA.
Yes, and we have Amanda, Lynn, and Brad with Wade Trim here to give their presentation on the IMA and talk about land use and economic development.
Thank you.
All right.
No,
thank you,
it's
sir.
back there.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Brad Cornelius with Wade Trim, and with me I have Amanda Warner and Lynn Dellinger. Amanda is actually our project manager, and I get the pleasure of presenting this one to you this evening. And I will do my best to make this brief after that long discussion that you all had. So, and hopefully where this will go for you is to help you avoid those kinds of discussions in the future as 44 moves forward with its development. So let's get going. And so real quick on the background, I know you all are aware. This started a few years ago. Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council did the study, came up with their ideas and concepts on how the county could take advantage of the new Suncoast Expressway coming in here to Citrus County. And the county at that time did endorse moving forward with the idea of focused growth as part of that study. And that's what initiated this work, and this is how this has been moving forward. We started working with the county about a year ago in 2022 here on the State Road 44 corridor in two parts. And we're in the first part, is developing the comprehensive plan amendment, putting in the State Road 44 IMA as part of your comprehensive plan, because it does not exist yet. So this is the first part of it. The second part would be, if this does get adopted and does get implemented, then we would come back with the second part, which is then developing the land development code implementation, which would then get into all those detailed discussions about setbacks and buffering and all those things that you all just had. So this is the first part of that process. This is the comp plan side. So when we're talking about what is being proposed, these are higher level, generalized kinds of statements and things to be further developed if this were to move forward into land development code. Kind of to set that stage there. This is the area. I'm sure you're all familiar of it. There's the Suncoast Expressway going up through. The red is the outline of the IMA. It extends approximately 1 mile on either side of the interchange, and that was established by the county, us, before we came into the project. What I'm going to do now is Lynn Dellinger with RMA. She's a subconsultant to us, and she did a very detailed market study about this corridor. And I'm going to have Lynn go through that with you and give you her findings.
Thanks, Brad. That was an interesting discussion you had beforehand. But safeguarding and enhancing community character, sense of place, the natural environment, and overall livability is the goal of successful planning efforts. You have to do it. And you have to understand the market in order to make that planning relative to Citrus County. So the objective of the State Road 44 Interchange Management Area project is to provide the market potential of the IMA and then recommend uses for you, which we've done in its comp plan project. So this market analysis and the recommendations provide the platform for the renewal and renaissance that Citrus County desires. Our review of several different areas of analysis included demographics, lifestyle data, real estate information, housing conditions, the labor market, what types of businesses are here, spending potential, and other economic data points that are all part of our analysis. Do I have a driver? Or do you? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, thanks. So it's really important. We're going to go forward. So it's really important to balance the needs of a growing economy with the natural beauty that makes this county such a gem. If we didn't take that into account through the public engagement process and through the market analysis, then you wouldn't have good planning efforts at all. So looking at the strategies that were adopted in your 2030 strategic plan, we noticed that creating cultural change regarding economic development and encouraging a balanced inventory of housing available to citizens of all income levels were listed as your goals. And yes, transit corridors typically embrace compact development patterns. It's very important. Less spot development and more planned development. So the benefits from this targeted development can be optimized by regulations going in the front end designed to stimulate and encourage economic development. One of the interesting things as part of our report, and I hope you've had a chance to look at it, there's a very detailed analysis, but one of the interesting things is that we look at a segment of the tapestry of who lives here. And there are 14 different life modes that this particular industry analyst looks at. And in Citrus County, the most predominant is the silver and gold. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means that your median age is 63, which is an older demographic. So this segmentation provides an accurate, detailed description of who lives here and what do they like to do and what are their needs. So we find out that you may prefer digital media, but you're also avid readers of newspapers and you use libraries. Those things are really important and part of your market analysis. So the 2022 market analysis indicates that low to mid-rise family housing developments are a product type that will be supported in Citrus County's economy, and particularly in the SR 44 IMA. So if you look at the project on the right, it's a great example. You'll notice that the highway there and the mixed-use development is a great example of a low-rise mixed-use project. If you look at the project on the left, it's my nightmare. It's what we see throughout Florida. It's spot development. So typically, a low-rise development will have 3 or 4 stories or fewer, and it'll be spread through a larger area. Townhouses and garden-style complexes are examples of this type of development. And a mid-rise multifamily is usually between 4 to 9 stories with elevator services. So we, based on our analysis, expect that this type of housing will be well received in Citrus County, and it will be well received not only by the residents and new people moving in, but also by the development community. So they need to know that they can develop here and make money. That's what they're looking to do. So these are easier to build than high rises, and they usually include significant amenities like gyms, common areas, green spaces, and a pool. So these public realms that encourage walkable areas are a real big part of what you're looking for in this particular type of development. So we did come to some conclusions. We bullet pointed them and condensed them. We talk about the commercial market and how it can support residential demand. We talk about what commercial will work here. You know, yes, residents, and I loved hearing what you were talking about is, you know, bringing those buildings up closer to the road and checking with those buffers and moving that parking around. But that's very new, contemporary development. That's that planned development. And a lot of developers are going to balk at it. They're going to just back off. That's not the way they've been doing it. So you look at that and you decide what's the way that Citrus County wants to go. So industry clusters that are targeted to the needs and desires of the community are supported by your road network, and they're going to benefit from a targeted focus. So other uses that are compatible include mixed-use designs that integrate compatible uses such as dining and shopping and entertainment, but in a more walkable, compact development. We concluded that the corridor is absolutely essential for local and regional trips. It's an asset to support civic life, enhance economic development, and serve neighborhood resources. So this is the opportunity presented to you to create a mixed-use environment which anchors the community and provides shopping, housing, entertainment, dining, and educational opportunities. The Suncoast Parkway is such a monumental infrastructure investment in Citrus County that it is a tremendous tool for you to use. I noticed recently that, congratulations, you got a $1.2 million incentive award to expand broadband internet access. That's very important. So those are the type things that investments that are being made for economic development in Citrus County that will benefit the entire county. And that's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you. And what was so, I think, helpful, what Lynn did for as we move forward was that gave us that base of understanding of, you know, what the market was looking for and what to come here. So as we move forward, that's what we're trying to establish in the comp plan to set up that stage for that, then to move forward. So where I'm going to kind of shorten this a bit here now is onto our public and stakeholder engagement. We've had this for about a year. We went through this process, and you can see we started in January 2022. And actually, we're a little bit behind. Things got a little bit delayed. We originally anticipated to go before you for where we are today in October 2023. But we've gone through the process. We've had stakeholder meetings. We've had public workshops. We've had a project website that is still out there and active. And we've had meetings with the Planning and Zoning Commission. We've met with the board at a workshop and a review as well. So we've had quite a bit of outreach. And I will say we've had a lot of interaction with the Citrus Building Alliance as well as some other folks within your community talking through this process over the last year. So I believe we've had a pretty extensive engagement and a lot of discussion. The good news I would say though, and here's our project website. Again, we didn't get 1,000 people, but we got people to it. They gave us input. And what I would say is we saw a fairly consistent message whenever we went out and got input from folks, particularly in the public. It was and very similar to what Lynn had just presented to you and what they saw. Of course, as we go out and we talk, what did we hear? We still did, and we will always hear that because as you said earlier, this is the nature coast, and that's part of what makes Citrus so special. So, of course, we want to be sensitive to that, and we heard that. We want to preserve the natural part of the county and the rural character, and that's great. But what we're trying to do with this project is say, but this is a part where we want to develop. We want to encourage this corridor to build because this is where the infrastructure is coming. And as you all know, this is a strategic intermodal system network. It's part of the state network that says this is an important, not only local corridor, it's regionally and statewide importance. By doing that, we can help protect those other areas of the county that should remain rural and natural to make this a place where we want people to come. So that's what we heard. We heard that. And so I think we got that support. When we went to the Planning and Development Commission and we went to came to the Board of County Commissioners about a year ago, we heard, again, very similar things. But one of the really good things I think we did hear, though, was changes from where we started with some proposed policies and ideas to where we came at today to you. And a very good example I will use here, there's several, but the one I would like to bring up is initially when we started this project, we were very focused on parcel size and how big a property was. And we were focused on splitting a property. But as we went through the process and we got the feedback from the public and working with the development industry and working with your Planning Commission and the board, that was not well received. That was something people were not very excited about. So that shifted in what you have before you tonight. The focus isn't on a property size, but now the focus is on a project size, assembly of a project, not a parcel. Within a project, you can have whatever parcel size you want to have within a project size. So we have that. And the triggers are no longer tied to if you're going to split a property, now you have to do something. Now the triggers where this would be implemented are more consistent with what you already have within your codes. It's not triggered by that. There's more, and I'll get into those details here in just a moment. But that's what I thought was very nice about this process. It absolutely shifted as we went through our input and working with you all as the elected officials here in the county. And I just talked about all that, so I'm going to skip these things. I just summarized all of this. We did go to your Planning and Development Commission with what you have before you this evening. Back in February of this year for their review for the consideration of transmittal of this proposed amendment. And they did review it. We had a very in-depth discussion with them, and I think it was very useful. They did make some recommendations as part of their recommendation to move forward with this implementation. One of them was to clarify that one of the triggers that we had is on a change of occupancy on an existing development would require compliance. They were not real comfortable with that, and they made the recommendation. It's that plus that change would require additional parking or some other site improvement. So it's not just the fact you go from one use to another use, it's the fact that your project has a greater impact that would trigger it. That was a change that they had recommended. They also had recommended our project size was at 5 acres. They recommended to allow for it to be reduced to a 3-acre project size in exchange for not as much impervious area and providing for more open or green space. So kind of a trade-off. A smaller size, but also you're going to have a little bit more open space within that smaller project. But that was a recommendation. And the other recommendation they had was a simple change in wording in one of the policies where we talk about coordination with the Florida Department of Transportation, because that will be required since this is a state highway. As development moves forward, there will be close coordination with FDOT with that, because they do have the control on access management and things like that. So there will be that. But to change that wording from concerns to strategies. What you have before you this evening, we incorporated those recommendations into what's before you today, because we did feel, and working with your staff, that we did feel those made this amendment better. And we also, working with the partners on the private side, I think they also were supportive of these changes as well. So these recommendations of your Planning Development Commission are within what you have in front of you this evening. With that. Let me see. Oh, they had some more here. And then they had the recommendation to transmit it. So with the changes that you have in front of you, they did recommend this moving forward to transmittal to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, as well as the other state agencies, for them to review very quickly, just to make sure everybody does know what's happening. If you do move forward with this tonight, that would be the transmittal stage where we'll send it to the state for the review and comment. They'll have 60 days to come back to us with any concerns or objections or requests for information. At that point, we'll address those, and it would come back to you all ultimately to decide if you want to adopt it or not to adopt it. So if you move forward, they'll still come back to you at least one more time for a final adoption consideration in this process. Wrap that process around. So one of the pieces of feedback we did receive, and I just want to put this out here publicly, Mr. Stillwell was very active in our process. And Mr. Stillwell had a piece of property that he's representing that is interested in being added into the boundary. So he did present that. What Joanna had advised was that if this gets adopted and implemented, that they could come in, do their own amendment to include it into this boundary if this does get approved. So this is potentially, if this does get implemented, this may come before you in the future, an adjustment to this boundary. Okay. So the overall outcome is what we did is initially we had this really long objective statement, which was really kind of unwieldy. So we broke that out. We have it now broken into the policies. The objective is much more concise. We've also made a strong tie to the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council and that initial study that they did in the county, because we think that does provide a very strong base for this moving forward, particularly when the state agencies start looking at this, so that they can see this was something that was done in cooperation, and it wasn't just a Citrus County focused. It does have a regional connection. I will say we had a meeting last week with the Regional Planning Council with Mr. Sullivan and his other, I can't remember her name now, because we know they presented to you recently. So we actually reviewed this amendment with them to get their feedback, and I'm happy to say they were very supportive. And Mr. Hockerdale, there he is. He was on the meeting with us, so he was with us. And I think one of the really nice things we did hear from them is if this does move forward, and if we do get some pushback from state agencies, they are more than willing to help the county deal with those kinds of issues with the state agencies. They think they can help. Again, you don't have to take that up, but it was good to know that they felt that this is moving in that direction. And I'll say the other thing that they said that they were very impressed with is how the county has, what they said, ground truth this. They had a big vision thing. As you see, what we're coming forward to you now is not that big thing. It's more scaled down. It's more specific to what we heard from the folks out there. So that was one of the pieces of feedback we have. And that is part of that outcome. I'm going to move on because I'm going to hit these when we get there. All right, so here's what's in the draft. And the pieces I skipped is we'll talk about them here. So what is the objective? As Lynn said, as you said, is what we want to do. We want to promote this compact development here. We want to have the mixed use. We don't want to have these standalone things. We provide for it and we allow for it, and I'll talk about that in a moment, but we want to promote it and encourage it within this corridor. The goal is economic development. How can we create the jobs? How can we get more opportunities here in Citrus County within this corridor, that is the right place for it to go. And that it's triggered by somebody coming in with a brand new project, brand new project, it's raw land, or there's an expansion or some other trigger that increases the impact. We're not saying if you're there and you have an existing business and you're doing renovations to it or changing it, you don't have to change. You can continue. You don't have to come into compliance. So we're not forcing people to come into it until there's actually an impact or a reason for that to occur, allowing these businesses to continue to operate or these existing uses to continue to be there. Another important thing is we're doing is if there's existing plan unit developments here or get approved between now and then, this still recognizes them. They don't lose whatever was approved, whatever was there. They can still build out consistent with whatever PUD may be already approved. We also provide a permitted and prohibited uses, which gets to your earlier discussion a little bit. We'll have that here in the comprehensive plan. And then, as I said earlier, it provides that general guideline for development that then will get more specific when we develop the land development code. So that's the objective of this. These are the permitted and prohibited uses that are in your policy. I won't go through all of them. I think it's more interesting to just touch on the prohibited ones. We don't want this to have the mini storage units all up and down 44. The cement plants is recycling, mining, the heavy truck repair, outdoor storage, and also low density residential. The individual single family lot, that would be new. If there's, and I want to say right here, any existing single family development that's out there within this boundary, not a problem. They stay, they don't change. There's no impact to them. But a new developer that wants to come in and wants to build a 200 single family lot development here, under the way it's proposed today, they would have to be more than 6 units per acre, which basically would be an attached product type of project in there. So that's the prohibited uses. The permitted uses align with the uses that Lynn found within that study, promoting the clean industry, medical, the commercial, those kinds of things, the educational, government, institutional, churches, schools, all of that. That's what we want to encourage within this area, within this corridor. So in terms of the general guidelines in there, and what I'm doing is these are in your policies. I'm not reading every policy. I'm just giving you what the policies say. If you have questions specific, please ask me about these, but these all are in your policies. Again, as I said earlier, we are setting a minimum project size when it gets triggered of 5 acres, but allowing a 3 acre size if they meet those requirements of reduced impervious area, increased open space. We also have a provision, though, because it is very possible that someone can't assemble to get to that acreage for whatever, a physical constraint with the property for some reason. It does provide within this policy or within this amendment that if for some reason someone can't get there, they can still do a smaller than the 3 acres, but that's through the planned unit development. So they would have the review for that to make sure it still meets the intent of this district. So we do provide an ability for someone, for whatever reason, they can't get to these acreages in terms of a project. There is still a way for them to develop under this project, under this amendment. In terms of the mix of uses, and this is another one that has morphed over the year. What it now says is a non-residential use. It does not have to be a mixed use. You can have a non-residential use because you want to encourage that clean industry or that medical or research or schools or whatever those are. Those can come in as a standalone. They don't have to come in as a mixed use. However, if they do come in as a mixed use, they get a benefit, they get a bonus. They can have an increased floor area. They can have a larger facility. Instead of a 1.0 floor area ratio meaning 1 square foot of building for every square foot of land of their project, they could have a 1.5. So they can have more intensity of that development if they do a mixed use type of project. So provide an incentive for the mixed use. We also are allowing for multifamily within this area also as a standalone use. Does not have to be a mixed use. But again, it's encouraged to be mixed use, but we do allow the multifamily as standalone. But if any other kind of residential project would want to come in, something like the attached townhomes, something like that at the 6 units per acre, they do have to be a mixed use. They would have to bring in a retail or office or some other component with them. So that's how we're dealing with the mixes of uses and how we try to promote that. In terms of the density, we have to have densities within our amendment. So as I said, the minimum would be 6 units per acre. So it does allow for single family, but not single lot, single family necessarily. It'd be more the attached product. The maximum potential density that could be provided here would be 20 dwelling units per acre. We had discussion, quite a bit of discussion about that number. And we all settled, in terms of the staff in working with us, thought that was the highest, most appropriate number here for the county. And within your comp plan, you already have a policy that says you will not have more than 20 dwelling units per acre in the county. So we maintain consistency with that. But to get there, we did set it up in a way where there's meet a certain criteria. There's 3 potential. You don't have to meet all 3. You can meet just one of them. One of them is providing workforce or affordable housing, and it's a low percentage, 10% of that housing. If you do that, you can go to 20. Another would be preserving something of historic or cultural or environmental. If your property has a although there's not very many wetlands on this property, but if there's some kind of resource there to protect and preserve, and that serves a benefit to that, there's an opportunity that would then qualify. Ultimately, up to the Board of County Commissioners, and would come before you as part of the PUD, but they would need to show. Or the other opportunity was providing an area of gathering, a common gathering place within the project, as part of a mixed-use development, a square. I have family from Iowa, the square with the band thing in the middle. Not that specifically, but that concept and idea, a public place to generate a sense of place and character. So if somebody does one of those as part of their project, that would get them to the 20 dwelling units per acre. And again, the density or intensity would be the 1, 1.0, or 1.5 in the mixed use. These are where we get real general, so I won't spend much on this at all. These are the general guidelines within your policies. These are, we want this to develop as an economic corridor. We want these to have kind of urban centers with the mixed uses. That's what we're encouraging for that plan pattern of development. We also want to encourage, as we go forward in implementation under Land Development Code, flexible open space standards, looking at projects. So again, we don't know what those are yet, but we set up that opportunity to develop those as part of the LDC within the comprehensive plan. The idea of the compact development, as Commissioner Bay said earlier, bringing it up to the front, promoting that pedestrian opportunity or other ways to get between the properties within that area. Creating a place where people want to go, as Lynn spoke about. We want to create a character here. Again, your earlier discussion really was very useful for us to listen to. Is we want this to have a character, not just the hodgepodge. We want this to have that people see this is the centerpiece of Citrus County and your economic development focus and good development happening here. So develop that sense of place that's here. Promote that mix of uses, giving some more opportunity for different housing types. That's part of this as well. And then with the roadway and transportation, working closely with FDOT because this is a state facility, state importance, but promoting and ensuring we have proper cross-access, access management, promoting efficient transportation opportunities, and things like reverse frontage roads or frontage roads integrated into that development. Again, we're setting the stage for that. The details would then get developed through the Land Development Code, then ultimately with a PUD coming before you. SIS, we've already talked about, strategical intermodal system, very important part of it, and that a big thing that the state recognizes that we as the county recognize this is important. In terms of utilities, this also morphed over the last year. What we're saying about utilities within the comp plan, again, it's general, that we are saying they need to connect to central water and sewer when it's available, and we're encouraging them to connect to gray water. Initially, we said required you. That language went away. We encourage you, don't have to do it, but we encourage that if it's available and it's feasible for that to happen. No requirement, but we're encouraging. And then we also talk about the importance of buffering as we have those adjacent areas, residential areas that in the land development code, we've put in the appropriate buffers to protect those areas. So that is the overview of the amendment. I tried to do it as quick as I could.
I have a question.
And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan.
I hope you can answer a question. I have been asking, and I feel like I don't have the answer yet. I see the vision that you're going for. I think it would be beautiful. Your green space, the housing, the nice shops. My question is, and I hope you can help me through it.
Mm-hmm.
I fear that that's the hope and possibly not the reality. My question has been, how do we get to the vision and it's not what I quote, you said, people said, not more gas stations and convenience stores. And the one thing I have heard since I was running for office is please don't let our interchange be like Wildwood. So how do we get this beautiful hope and it's not mixed use of maybe some housing in the back with a truck stop, which truckers make the world go round, but I just don't think this is the right spot for that. So you have travel center on there. So I can also see it going truck stop, strip club, adult toy store,
Right.
you know, like how do we, whatever it is, the things that we don't want to see, how do we get to your vision and make sure we don't get the other things?
Yeah, so to get to that very detailed kind of, I'll say regulation of the use types that are there, that's what we would do as part of the land development code. Because this doesn't do anything really for you until you get that land development code in to get to those very specific. How do we say that in this part of this corridor, we want these kinds of uses and not those? Now, one of the things that did come up was adult uses in our discussion and the guidance we received from the counties. We're not going to talk about that in this because you already regulate that somewhere else in your code and that'll stay how it is. We're not going to touch that. That's what we're trying to do.
What about the travel centers with fuel?
Right, and that part too is what we're saying, those are potential allowed uses there, but when we get to the LDC, we can then get more specific about what that means and what that is and what those characteristics are. So what we wanted to do here is not be too specific because we don't want to exclude something that might be very beneficial that would follow in that greater category. And then as we get to the LDC, now we get to that more fine-tooth definition of it. So I believe it will get there. It will get there. And hopefully with the market, and that's why we have Lynn working with us, we want to try to get this put in a place where the market will respond to it. But this by itself does not get you there. This is not the end solution. It's this plus then the implementation side under your LDC.
Well, if it's not too funny to ask another question.
Weird. It had nothing to do with you.
Nothing to do with you.
And I'm so sorry. I'm so tired.
Since this is my first interchange being new on the board, so today we're looking at this grand plan, right? And then you're saying you take it to the state, they bring feedback, and we're still not doing LDC yet. Then after that, then we're going to start nailing down what we want and what we don't want.
One more step. When it comes back to you from the state, we'll come back with this comprehensive plan for your final adoption. So we'll still be talking at that point, high level. But if we're that far into it, we'll have the LDC in process. So from what the feedback we're getting now, and I think it's a great way to do this, is when we would come back for adoption, we would have that LDC, Land Development Code, in process so we could begin that discussion with the board at that same time as the adoption. So we don't waste any time and kind of keep that ball rolling. So I would commit that to you to do that.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Her contact was on my water bottle and I went to take a drink. She took her contact out and threw it on my water bottle, so that's why I almost. So, sorry, I'm so.
Then I started coughing, so.
Anyway, I didn't want to make that announcement, but didn't want you to think. Anyway, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Sorry for the giggle.
No, that's okay.
We started at 9.
And she threw her contact on my water bottle. So, anything? Oh, now we go to staff? No? Yes? No?
Probably not.
Okay, and my direction says to go to staff. So is there any questions, board?
I have none at this time. Great presentation.
Yeah, I do have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Avis Craig on page 691 made a comment and, respect her planning ability, but she said, please be on notice, the defined IMA boundary 1 mile was arbitrary and cut through the key training center properties at the westernmost boundary of the IMA, and the BOCC modified the 1 mile measure on the north side of State Road 44. The boundary was revised to Commerce Terrace. The mapping made part of the LDC. Please be sure this boundary is maintained going forward in this 2023 effort.
There was discussion, and I believe part of the discussion was moving the boundary a little bit further to the north. And in our discussion with, I apologize,
Avis.
because yes, we spoke with her. From the staff and us as your consultant, we didn't think that was feasible, particularly given the high power lines that run across there. We thought that would be difficult.
Okay.
So we did feel this was the appropriate boundary. Now, I will say, looking at the other that I showed for the property on the south side to be added, we do think that's probably would be a reasonable addition if the board would want to do that. We do think that would, right. We do think that would be a reasonable addition to it for sure on that one. So we did have quite a bit of discussion about that issue though, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, board, it says once the applicant and staff, we've made their presentation. Public comment before the motion? Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make a comment? Thank you.
We'll accept gas.
Submitted some documents to y'all last Friday and one again on Monday.
What
Talk
is your
about
name?
Gaston Hall, representing the Citrus County Building Alliance.
Thank you.
And she's got a letter for me to speak on their behalf.
5 minutes, yep.
I have 3 policies I want to do. First one is 1737.5. That is the 5 to 3 acre. We're requesting that be just a 5 to 3, change to 3 acres with no extra requirements. Next one is residential density. And we've got 3 items on here that you have to accomplish in order to do that. Number 2, we could not find any of those items that are inside the IMA. So number 2 is a no starter. Number 3, they want to dedicate property to the county. I don't think y'all want these little parks and these little green areas dedicated to the county. We all have to maintain them and upkeep them. To me, that's crazy. Y'all are doing the exact opposite by saying we don't want to do the roads. So why would you want to do small parcels inside these developments? I think that's crazy to do that. So if you take those 2 out, it only leaves you with number 1. Number 1 is having to do something that is not done normally. If I want to come in here and build a town center, I do a town center. If I want to do surrounding apartments to that, I would do surrounding apartments to that. That is the ideal what would happen here. We'd have a town center. I send everybody a link to a town center that's in Gainesville. We've looked at town centers in Orlando, Jacksonville, Daytona, Gainesville. The one in Gainesville is really perfect for this area. No, it does not. But it has a 4-story apartments in the backside. It goes from 1 to 3 stories in the front, has medical, dental, hygiene, restaurants, retail sales. It's all condensed into so that's a very good thing to look at. And then apartments. We need workforce housing. Workforce housing is going to be apartments. We need multi-story apartments up to 4 stories without any extra criteria to get these workforce housings built in here. Because if everybody says the age limit is 63, but all these new commercial ventures open up, they need workers. Workers need a place to stay. We don't have that in Citrus County. We're really lacking that. So workforce housing is a high item on our agenda. The next one is 17.37.9, and that is the building setback requirements. We don't need to do building setback requirements in the comp plan. When we do the LDC, we do it there. If I come in with a plan and it doesn't meet that one, I have to do a comp plan change to get that criteria. If it's in the LDC, I can come in here and show you all why it'd be beneficial to eliminate that and add other items, landscaping, whatever. So those are the three policies that we would like to see modified before you transmit. We are in agreement that the extra thing that Clark brought in, that should be added to it. We added one in Cardinal. That's probably going to be the driver at Cardinal. This one has a possibility of being the driver for 44. Don't make them wait 2 years in order to get that added in. Add it in now, as we did in Cardinal. The other item that we've come up with is the non-conforming use concerns. We gave you a list of non-conforming use concerns that we see on here that could possibly make it tough for people that are already there, built, and have a functioning business, and they just do a change of use. A change of use can be a multi-unit building. I have offices, I have retail, and somebody comes into the office and wants to put retail in there. That's a change of use according to the building division. The criteria doesn't change. It's just a change of use in the building division, so that, having that as a trigger point is really going to make people that want to do multi-unit buildings, very at unease, because you may have something comes in there that may require one more parking space. So if I put something that requires one more parking space, you're going to make me have to comply with all the criteria that's in the IMA now? That's crazy. Also, be aware there are parcels in there that are under 2 acres that are platted, lots of record. So, lots of record. And if you look at a lot of these businesses that will show up around there, they are standardly 3 acres. That is the industry standard. We've made several phone calls. Avis, Clark, and I talked to a lot of them. 3 acres is a standard for the industry. Any questions?
No, I agree with that, and I would ask, what is the process for adding these conditions before the transmittal?
Just modifying them.
I'm modifying.
And we agree that it should be transmitted today.
No, I know. I just was asking her a question.
So you're saying the changes that Gaston's requesting? I mean, you'd have to get those all in the record as part of your motion.
Okay.
I think the issue with adding the additional property to this is that it wasn't noticed to add those, and am I done? It wasn't noticed to add those, and there are potentially more abutters that would have had to have been noticed if you want to add property to the application. So I don't know. I don't believe you can do that tonight. But he may have a different opinion.
Right, and that's where Joanna was with the same thing about not adding property that would come in after.
I said something that Joanna agreed
you
with?
You were on the exact same page.
Well,
yes,
that's
ma'am.
amazing.
Yes, I just want to say I highly respect Gaston. We've had many, many conversations. And I can address all the points he had because he and I did it before the meeting.
Okay.
So we talked about them. So in terms of I'll start with the density one. On the density, if you're not comfortable with the system that it's proposed now, that you have to do one of those 3, you could, in your motion tonight to transmit it, say you want to change that just to say the density minimum is 6, maximum is 20. And don't worry about the 3 conditions. And you can just set it that way. You could make that as part of your motion. What that would do is when we would make that change before we would send it to the state agencies for review.
Thank you.
We don't object if you want to do that. That's really a legislative thing, if you want to do that or not. Let me think here now. So in terms of the change of use issue, and that's probably most of our discussion that I've had with Gaston about this. What we tried to do is to follow the system the county already has in place dealing with non-conforming uses of buildings and structures, is that it's not the change of use that triggers the need for coming into compliance. It's the change of use plus an increase in impact, meaning an increase in parking, increase in stormwater, some kind of increase to site improvements. I think the way that is structured, if it's one space, I'm not sure that would trigger it. I think what we're looking at and the way this is intended would be that it's a true change in what that property is being used for that has greater impacts. So in a way that this can work, you know, if a person was out there and they had excess parking from what they needed, they could go back and forth between uses all day long, would never trigger it, part of things. So I don't anticipate it being a significant issue, but it is a concern. But I think we've addressed it the best we could, because if we don't have a trigger in here in any manner, we'll never get it implemented. It'll never happen, because this would be an overlay. We're not coming in saying, okay, tomorrow everybody has to meet this requirement. We're saying if something occurs, now you have to meet this requirement. So we have to have some kind of trigger to bring that in. In terms of the nonconformities, anybody that's out there today, nothing changes. They're fine. They can get permits to renovate, change, rebuild, things like that. So it doesn't impact them at all. I know in what he submitted, because we saw it as well, his other bigger question about what if something was destroyed or by a hurricane or something like that, that typically is not a comprehensive plan issue. That's typically something in your land development code. And we're not changing that. That stays. However, the county currently deals with nonconformities and things like that, we're not going to change it in the comp plan. That'll stay that way. His concern about the setbacks, again, a lot of discussion about that. In the comprehensive plan, we are not setting setbacks. We don't have any numbers. We don't have any standards. What the policy says is that in the development of the land development code, issues like increased setbacks for higher buildings will be considered. So that's when the concern that Gaston has would be addressed, is if he feels the additional setback is excessive, not correct, in the land development code. In the comprehensive plan, we're not setting anything. So if the setback changes in your LDC, doesn't trigger a requirement to change in your comprehensive plan. And that's why we were very sensitive not to put actual numbers in the comprehensive plan, because of that concern. It's very difficult to change it once in your comp plan. So that's why we want to set the idea, and then the LDC, you set the details, because that's a local decision to make that final implementation. So I think his concerns are all very valid, and I think they can be best addressed so as we develop the land development code moving forward. So I think that addressed his comments. Okay.
Commissioner Davis.
So, just to bring this into like a very fine point, non-conforming use concerns, you believe everything is satisfactory as is?
Yeah,
and there's no issue with his valid concerns, but you feel like they're addressed?
I think they're addressed. Yes, ma'am. I do.
And then on the comp plans for residential density, items 1, 2, and 3, you're good with deleting all of those and just saying 6 to 20?
Yes, ma'am.
However, I would like to know about number 3, was your intent when it says public dedication and public gathering areas, was your intent for those to enter our park system?
The initial intent was that. So yes, that was the initial intent. Yes, ma'am. And part of the reason for that was to assure its long-term life of that, and it doesn't get converted. We're not married to that. It is married
to that.
So
I would like
you do that.
the development to actually do the maintenance.
And you could say that. You could change that. Instead of it being dedicated to the county, you could say it's maintained by the development, HOA property owner forever,
No one
or
wants to
life
live
of
in a
that.
concrete jungle, except
Right.
for the New Yorkers.
Yes.
And even them, they love their Central Park.
So,
Many parks.
and if of those 3, that's the one you're most comfortable with, if a change to that one could be that, take out dedicated to the county or to the public, and say it's maintained by the developer. There's throughout the life of the project.
I certainly love number 2, but I think this is a blank slate out there. I don't think there is actually anything out there.
Mhm.
Okay, Gaston, yes, thank you. And just the discussion on number 3, yes or no, is that okay? Leave the parks? Yeah. Okay, then I'm good.
I have a question. Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Finnegan.
So it's 6 to 20, so there must have been some math. I mean, it's not more than 20, but 20 seems like what Gaston was saying is 4 stories. I can't think of anywhere, unless I'm missing something in Citrus County with 4 stories.
Right.
Yes, Michael's saying yes, there are. No, there's no 4-story. So, I mean, I almost can see 2 stories, but I don't know. I'm a little nervous about 4 stories. I mean, does anyone else share that?
This
Or
building's 4 stories.
well, we're talking about housing.
No, I know, but I'm just saying comparison. This is 4 stories.
And, right, and what you'll see too with the LDC, with the height, there'll be things to offset the impact of the height, whether, additional setbacks, additional things to help mitigate. And because you'll also see what will come before you is, standards for the building design. So it wouldn't be a monolith of a 4-story building. And so in the comp plan, those are ultimate maximums. One of the things I like to always say to folks is a developer's not guaranteed that maximum number because you have other site constraints, whether it's utilities, infrastructure, floodplain management issues, stormwater issues. There's other things that will often mediate it. And I would venture to say there's not a whole lot of development out there in the state of Florida that gets to the absolute max. I'm sure there is somewhere, but by and large, it's going to develop a little bit less than that because of the other constraints. So I understand the concern, you're right, because there isn't something like that here in the county. I think, but if you did have that, I think this would be the right place for it to be in this 44 corridor. But getting to the details on how that would look and how that would be, that's your LDC. So don't know that helped you, but that's how I would look at that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bays.
Is some of that height predicated on return on investment?
Absolutely. Everything with this, with a developer, no matter what we put out there in terms of regulation, I'll say ultimately it's for that developer to look at that return on investment and what is it feasible for the, right. So for a particular development, it might not be feasible on their side, regardless of what we say,
Right.
for them to get there. So yes, ma'am.
Chairman, I think for Commissioner Finnegan, I think that apartment complex behind Publix at Forest Ridge might be 3 or 4.
I was thinking that too. 4 stories. Yeah.
One that comes at how tall is Grand Living?
Oh, easily. Yeah, easily.
Okay.
Anything else, commissioners? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd make a motion that we approve item T1, A and B, direct staff to transmit the application with the changes discussed.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I dozed off for a moment. I think I fell asleep. Thank you. Commissioner Kennard.
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Pace. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Thank you very much.
4-0 right now. And Amy, I don't think we ever got, did we ever get Commissioner Davis's vote
I think you did.
on her first bathroom break? A long time. Oh, we did? Okay.
She came back and then y'all started laughing about something else. She had said Jay before you said that.
You might have to separate us.
I remember.
Thank you. Okay, T3.
Chair, would you like to clarify those changes, or do you want me to just state it that way, the changes discussed?
Sure call.
I can't remember them all. I remember 6 is residential density is 6 maximum, 6 minimum, maximum of 20.
Right.
Yes, I had
And then we would, in terms of those 3 standards,
deleting
the only
1, 2,
one
and
that would be
3.
left would be about the green space, but it would be maintained by the developer, not by the county. So what that would do, what the effect of that would do is to get to the 20, they would have to have an open space maintained by the developer, which as Gaston said, would probably be what they would do anyhow. So I think that's a good change. Those are the 2 changes that I had heard.
I just wanted to thank you for being so informative also.
Well, thank
I
you.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
Basically what I read out earlier. 'Cause I
Yes.
didn't really do that
Yes.
well.
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you. That passes 5-0 with the changes. Thank you. T3,
Last one.
supposed to be 5:10, and it is 7:34. Transportation impact fees. Go.
Yes. We discussed earlier in our workshop the opportunity to increase transportation impact fees. In order to do that, you have to show extraordinary circumstances have taken place. So we hired a consultant to display that for us. They showed that in their report by showing a dramatic increase in single family, a very large deficit with our transportation funds versus what we're
Madam
collecting.
Chair?
Yep,
Can I interrupt?
yes.
We covered a lot of this morning. I'd like to make a motion that we raise our transportation impact fees from 50% to 100%.
Second.
I don't think we can do that yet, though, can we?
Well, it's the
Yeah.
first of two required public hearings.
Yeah.
So I think all we can do, correct me if I'm wrong.
I will
See you next
modify my
week, I
motion.
think is what we
I-
are
I-
allowed to do.
I think we have to open it
Or
up to
2
the
weeks.
public and then bring it back at the next meeting for adoption.
Yes.
I am
yes.
so sorry for that abrupt.
But I do think we have to open it to the public. Correct? Yep.
Okay, so I have
You had like
a
multiple seconds.
rudely interrupted motion, but fully appreciated. Kennard, second by I am not sure because there was several yelling, so let's give it to Bays. I'd like to open it up to public. Sorry, she was a little loud. Thank you. Welcome.
Just one request. You change the implementation date to October 1. I think it's,
On the last item or this item?
no, this item.
Oh,
You got an implementation date earlier, but if you could just change it to October 1, that is the only request I have.
No, why? No.
So the implementation, you have to wait 90 days from the passage. So if that would be June the 20th, it would be a matter of a week or 10 days before the 1st of October. Just to clarify.
Why would we want to wait?
you still have time on your
The
clock.
motion was just to bring it back, right?
Yeah.
For the second
So-
public hearing.
The reason you want to wait is because that'll put you to the next physical year. Your year ends on 9/30. So that'll put you in the next physical year. We just give our people a few more days to get their stuff ready.
Or
Okay.
ram through more
Thank
applications.
you. Thank you. Okay, so next, what, tell me, help me?
I just would like the clerk to read back the motion that she has to make sure that the mover and the seconder agree with the motion.
Motion to bring back the transportation impact fees for the second public hearing at a future meeting.
At the next meeting, I think.
At-
Isn't it the
You
next
wanted to
meeting?
read the next meeting?
Next meeting, yes, ma'am.
June 20th.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Thank you. Just let you know, June 20th might be my last meeting for a while,
We
so
may still be here.
I'm adjourn this meeting.